because you get to make choices and you make decisions. You can't really blame other people for the choices that we decide to make and the decisions we decide to take. We took those, so we are responsible for our own self. We put ourselves in this predicament. And if it wasn't directly you could have made another choice. Trust me. We'll talk about my stuff too, because I'm not perfect. I'm just letting you know it was us who got us in this situation. And it's us who's going to get ourselves out of it. And I'm going to be right here with you, fighting for you. I just want you to know that God is not against you, baby. He's not. Not. Okay? So anyway, I'm not going to keep this thing going. I love you guys. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Turn on your bell notifications so you won't miss a beat. And I love you. And I'll see you on the beaches of the world.
Maybe it's time I let go of all the dreams I used to hold.
Hey y'all, hey. It's too early in the morning for this. But I just wanted to introduce this next video. This is part 2 to the people pleasing trap that I had did. I wanted to continue on this conversation with episode 2 of the people pleaser. And yeah, so of course, you know, I am trying out the new AI tool that I found. So it actually is pretty good, and they nailed it right on the head. So I don't know, guys. I don't know. This new AI tool is, I like it. It's very good, actually. You know, and it's got the default voice. Everybody is talking about, oh, people know about the whole, you know, that they know that's an AI. I'm telling you, it's AI, okay? But it's really good. It's really good, you know. And I put together a couple of YouTube videos that was talking about people pleasing. My video, and I think I did 5 videos actually, and they only really talked about 3 of the videos, mine and 2 of the other ones. And I'll link the other videos down in the description if you want to go and take a look at it. But it's really good, y'all. You gotta listen to it. Check this out.
Welcome to another deep dive. And today we're going to be talking about people pleasing. We've got 3 YouTube videos lined up, and we're going to try and get through all of them today.
It's pretty amazing how each of these YouTubers, with their very different approaches, all kind of converge on this common theme of people pleasing and that struggle.
Yeah. And, you know, speaking of the YouTubers, we're going to hear from Liz, who calls herself an extreme people pleaser. She's got a really powerful story. We're going to be talking about Shonda, who calls people pleasing a trap. And then there's Julian, who leads this seminar where he really pushes people to drop the act and be real.
Julian's got a pretty interesting take. He ties people pleasing to anxiety.
Yeah, that's something we're definitely going to want to unpack a little bit later on in the deep dive. But, you know, Liz's story is a really powerful place to start. She talks about being bullied pretty relentlessly throughout her childhood.
And it really went beyond just teasing. Liz describes physical abuse and constant pressure to, you know, do whatever it took to be liked.
Yeah. She talks about this one incident where some boys that were bullying her got another child to punch her in the face. And even after this, she didn't tell her parents.
Really highlights the extent of that people-pleasing tendency. Just heartbreaking.
Yeah, and she was already dealing with abuse at home. She felt like she couldn't add to the drama. So it's like, when does kindness become self-betrayal? And thankfully, Liz's sister comes into the picture, and she kind of becomes the catalyst for change in her life. Liz's sister actually found out about the bullying from an old classmate, and she confronted Liz about not telling her.
I mean, that must have been such a pivotal moment for her.
Yeah, it was. It was like this wake-up call. And Liz finally sought therapy, which she credits with helping her to understand that people-pleasing was not her true self. And it gave her some hope that she could rewrite these deeply ingrained patterns.
It's interesting because Shonda also talks about this rewriting patterns sort of thing. And she frames people-pleasing as this trap that we all fall into, or constantly trying to please our parents, our employers, everyone.
And she calls out this false dichotomy that we're often presented with this idea that you're either selfish or you're a people pleaser.
Right. Like there's no middle ground.
Yeah, like there's no in between.
So you have to pick one or the other. But actually, she argues that that's damaging. And speaking from her own experience, she says that she's lost friends and family members because of people pleasing.
It's so interesting, her approach to kind of getting out of this trap, because she actually brings in ChatGPT to offer advice. I don't know if you've seen that.
I have not.
She calls him Chad. She's got ChatGPT and she calls him Chad. And she's like, Chad, how do I get out of this people-pleasing trap? I just thought it was such a clever way to kind of use AI and maybe get a fresh perspective on personal growth.
I can't wait to hear what Chad has to say.
Yeah. But before we get into that, let's switch gears a little bit and talk about Julian. He tackles people-pleasing very directly in this seminar, pushing people to confront what he calls their fake fronts.
Yeah, he doesn't shy away from making people uncomfortable. He actually tells them to drop the act and be real.
Yeah.
He even goes as far to say that the day you're liked by everyone is the day you're the most fake person alive.
Wow.
Which is a pretty big statement.
Yeah. Makes you think.
It does.
And he says that authenticity can be shocking, and it might even repel some people. But ultimately, it's more fulfilling than living in what he calls a golden prison of trying to please everyone.
I love that phrase, that golden prison idea.
And one of the participants in Julian's seminar, Manu, he really brings this point home. He admits to feeling nervous and afraid that if he shows his true self, people will think that he's stupid.
Yeah.
So, you've got Liz, who doesn't fit in, and she feels like she's the weird one out. And then you've got Manu, who's afraid to show his true self because he thinks people will judge him.
Makes me think, is that really what people-pleasing is all about? Just this disconnect from our authentic selves.
Yeah, and I think maybe that's why it leads to anxiety, which Julian brought up. Maybe it's that pressure of constantly performing and trying to be someone you're not.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
So what does Chad have to say about escaping this people-pleasing trap?
Well, some of it was spot on, actually, like learning to say no.
Yeah, it seems like both Liz and Shonda really emphasize that.
Yeah, like Liz talks about how when somebody asks her to do something, even if she doesn't want to do it, she goes into this like trance mode.
Wow.
And she thinks it's rooted in her childhood and, not wanting to get in trouble.
It sounds like her nervous system is just wired for avoiding conflict.
Totally. And then, Shonda talks about spending years as a yes woman, always putting others first, but she realized it just wasn't sustainable.
And they both talk about, saying no without over-explaining.
Yeah.
Just setting that boundary.
Yeah. And Shonda also talks about protecting our time and energy.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah. Setting boundaries. Just not letting people take advantage.
Do you think that's tied to self-worth at all?
That's a good question. And Shonda would probably say yes. She says it's not selfish to prioritize your own needs. She says it's essential.
Yeah, you can't pour from an empty cup.
Exactly. Now, I think it's time to bring in Tam Carr.
Okay.
Because she talks about self-validation.
Yeah, I'm fascinated by her perspective. She really ties it back to self-love.
Yeah. She actually suggests a male detox to break free from seeking validation from men.
Yeah, that's something that I think a lot of people struggle with.
She says that men's tastes are very questionable, and I'm paraphrasing there, but that's essentially what she says. And she's like, why are we letting that be the foundation of our self-worth?
Yeah.
So she's like, put yourself on a pedestal, affirm your own worth, and affirm your own beauty.
I love how direct she is.
Yeah. And she talks about how she used to water down her personality. She would bend over backwards. But she realized it only took her further away from her true self.
Right. And it makes me think back to that golden prison idea.
Yeah.
Are we trapping ourselves by trying to please everyone?
Totally.
Yeah.
And Tam also talks about the importance of having high standards, not just in romantic relationships, but in friendships as well.
That's huge, the people we surround ourselves with.
Yeah. And she's like, stop giving a beep.
Love it.
Yeah. She's like, stop caring so much about what other people think.
Focus on what matters.
And she says everything is temporary. One person's disapproval is just a blip on the radar.
So true.
And she says to focus on your personal growth, pursue your passions.
Because when we're engaged with what lights us up,
We're not seeking it externally.
yeah. And she normalizes rejection,
Yeah.
which is interesting. She says, it's actually good that not everyone likes us.
I never thought of it that way.
Keeps the energy vampires away, right?
Later. Okay.
Like filtering out the noise.
And then she brings up this concept of self-schema,
Okay.
which is essentially how we define ourselves, our self-image.
Gotcha.
And she says to build a positive self-schema by identifying your favorite parts about yourself and then challenging the negative beliefs that you might be holding on to.
Reframing that narrative.
And she gives this great example. You've got two women who both believe they're unattractive. One of them lets that belief run her whole life. The other decides to challenge that belief. So she experiments with her appearance, does a photo shoot, and she ends up seeing herself in a whole new light.
It really shows how much power we have to shape our self-perception.
Yeah. And, she talks about becoming your own source of validation.
Which ultimately, I think it all comes down to that, doesn't it?
It does. And she says, look, you are the only one who truly knows you, inside and out.
So we're the only ones who can accurately validate ourselves.
Exactly. And she talks about emotional validation, especially when you're going through something, instead of running to somebody else for validation, she says to journal, record a video, to process your emotions.
Yeah. Be your own best friend in those moments.
And she gives examples of what to say, I see you, I accept you, it makes sense why you're upset, you're not overreacting.
Yeah, that's really good.
And then finally, she says to see yourself as you are now.
Okay.
Not through the lens of your past mistakes, not through the lens of your insecurities. She says, wake up every morning like it's the first day of your life.
It's such a powerful reframing.
It really is.
It's like hitting the reset button.
It is. So what does all of this tell us?
Well, I think the common thread that runs through all three of these YouTubers is that people-pleasing stems from this lack of self-love.
Yeah. And that when we learn to validate ourselves and prioritize our needs, we can break free.
Yeah, recognize our worth and embrace our authenticity.
Which brings us back to Julian's statement. The day you're liked by everyone is the day you're the most fake person alive.
It is a bold statement, but it makes you think.
It does. And in the next part of our deep dive, we're going to be exploring what it actually looks like to shed those fake fronts.
And unpack that connection between people-pleasing and anxiety.
Yes. Okay, so we've talked about the roots of people-pleasing. We've heard some pretty compelling arguments for embracing authenticity. But what does it actually look like to, break free from this pattern, to shed those fake fronts that Julian's always talking about?
Yeah, it's definitely a journey. And I think it starts with self-awareness, right? Like identifying the masks we wear and understanding why we wear them. Who are we trying to please? Is it our parents, our boss, societal expectations?
It's almost like uncovering the subconscious scripts that are running the show.
Yeah, exactly. And then once we understand that, we can start to challenge those patterns.
Yeah.
And that might involve having some uncomfortable conversations, setting boundaries, communicating our needs more assertively.
This makes me think about what Shonda said about that false dichotomy of being selfish versus being a people pleaser.
Oh, yeah.
It's almost like we're afraid that if we assert our needs, then we're automatically like a bad person.
It's a common fear.
Yeah.
But what if true kindness actually comes from a place of wholeness, and self-acceptance instead of a need for approval?
It's a good point. So it's not about being less kind. It's about being more authentically ourselves.
Exactly.
But that can feel scary. Like, what about those fears that Manu expressed in Julian's seminar?
Right.
That fear of being seen as stupid or unworthy if we show our true selves.
Yeah, those fears are definitely understandable. We've been conditioned to believe that our true selves aren't good enough. But what if that's actually what's holding us back? from experiencing true connection.
Right. And it goes back to what Tam was talking about with self-validation.
Exactly.
You know, if we're constantly looking for validation from external sources, it's probably because we haven't fully accepted ourselves.
Yeah.
And so that's where the work begins, right?
Yeah.
Building a positive self-schema like Tam suggests. You know, recognizing our strengths, challenging those negative beliefs, offering ourselves the same kindness and compassion that we would offer to a loved one.
Yeah, it's like becoming our own best friend.
Our own cheerleader.
Exactly.
And, you know, it's important to remember that it's a journey. It's not like we just wake up one day and we're completely self-validated and we never people please again.
Definitely. There are going to be setbacks. There are going to be times when we doubt ourselves.
Absolutely. But the more we practice, the more natural it will become.
And the more we'll attract people who genuinely resonate with who we are.
And going back to what Tam said, it's good that not everyone likes us.
Right?
It really does make space for those deeper connections with the people that do.
It filters out the noise.
Okay, so let's circle back to what Julian said about people-pleasing and anxiety. Why do you think those two things are so connected?
Well, I think people-pleasing creates this tension inside of us. You know, because we're essentially living a double life. We're presenting this version of ourselves that we think is acceptable while hiding our true thoughts and feelings.
Yeah, no wonder it leads to anxiety. We're constantly worried about being found out.
Exactly. But imagine the freedom that comes from just dropping the act.
Right. Just being ourselves, even if it means not being liked by everyone.
Yeah, exactly.
It's powerful. So what do you think a world would look like if everyone felt safe to be their authentic selves?
Well, I think it'd be a world with a lot more compassion and understanding, you know, where we wouldn't be so quick to judge or criticize.
That's beautiful.
Because we would all just recognize that everyone's on their own unique journey.
Yeah. And what if each of us could contribute to creating that world?
Absolutely.
Starting with ourselves.
By shedding our own fake fronts.
Yeah.
Giving other people permission to do the same.
So to wrap up this deep dive into people-pleasing, I want to leave our listeners with this thought. What if the key to overcoming people-pleasing isn't about being less kind or less helpful, but about being more authentically ourselves?
What if true kindness comes from self-love and not a need for approval?
And what if, by letting go of that need to please everyone, we actually unlock a deeper capacity for connection?
I think it's something worth thinking about.
It is. Thank you for joining us on this deep dive. And until next time, keep exploring.
Their approval was a cage I couldn't see. Locked away the person I could be. But now I'm done with the guilt and the shame. This heart is mine, and I'm staking my claim. Oh, oh, no more bending, no more hiding. This is my truth, and I'm deciding. I'm finding my own voice, breaking through the noise. No more living for the dreams. I'm learning what my freedom means. I'll set my boundaries, take my space, love myself and embrace the grace. This is my life, my choice, and now I'm living with my own voice. Not selfish to choose my way, put myself first every day. Helping others starts with me. A heart of change is truly free. My own voice breaking through the noise. No more living for the dreams. I'm learning what my freedom means. I'll set my boundaries, take my space, love myself and embrace the grace. This is my life, my choice, and now I'm living with my own voice. My own voice, I'm finally free. With my own voice, I'm choosing me.
Hey y'all, hey. What's happening? Oh man, I'm telling you. I just wanted to come on today to say, don't give up. It is so easy to get in that repetitious mode, that habit that you had for so long, you know, and you wanting to get out of that mode, but you know, it's like you feel these bursts of energy coming through you, and you go and do the thing, and then when you got your momentum going, you're doing what you're doing, and then something happens, life happens, and you just decide to, okay, well, let me just take a quick break from what I'm doing and just go and handle this situation, and I come back to this and get, you know, continue on doing what I'm doing. It's so easy. It is so easy for you to fall into the trap of
every tear that falls, every silent prayer. There's a voice that reminds you someone cares. Through the trials and pain, through the fear you face.
It's so easy for you to fall into the trap of comfort. Well, you know, I took this break, and you know, it almost seems as if it's pulling you in the opposite way of comfort, when you really want to do something different because you want different results in your life, but you take the break and you fall into the trap of comfort because it's comfortable over here. When you take your break, you actually got to put in the work for the new thing that you're trying to do in your life. It's so easy to sit down. It's easier to sit down than it is to stand up. It's easier. So why not do the comfortable thing? Why should I continue on with the new thing, even though that could put me in a better situation? This is the questions that you're asking yourself. Don't give up. Y'all, so as an example, right? This week has been kind of testy. My husband's car stopped working. Brand new car. And this is not the first time we had an issue with his car, right? The first time we had an issue with his car, brand new car, he hit a deer. And so we had to put a stop to our Walmart Spark, our work, right? We had to put a stop to that to go and handle business. But because we were going so hard with Walmart Spark, it's kind of like, okay, this kind of feels familiar, right? You know, you're not really working that much. You finally get a break, because we don't take breaks. You know, unless we're trying to go out of town to see family or whatever. We don't take breaks. We work 7 days a week. So when he hit the deer, our body said, ooh, yeah, this feels familiar. This feels comfortable. Let's continue on down this path. So we did, you know, and it started to feel good, you know, to just be able to take a break And a day goes by, 2 days go by, and it's kind of like every time you take a break from doing the new thing and going back to the old thing, it's like it gets harder and harder and harder for you to continue on with the new thing, unless you have willpower. Not everybody has willpower. So I just came to say, don't give up on the new you. No matter what other people are out here saying to you, no matter how comfortable it is to go back to the old life, the old life is what got you to this point that you're at right now. This time, you know, I've been uploading YouTube videos. I've been becoming a content creator, you know, and we had this issue with his car. His car decided that it wanted to cut off on him. And I had to take a break so that I could help him go and get the car looked at and see what's going on with the car. Right now, the car is still at the shop, at the Capital dealership. I'm sorry, at the Chevy dealership. And they're looking into why the car just cutting off all of a sudden. Now, the deer did damage his car, but it wasn't as bad. It was just like the fender, the corner of the fender had came in a little bit. The headlight had, was kind of messed up. And I'll insert a picture right here just so that you can see what it looked like. But it wasn't enough damage and it wasn't enough force to have any other engine issues. So, I'm thinking to myself, this is a brand new car. The whole purpose for even getting a brand new car was so that we wouldn't have any issues for at least a couple of years. So, I digress. I did what a wife is supposed to do, and I went with him to help him look at the car, get the car, looked at and stuff like that. And I just started back getting comfortable, and that feeling of laziness came in on me because I've been running for so long. I've been doing Walmart Spark every single day without taking any breaks. And once I finally got to the point where, okay, like we just are sitting, chilling at the house, I get to the point where I don't want to make no videos. And I'm like, now, this ain't right. Something ain't right about this. It felt like because I was at home, I could just be comfortable and not do anything because I wasn't in the car making videos. And I'm like, man, oh my God, why is it so hard for me to get back to the point where I'm making videos? Do I need to go sit in the car in order for me to make a video? This is crazy. Even to the point where I could have, okay, it's been 2 days. I could have made some videos of me trading. I could have been trading. It's one video that I supposed to have been doing on Tuesday. Here it is Saturday, and I still have not made this video yet. And I don't want to run the next promotion because that's what the video is on. So I want you guys to walk along with me to see the progression of these promotions that I'm doing on my channel. So just in case you might want to, use YouTube promotions to help promote your channel, you can see kind of like my results, that I'm getting with my channel. You may even be able to get even better results. You know what I'm saying? But I wanted y'all to have that experience with me. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of like, well, I can't do that video because I am too comfortable. And then one day go by, 2 days go by in the comfort zone, and I'm still have not made the video yet, and I have not been trading, right? I have not been trading. My body said, you know what? We are in comfort mode right now, so we just want to chill. We don't want to make no videos. We don't want to do this. We don't want to do that. But y'all, 2 days go by. Now it's starting to feel like, okay, it's harder for me to get back on this camera and do the thing that I know that I want to do. Because comfort started settling in. And I'm like, you know what? I got to get out of that. So this morning, I said, you know what? I'm not doing that today. I got to get out this house. Because this house is comfortable for me. And if I don't get out, then I may not make another video. And even though I talk about how tired I'll be by the time I get home, at least I got this routine going on. You know what I'm saying? I come out during the morning time. I do Walmart Spark. By the time I get home, I'll be tired, but I at least have enough energy while I'm out to do videos. I'm sitting at Kohl's because I ordered something from Amazon and they sent the wrong thing and I had to go return it. But I'm sitting out here and I'm sitting in the house and I'm so comfortable. All I want to do is sit here and look at Netflix movies or Netflix and chill. And I'm not doing the thing that I know is going to be able to help me to continue to be able to sit there in comfort and just watch TV. So I'm like, dang, I need to be making a video. I know I need to be making a video because you got to make a video. That's what YouTube is all about. So it's kind of like, man, the more comfortable you get, the more it's like it's harder for you to get back to the thing that you want to do. The new thing. YouTube is the new thing for me. Trading is not really that new, but to make videos on trading, because I don't want to trade in my live account unless you guys are with me. So that's the reason why I, have not made any videos or have not went past day 2 yet, because I'm working on day 3. But I want you guys to take that journey with me. So I haven't made a video on day 3 yet, because I haven't did day 3 yet, because I can't pull myself to just sit down and just do it, because I'm at the house. Maybe I need to take my laptop and go somewhere else. Not at the house, because at the house it's so comfortable. And it takes you away from doing the new thing that I want to do. And this is the reason why I'm telling you, like, look, comfort can keep you in the past. Comfort can keep you in the past. And you don't want to stay in the past, because the past is what got you to where you are right now. And that may be, okay, you're right now, may be doing very good. The choices that you've made in life and the actions that you have taken so far has gotten you to where you are right now. And that sometimes for some people, that's good. For other people, not so good. For me, I'm doing okay. You know, if I didn't do anything else, I'm okay. You know, God blessed me with a beautiful home. He blessed me with a new car, you know. So if I don't get nothing else, I'm good. But he put desire in me to want to do something else, to want to be able to help other people. And so I can't stay in comfort. I gotta walk towards the new thing. And so therefore, this is what I'm telling you in this video right here. Don't give up on the new thing, because you never know what God has for you when you're walking towards that new thing. He put that in your spirit for a reason. Don't give up now. It's too easy to give up. Anybody can give up. It's the ones who keep pushing. Even when it gets hard, even when you're comfortable, even when. Don't give up. Don't give up. Man, I'm telling you, I just wanted to come out here and make this video today because I have not made any videos and I need to get back on them YouTube streets. And I don't know who this message is for, but I pray that you let the words that came out of my mouth today permeate in your spirit. Whatever God has for you is for you. Don't give up just yet. Don't give up at all. Don't give up. Period. Point blank. Period. Don't give up. It's too easy to give up. Anybody can give up. But guess what? Everybody don't give up. Everybody never give up. Why? Because you're here watching this video right now. Which means that you didn't give up just yet. Because if you gave up, then you wouldn't be able to watch this video. If you gave up, you wouldn't have been able to open up your eyes today. So all I'm saying is, because you didn't give up, then you might as well walk in your purpose. That thing that's on the inside of you that makes you feel like, wait a minute, I still got a dream. I still used to think that I could do this or I could do that. You can still do that thing. Because God put it in you. He didn't put it in nobody else. He didn't put it in nobody else. He put it in you. That's the reason why you desire it. So go ahead and do that thing. Shoot, that's the reason why I'm making this video right now. Seriously. Because I was getting ready to get in the comfort zone for real. And it just felt like it was so much harder for me to just press that record button. Going back to the old days where I'm like, you know, I can make a video or maybe not. Or I can make a video or maybe not. Well, it's more comfortable over here not to make the video. But who am I helping like that? Who am I helping like that? Nobody. So anyway, I don't know who this message is for today, but God put in my spirit, don't give up. Don't give up just yet. He's got something for you on the other side. But you will never know unless you start walking. Just start walking. Start walking. Just start walking. And he will show you things along the way to let you know that you are in the right place at the right time on the right path. Don't give up just yet. Don't give up just yet. How about all of the videos that showed up on my home screen was talking about the same exact thing. Same exact thing. Even down to Pastor Stephen with Elevation Church. Shout out. That's, you know, I love Pastor Stephen. When he preaches, it's something in him. You know, I've listened to other preachers, and Pastor Stephen just got my attention. And he's out of Charlotte, North Carolina. And I don't know, I may be moving to Charlotte just to go to that church. I'm just saying. That's a little bit off topic, but you know, I'm just saying, all of the videos that I have that showed up on my home screen was all talking about how your YouTube channel is going to blow up. Don't give up. And I needed to see that. Because, you know, I was starting to get a little bit discouraged. Not even gonna sit here and lie. And I was getting comfortable in that discouragement. Comfortable in the discouragement. And so I just wanted to let you know, don't get comfortable in your discouragement. That's just the devil that's trying to stop you from walking towards what God has for you. So I just got me a Whopper this morning, my first order of the day, and I'm gonna go and do that. I think it was like $49 for 16 drops. So I'm gonna go and do that really quick. And I just wanted to, you know, come on here to say, don't give up. Because I was getting ready to give up. I'm just saying. I was not getting ready to give up, but it's been too much space from the last time I uploaded the video to today. Because life happened. And I had to go handle business, but that don't mean that I had to stop doing what I was doing with YouTube in order to I mean, it don't take all day to do things, right? So you have time. It's whether you want to put in the work during that time, you know, or you want to stay in comfort. Comfort can hurt you. It can help you too, but it can also hurt you. So all I'm saying is, don't give up. Don't give up. I'm not going to give up. I'm not going to give up. And I'm ready to do my next video. I got to do my video on the promotions, and I want to go ahead and do day 3 on the trading. So I'm not giving up, and I just wanted to come and tell you, don't give up. So with that being said, I'm gonna go ahead and end this video because I gotta go and take this Whopper, and I will see you guys on the beaches of the world and in the next video. And if you have not done so already, please make sure you like, comment below, subscribe, and I'll see you in the next video. Love you. Bye.
take flight.
Imagine someone going through unimaginable hardship, like torture, fleeing war, losing everything, and they don't become depressed. What makes them different?
It is a really fascinating question.
Yeah, and you shared some really great material on depression for this deep dive.
Yeah.
And I think we can both learn a lot from it.
Yeah.
We've got a lecture from someone who's been studying and treating depression for over 40 years, and we've got an episode of the Huberman Lab podcast.
Right.
And he's a Stanford neuroscientist.
Yeah.
So between these two sources, we're going to equip you with a solid understanding of depression and its causes, and hopefully give you some new tools if you're struggling with it.
I think that's a great goal, and it's important to remember this too, right? Depression isn't just like a bad mood. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's something that could have a ripple effect, impacting everything from your mood, your relationships, to your job performance, even your physical health.
Yeah.
It can increase the risk of cardiovascular disease, for example.
Yeah, that's scary stuff. And I think it makes sense why the World Health Organization declared depression the #1 cause of human suffering and disability.
Yeah.
So it's serious.
It is.
And one thing that really surprised me from the lecture was that depression can be contagious.
Oh yeah, how so?
Well, not like catching a cold,
Right.
but more about how our social interactions and behaviors we see modeled around us, especially in childhood, can influence our vulnerability.
I see.
So, for example, children of depressed parents have a 3 to 6 times higher risk of developing depression themselves.
Wow, that makes you think about the importance of early intervention and creating those really supportive environments, especially for families.
Yeah, it does. And the lecturer was really adamant that depression isn't just caused by external events.
Okay.
Right? It's about how you interpret and give meaning to them. He used this term attributional style,
What is that?
which is basically your default way of explaining things that happen to you. So, for example, if you spill your coffee, do you say to yourself, ugh, I'm such a klutz? Or do you say, wow, that table was really uneven?
I see.
And, it sounds basic, but that can have a huge impact on your mood and resilience.
It can. And he actually had a really powerful example in the lecture about someone struggling with chronic pain
Yeah.
who constantly attributed their pain to like personal failings.
Yeah.
They felt like it was their fault that they were weak or somehow broken,
I see.
which led to this whole downward spiral of shame and hopelessness.
Making the pain even worse.
Exactly. And that's just one example of how those negative attributional patterns can really fuel depression.
Yeah, it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy.
In a way, yeah. But the good news is that we can learn to challenge those patterns and reframe our thinking.
Right.
It's about recognizing when we're falling into those traps and consciously choosing more of a balanced perspective.
Okay, so he talked about 5 key risk factors that can make people more susceptible to depression. And luckily, he said that they're all things that we can work on.
Okay.
The first one is called internal orientation.
What is internal orientation?
Well, he says it's essentially letting your feelings kind of dictate your decisions and interpretations of events. So instead of gathering information and really assessing the situation objectively,
Right.
you let your emotions run the show.
Okay.
And I think that's a recipe for unnecessary drama sometimes.
For sure. And he had this example in the lecture about a student who, after receiving a bad grade on a test,
Okay.
immediately decided that they were stupid and they would never succeed in school.
Wow.
Yeah, they just let their disappointment and frustration spiral into a judgment about their abilities without stopping to consider other factors, like the difficulty of the exam or their overall academic performance.
Yeah, it's really easy to fall into that trap when you're feeling down, and it's like your emotions put on these dark tinted glasses and suddenly everything just looks bleak.
I know, it's true.
Yeah.
So what can you do about that?
Well, the lecturer said that the key is to train yourself to reality test your assumptions.
Okay.
So instead of letting those feelings dictate your reality, take a step back, put your detective hat on and say, okay, what's the evidence for and against my interpretation? Is there another way to look at the situation?
It's like being your own lawyer, right? Building a case.
Exactly. Okay, the next one is stress generation,
Stress generation. Okay.
which is kind of a vicious cycle.
Okay.
So it's the tendency to make choices that actually worsen or prolong your depression.
I see.
And often this is because you're making these decisions based on how you feel in the moment rather than what's truly in your best interest long term.
It's like you're sabotaging yourself without realizing it.
Yeah, exactly. It's like you're stuck in this negative feedback loop.
Yeah.
So, for example, the lecturer gave an example of someone who's feeling really exhausted and overwhelmed and decides to skip their therapy appointment,
Right.
even though they know it would really help them. Or someone who is feeling hopeless about their job search and they stop sending out applications and they isolate themselves at home.
Oh, yeah, totally. It's so easy to let those feelings dictate our actions, especially when you're in the midst of depression.
It is. And so the key here is to recognize that these decisions are often driven by the depression itself,
I see.
and then try to make choices that align with your long-term goals,
Right, so even if they feel difficult in the moment,
even if they feel really difficult.
you got to do what's good for you.
Yeah, you got to make choices that support your well-being, even if you don't feel like it.
Exactly. And that takes a lot of self-awareness and discipline to break out of those cycles, huh?
It does.
Okay.
Okay, the next one is rumination, which I know I definitely struggle with.
Rumination, yeah. What is that?
So rumination is basically getting stuck in a loop of overthinking and analyzing problems without taking action.
Oh, I know that one.
It's that hamster wheel in your mind.
Yeah, it just keeps spinning.
That just keeps spinning, and it just keeps making you feel worse and worse. Oh yeah, it's exhausting.
It is. And so the antidote to that is action.
Action.
And I think he actually said timely and effective action, which I really like.
Okay.
That's a good way to put it. So instead of dwelling on the past, shift your focus to creating possibilities for the future.
Okay.
So, instead of getting stuck in the why, focus on the what now.
Right. Okay, I like that. What's next?
Okay, so the next one is global thinking.
Global thinking.
And it's kind of like rumination's cousin.
Okay.
It's the tendency to overgeneralize from specific experiences.
Oh, interesting.
So, you have a bad day at work and you think, ugh, my life is a failure.
Right.
Or you go on one bad date and you think, I'm never going to find love.
Yeah. I think we've all been there. The all or nothing thinking trap.
Exactly. And so the key to overcoming this one is to train yourself to think more specifically.
So instead of I'm a failure, say I didn't do as well as I'd hoped on that project, but I'm learning from my mistakes.
Right, exactly. And he actually gave a really good tool for this, flowcharts. Flowcharts.
Yeah.
Like for your feelings.
Yeah, because you can take those big, overwhelming goals
Okay.
and break them down into smaller, more manageable steps.
I see.
So instead of I want to be happy, which is a really global, kind of vague goal,
Right.
it's, what are 3 things I can do today to feel more connected and joyful?
Oh, that makes it feel much more doable.
Exactly. Okay, and the last one is unrealistic expectations.
Oh boy, we've all been there.
We've all been there, right?
Yeah.
Which is basically setting ourselves up for disappointment by expecting things from ourselves or others that are just unlikely to happen.
Yeah.
We expect a partner to change drastically to meet our needs.
Right.
Or we expect ourselves to be happy and productive all the time.
Yeah. It's so easy to create these idealized versions of people in our minds.
It is.
And then we get disappointed when they don't live up to our fantasies.
Exactly. And we also set these impossibly high standards for ourselves.
Right.
And beat ourselves up when we inevitably fall short.
It's so true.
Yeah.
How do we deal with that? Unrealistic expectations.
Well, he talked about the importance of just consciously assessing your expectations before you go into any charged situation.
Okay.
So you say, okay, is this expectation realistic given what I know about myself or this other person?
Right. It's about acknowledging the limits of what you can control.
Yeah.
And remembering that imperfection is just part of being human.
We're all works in progress.
We are.
Yeah.
So we've talked a lot about the psychological and behavioral side of depression.
Yeah.
What about the biological side?
Yeah, so our brains are incredibly complex and we're still learning so much about them.
For sure.
But we do know that imbalances in key neurotransmitters like serotonin, dopamine, and norepinephrine can play a significant role.
Oh, okay. For those who aren't familiar with all of the neurochemicals, what do those do? What are those associated with?
So serotonin is often linked to mood.
Okay.
Dopamine is related to motivation and pleasure.
Got it.
And norepinephrine is involved in energy and alertness. So you can see how when these are out of balance, it can really throw things off.
Yeah, it's like your brain's internal pharmacy is just a little off.
It is. And it's not just neurotransmitters. The lecturer also mentioned hormones,
Okay.
like thyroid hormone and cortisol.
Yeah, what about them?
So depression is often associated with low thyroid hormone,
Okay.
which can impact metabolism and energy levels,
Interesting.
and also elevated cortisol,
Yep.
which is the stress hormone.
Right.
So it really is a whole body experience. It's not just in your head.
It's so true.
It affects your physical well-being as well.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So if you suspect you might be dealing with depression, it might be a good idea to get those levels checked.
It is a good idea, yeah, just to rule things out.
Yeah, get a thorough physical exam.
Yeah. What about genetics?
Oh, genetics. That's an interesting one.
Sure.
There's definitely a strong genetic component to depression, especially when it comes to how your brain processes serotonin.
Okay.
So if you have a family history of depression, you're definitely at a higher risk.
It doesn't mean you're destined to get it, but it's something to be aware of.
Right. It's like having a predisposition that you need to manage, just like you might manage a predisposition to heart disease.
Exactly. What about inflammation? I've heard that linked to depression, but I don't really understand how that works.
Well, there's actually growing evidence that chronic inflammation, and not just the kind that, causes pain and swelling, but this low-grade inflammation
Okay.
throughout your body can actually contribute to depression.
So how does that work?
It's like this low-grade fire smoldering in the background, affecting your mood, your energy levels, and just your overall well-being.
So it's not just about physical discomfort.
Yep.
It's about the inflammation affecting your brain function.
Exactly. And there are things you can do to reduce inflammation.
Like what?
He specifically mentioned increasing your intake of EPA omega-3 fatty acids,
Okay.
which are found in fatty fish, like salmon and sardines.
Oh, I see.
You can also get them through supplements.
And does exercise help with inflammation?
It absolutely does. Regular exercise is one of the best things you can do to reduce inflammation throughout your body and brain.
Okay, let's talk about the NMDA receptor now. This was something from the Huberman Lab episode that really caught my attention.
Okay, what is it?
Well, it's involved in neuroplasticity,
Okay.
which is the brain's amazing ability to rewire itself and form new connections.
Oh, that is amazing.
It is, and this is becoming a key target for some of the most promising treatments for depression.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, this is where things get really interesting.
Okay, well, I'm all ears.
So substances like ketamine and PCP,
Okay.
which are known for causing those kind of like dissociative states.
Right, like feeling detached from reality.
Exactly. They're now being studied for their potential as rapid antidepressants.
Okay.
And here's the really surprising part. They seem to work by blocking the NMDA receptor.
That is surprising because I thought NMDA was all about creating change in the brain.
So it's like they're creating change by blocking the very thing that usually drives change.
That's fascinating.
It is. And we don't fully understand it yet, but researchers believe that these substances might be inducing a temporary kind of separation from negative emotions and thought patterns.
So like hitting the pause button on that loop.
Exactly, like hitting the pause button, allowing for a reset of those brain circuits.
So giving your brain a fresh start, a chance to rewire itself in a more positive direction.
Yeah, but it's really important to emphasize that these are experimental treatments.
Absolutely
And
correct.
using them outside of a controlled medical setting is extremely risky.
Right, it's not about self-medicating, it's about working with professionals.
Exactly. Okay, and then there's psilocybin.
Psilocybin, okay.
So that's been getting a lot of attention lately for its potential in treating depression.
Yeah, I've been hearing about that.
Oh.
What is it exactly?
So it's the active compound in magic mushrooms.
Okay.
And there have been these studies in controlled settings that have been showing really promising results in treating major depression.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
How does it work in the brain?
So it appears to be working, like ketamine, by rewiring neural circuits.
So again, it's not the experience itself.
It's not about the experience itself.
That's about the changes it makes.
Yeah, it's about the lasting changes in the brain. So psilocybin actually activates a specific serotonin receptor in a particular layer of the brain.
What layer is that?
It's called layer 5 of the neocortex, which is the outermost layer,
Oh,
involved in our higher level thinking,
okay.
decision making, planning, abstract thought. And it plays a really critical role in integrating information from different parts of the brain. And it's really interesting because layer 5 is particularly rich in connections between different brain areas
So maybe psilocybin is boosting that connectivity.
and allowing for new pathways to form between different parts of the brain. And here's another interesting finding. The type of psychedelic experience
Okay.
doesn't seem to matter.
It doesn't.
Like whether it's a good trip or a bad trip.
Wow.
It doesn't seem to matter for the therapeutic effect.
So what matters?
What matters is the rewiring
The rewire.
of the neural circuits that psilocybin seems to be facilitating.
So again, It's not about the subjective experience of the trip itself.
No.
It's about the changes it creates.
Exactly. Okay, there was also this other really interesting concept from the Huberman Lab episode that I wanted to touch on.
Okay.
The pleasure-pain balance in the brain.
What's that?
So it's about how our brains process pleasure and reward.
Okay.
So every time we experience something pleasurable,
Yeah.
our brain releases dopamine,
Right.
which is that feel-good neurochemical.
Right.
But here's the catch.
Okay.
Every surge of dopamine is followed by a dip,
Okay.
a kind of pain that manifests as a craving for more.
So it's like a seesaw.
Yeah, exactly. The more you chase the pleasure, the stronger that craving becomes.
And if we're constantly bombarding our brains with things that release
Yeah.
dopamine, social media, Netflix, junk food, are we making that worse?
Yeah, you actually you can tip the balance towards the pain side. You become desensitized to pleasure. And that can contribute to anhedonia, which is the inability to feel pleasure.
Oh,
It can contribute to addiction
Right.
and even depression.
So it's about finding a healthy balance.
It's about finding that healthy balance and not letting our pursuit of pleasure become a runaway train.
So what did Dr. Huberman suggest?
He actually suggested incorporating periods of boredom.
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 I thought we were supposed to avoid that at all costs.
I know, right? It sounds counterintuitive, but allowing ourselves to just be bored,
Okay.
to just sit with our thoughts and feelings without any distractions, can actually help to reset that balance.
Interesting.
It prevents us from becoming desensitized to the simple joys.
So like giving our brains a break from all the stimulation.
Exactly, allowing our reward system to recalibrate.
Okay.
So, too much of a good thing can be bad for you.
Right. And it's not just about like limiting screen time or cutting out sugar or whatever.
Right.
It's about creating space for other experiences and emotions to emerge.
Yeah, I like that. Okay, we've talked a lot about biological stuff, psychological stuff,
Right.
but we haven't really touched on social factors.
True. What do they have to say about that?
Well, they both highlighted the contagious nature of depression,
Yeah.
and particularly its impact on family dynamics.
All right. Because children of depressed parents have a much greater risk.
Exactly. And that's not just genetics.
Yeah.
It's about the environment, the behaviors they witness, the emotional climate.
Yeah. So it makes you think about the importance of creating a supportive environment
It does.
for families who are struggling with depression, both for the individual and their loved ones.
And it highlights the need for early intervention.
Yeah.
Breaking those cycles of negativity.
Right. Which can just perpetuate across generations.
Yeah.
It's a good reminder that we are all interconnected
Yeah.
and our mental health impacts the people around us.
It really does. And that is a great segue into the next part of our deep dive, where we'll be talking about some of the latest research and potentially groundbreaking new treatments.
Awesome. Can't wait.
Me too. Welcome back to our deep dive on depression. Now, in the last part, we talked about some of the psychological and social factors,
Nick.
but I want to shift gears a little bit and talk about some of the biological factors.
Okay.
And this is where the Huberman Lab episode really gets interesting.
Yeah, he had some great insights.
He did. So he talked about thyroid hormone.
Yeah.
And he said that a significant percentage of people with major depression, he said it's around 20% actually have low thyroid hormone.
Wow, 20%. That's significant.
Yeah, it is. And I didn't realize it was that high.
Me neither.
Yeah.
So what's the connection between thyroid hormone and depression?
Well, thyroid hormone is really crucial for regulating metabolism.
Okay.
And when it's low, it can lead to a whole bunch of symptoms.
Like what?
Like fatigue, weight gain, low mood, difficulty concentrating.
And those all overlap with depression.
Exactly. And that's why he said if you're experiencing those symptoms, it's a good idea to get your thyroid levels checked.
Yeah, makes sense. It's a simple blood test, right?
Yeah, it is.
And if there is a thyroid imbalance, can that be addressed pretty easily?
It can, yeah. Addressing that can actually make a big difference in how you feel, both physically and emotionally.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. And he also talked about childbirth and the impact that can have on thyroid function.
Oh, right. Because that's a big hormonal shift, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And it can sometimes disrupt thyroid function, leading to postpartum depression.
Which can manifest as fatigue, low mood, anxiety, even difficulty bonding with the baby.
Exactly.
Wow, that's intense.
Yeah, it is. And it's a good reminder that, hormonal fluctuations can have a huge impact on our mental health.
Definitely. And it's not just childbirth, is it? Like other life stressors can also impact thyroid function.
Right, absolutely. Things like illness, job loss, relationship problems, financial stress.
Yeah.
All of that can throw your hormones out of whack, including your thyroid hormone.
Right, so it's all connected.
Yeah, it is. Okay, let's talk about cortisol,
Cortisol, the stress hormone.
the stress hormone. So we all know that stress is bad.
Right. Chronic stress is a major risk factor for depression.
Exactly. But Dr. Huberman actually shared some research that I think puts that into perspective.
Oh, okay. What was it?
So he said that studies have shown that experiencing 4 or 5 bouts of really intense long-term stress
Yeah.
can significantly increase your risk of developing major depression.
Wow. And is that true even if you don't have like a genetic predisposition?
Even if you don't, yeah.
So it's not just about feeling stressed. It's about the cumulative impact.
It's about the impact on your brain and body.
And that's why those stress management techniques are so important.
They are, yeah. He actually has a whole episode on conquering stress,
Oh, does he?
which I highly recommend if you haven't listened to it already. It's got a ton of practical tips.
I'll check that out. What are some of the key takeaways from that episode?
Well, he talks about the importance of sleep, spending time in nature, mindfulness,
Yeah.
engaging in activities that bring you joy, all the things that we know are good for us, but we don't always do.
Yeah, we don't always prioritize, right? It's about creating a lifestyle that supports your well-being.
Exactly. And it's about being proactive rather than reactive.
Right, taking care of yourself before things get out of control.
Exactly. And he also talked about genetics.
Yeah, because some people are just more vulnerable to stress than others,
Yeah,
right?
it seems like, so there's this gene, 5-HTT-OPR.
5-HTT-LPR.
Yeah, it's involved in serotonin transport in the brain.
Okay.
And variations in this gene can actually influence how sensitive we are to stress.
So it's like having a lower tolerance for stress.
Exactly. And that doesn't mean that you're doomed to develop depression,
Right.
but it means that stress management is super important.
Especially for those who might be more susceptible.
Exactly. Okay, I want to shift gears a little bit and talk about some more experimental treatments for depression that he discussed.
Right.
So the first one is ketamine.
Ketamine, oh wow. Like the anesthetic.
Yes, so it's traditionally been used as an anesthetic,
Right.
but it's generating a lot of interest in the mental health field because it's been shown to have these rapid antidepressant effects.
Oh wow. So it works quickly.
Yeah, it does. And even in people who haven't responded to traditional antidepressants.
Interesting. And how does it work?
Well, here's the kicker. It works by blocking the NMDA receptor.
Wait, so blocking the receptor that's involved in brain change actually helps with depression?
Yeah.
How does that make sense?
It's a little counterintuitive, I know, but the research suggests that it might be inducing this temporary dissociative state,
Okay.
like a brief disconnect from reality,
I see.
that somehow allows for a kind of reset
A reset of what?
of those brain circuits involved in mood regulation.
Oh, so it's like rebooting a computer.
Exactly.
Wow.
But again, this is really important. This kind of treatment should only be done under the supervision of a qualified medical professional.
Absolutely. It's not a DIY project.
No, not at all. Okay, and then there's psilocybin.
Psilocybin, yeah. That's the one I've been hearing a lot about lately.
Yeah, it's getting a lot of buzz.
It is. So how is it being used to treat depression?
Well, so it's the active compound in magic mushrooms.
Right. Okay.
And it's showing really promising results in clinical trials.
So what's the thinking about how it works?
Well, like ketamine, it appears to be rewiring those neural circuits.
So again, it's not about the psychedelic experience itself.
No.
It's about the lasting changes in the brain.
Exactly. And psilocybin, it activates that same serotonin receptor that we talked about earlier.
The one in layer 5.
Yes, in layer 5 of the neocortex.
Okay. And that's involved in higher level thinking.
Right. Processing, planning, decision making.
So that makes sense. And this activation leads to more connections between different parts of the brain, right?
Exactly. And that may be what allows for those new thought patterns to emerge.
Interesting.
And what's really interesting is that the content of the experience, like whether it's a good trip or a bad trip, doesn't seem to matter much
Right.
for the therapeutic effect.
So what matters?
It's the rewiring process.
Rewiring, okay.
Yeah, and so the research suggests that, in conjunction with therapy,
Right.
psilocybin can help people break free from those negative thought loops
Okay.
and develop new perspectives.
So it's like psilocybin kind of creates the conditions for change, and then therapy helps you guide that change in a positive direction.
Exactly.
That's a really good way to put it. But it's still early days, right? More research is needed.
Yeah, it's still early days, but the initial findings are really encouraging.
They are, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've talked about a lot of like cutting edge therapies.
Right.
What about just simple things like diet? Did he talk about the role of diet in depression?
He did, yeah. And I think this is something that often gets overlooked.
Yeah, we tend to think about diet in terms of physical health,
Right.
not mental health.
Exactly. But he said that diet plays a much bigger role in our mental and emotional well-being than we realize.
Yeah, and I think we all kind of know that intuitively, right?
We do.
We all know what it feels like to be hangry.
Exactly, yeah. When your blood sugar's low, you're not going to be in a good mood.
Exactly.
And those fluctuations can definitely impact our mood and our ability to think clearly.
So it's not just about avoiding the sugar crash, it's about nourishing our brains with what they need
It is,
to
yeah.
function properly.
He actually talked about the ketogenic diet.
The keto diet, yeah.
Yeah,
That's a popular one these days.
yeah.
What does that have to do with mood?
So, the ketogenic diet is very low in carbs and high in fat.
Right.
And it forces the body to burn fat for fuel instead of glucose.
Okay.
And that actually leads to the production of ketones,
The ketones.
which have been shown to have some really interesting mood stabilizing effects.
Oh, wow. So it's not just about weight loss.
It's not just about weight loss.
It's about changing the way our brains work.
Exactly.
Wow, that's amazing. So is there research to support that? Like the keto diet helping with depression?
There is, yeah. The research is still emerging.
Okay.
But some studies have shown that it can be helpful, especially for people who haven't responded to other treatments.
Interesting. Okay, what else did he have to say about diet?
Well, he also talked about fermented foods.
Fermented foods, okay.
And, their importance for gut health.
Yeah, because of the gut-brain connection, right?
Yeah, so the trillions of bacteria that live in our guts
Right?
actually play a really crucial role in regulating our mood.
Yeah, it's amazing
And
how this whole other world inside of us is impacting our mental health.
it's incredible.
So is he saying we need to be eating more yogurt and sauerkraut?
Yeah, so fermented foods like yogurt, sauerkraut, kimchi, they're rich in probiotics, which are the beneficial bacteria that support gut health.
So eating fermented foods is like giving our gut bacteria a boost.
It is.
Okay, so a healthy gut, a healthy mind.
A healthy gut, a healthy mind. And I want to circle back to inflammation, because we touched on that earlier.
Right, that low-grade smoldering fire.
Exactly. So he said that inflammation is a key player in a lot of chronic health conditions, including depression. And he said those inflammatory chemicals can really disrupt brain function
So that's what's contributing to the fatigue and the low motivation.
and difficulty concentrating. Yeah.
So it's not just about physical discomfort.
Right.
It's about it impacting your brain's ability to work properly.
Exactly. And this is where those omega-3s come in.
The EPA omega-3 fatty acids.
Yeah.
Okay, from fatty fish.
From fatty fish, yeah.
Okay.
They're really potent anti-inflammatory agents
Okay.
that can help to reduce inflammation throughout the body, including the brain.
So it's kind of a double whammy, right?
It is, yeah. Reducing inflammation and boosting serotonin.
Amazing. And don't forget about exercise too, because that helps reduce inflammation.
Absolutely.
Good reminder to get moving.
Okay, before we move on, I want to go back to this pleasure-pain balance in the brain.
Yeah, that was a really interesting concept.
Yeah, I thought so too.
Can you remind me what that's about?
So it's all about how our brains process pleasure and reward.
Okay.
So every time we experience something pleasurable,
Yeah,
our brain releases dopamine.
right. That feel-good neurochemical.
It is. But every surge of dopamine is followed by a dip,
Okay.
a kind of pain that manifests as craving for more.
Right. So it's like we're on this constant roller coaster.
Yeah, we're always chasing that dopamine high, but it always comes with a crash.
And if we're constantly bombarding our brains with dopamine.
It can tip the balance
Yeah.
toward the pain side.
So what can we do about that?
Well, he said that it's important to create space for boredom.
Boredom.
Yeah.
But isn't boredom bad?
It sounds counterintuitive, I know, but allowing ourselves to experience boredom.
Okay.
To just be present without any distractions.
Right.
It can help to reset that balance.
Interesting.
It prevents us from becoming desensitized to those simple joys in life.
So it's like giving our brains a break
Exactly.
from the constant stimulation.
Yeah, allowing that reward system to recalibrate.
I think that's a good lesson for all of us, not just people struggling with depression.
Yeah, I think so too. Now, there was one more thing that Dr. Huberman mentioned that I wanted to ask you about.
Okay.
Creatine.
Creatine, like the supplement that athletes take.
Yeah, it's usually associated with athletes.
Right.
But he said that there's some research to suggest that it might have mood-boosting effects.
Oh, interesting. How does that work?
Well, it plays a role in energy production
Okay.
in the brain.
Yeah.
And studies have actually shown that supplementing with creatine can improve mood and reduce symptoms of depression.
And is this for anyone or is it specifically for athletes?
Well, it seems to be particularly effective in women.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so it's another example of how supporting brain function
Yeah,
can have a positive impact on mood.
it is fascinating, right? How all of these systems are connected.
Yeah, it really is. Okay, so we've covered a lot of ground in this deep dive.
Yeah.
A lot of really fascinating information about the biology of depression.
Yeah, and it's clear that research is really evolving quickly.
It is, yeah.
Yeah,
We're learning more and more about the brain every day.
and that knowledge empowers us to take better care of ourselves.
Yeah, exactly. And before we wrap up this part, I want to circle back to this idea of the contagious nature of depression.
Yeah, because that was a really powerful concept.
Yeah, it is. And I think it highlights the profound impact that our environment and relationships can have on our mental health.
Right, so it's not just about what's happening inside of us.
No.
It's about the people around us.
Exactly. It's a reminder that, we're all interconnected.
We are.
And our actions and behaviors
Right.
can really affect those around us.
It's a call to action, I think,
I think so too.
to be more mindful of our own mental health and how we're impacting other people.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so we're going to wrap up this part of our deep dive.
Okay.
And we'll continue the conversation in the next part where we'll talk about some final takeaways and some key things to remember about depression.
Sounds good. Can't wait.
So, we've spent a lot of time really diving deep into the world of depression.
Yeah, a lot of information.
We talked about, everything from the fact that it can be contagious, which I thought was so interesting,
Yeah, me too.
to, the potential of some of those new treatments like psilocybin.
Yeah, fascinating stuff.
It is, yeah, but I think now we're at the point where it's like, okay,
Right.
what does this all mean for me, the listener?
Right. What can we take away from all of this? What can we do with it?
Exactly. So, what do you think is like the most important thing people should remember from this deep dive?
I think it's that even though depression is complex and there are all these different factors involved, we actually have more control over our mental health
Okay.
than we might think.
I agree. And I think that learning about those different risk factors and having those strategies to manage them can feel really empowering.
Yeah, totally. So whether that's shifting your thinking patterns, eating more omega-3s, or even just creating some space for boredom, there are so many things that we can actually do.
Yeah, it's not just about, passively accepting that this is your fate.
Exactly. You can take action.
Yeah, and I think it's important to remember, too, what we talked about, how depression can be contagious.
Oh, right.
So by taking care of our own mental health, we're also contributing to a healthier environment.
Right. For everyone around us.
For everybody around us, yeah. So it's like that ripple effect.
It is.
Our well-being impacts our families, our communities.
Even society as a whole.
Yeah, and I think if there's anyone listening who's really struggling right now,
Yeah.
it's important to remember you're not alone.
Yeah, and there is no shame in asking for help.
No shame at all. In fact, it's a sign of strength.
Totally. It shows that you're self-aware and you want to get better.
And that you're taking your mental health seriously. And luckily, there are so many resources available.
Yeah, there are.
From therapy and support groups to medication and even those new treatments we talked about.
Right, like the psilocybin and the ketamine.
Exactly. Recovery is absolutely possible.
It is.
And there's always hope.
Always. And sometimes just understanding the science behind it
Right.
can be that first step toward healing.
I agree. It kind of takes away some of the mystery.
Yeah, exactly. You can start to see how things work and where you might be able to intervene.
Right. It's like having a map
It is.
to navigate all of those complicated emotions.
I love that analogy. So it's a journey, right?
It is, yeah.
There are going to be ups and downs,
There are.
but it's important to be patient with yourself.
Yeah.
Celebrate the small victories and never give up hope.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Well, that brings us to the end of our deep dive on depression.
Wow, that was a lot.
It was a lot, but hopefully it was helpful.
I think it was.
Yeah. And before we go, I want to leave you with something to think about.
Okay.
So we've talked about all these different tools and strategies for managing depression.
Yeah.
But ultimately, I think it comes down to creating a supportive environment for ourselves.
Right, where mental health is prioritized.
Exactly, where we feel safe and empowered to really take care of ourselves.
I love that. And that starts with education and awareness. Right.
Yes.
The more we talk about mental health,
Yeah.
the less stigma there will be.
Exactly.
And more people will feel comfortable reaching out for help.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for joining me on this deep dive into depression.
It was my pleasure. Thanks for having me.
And to all of you listening, if anything we've discussed today has sparked your curiosity, or left you with questions,
Yeah.
please reach out. Let us know. We're always eager to, explore new ideas and to share our insights with you.
Absolutely.
So until next time,
Yeah.
Stay curious, keep learning, and take good care of yourselves.
So long, but you're still here, and that's your song. Through the pain, through the doubt, you'll find your way. There's no way out but through. Every scar tells a story you've won. The battle's hard, but it's not done. Fight for tomorrow, don't let it go. The strength inside you is starting to show. You're a warrior, unbreakable strong. Keep moving forward where you belong. Keep moving forward where you belong. The road is rough, the nights are long, but you're still here, and that's your song. But you're still here, and that's no way. There's no way out but through. When the voices say you're not enough, rise above, show them you're tough. Every tear, every fall, it's just a step to rise above it all. Fight for tomorrow, the bottle will break. You've got the power, no more to take. You're a warrior, unshakable, free. Keep moving forward with victory's key. You've come so far, the fight's in your hands. Tomorrow is yours, now take a stand. When the voices say you're not enough, rise above, show them you're tough. Fight for tomorrow, don't let it go. Don't let it go. You are starting to show. You got the power with no word. Breakable strong, keep moving forward where you belong. Where you belong. Oh, where you but through. The victory's key. You come so far that the fight's in your hands. Tomorrow is yours, now take a stand.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, family. So, welcome to another video. This is your girl Shonda with Rockin' with Shonda, and I just wanted to come and do a little introduction for the conversation on hurt people, how to deal with negative people. Okay? And I just want to continue on this conversation. So let's do a deep dive into episode 3 of Uplift and Thrive podcast. Hurt people, how to deal with negative people. Let's continue this conversation because we need it, honey. Each and every day we need to just be able to listen to something other than this negativity that's out here every single day. It's crazy because I continue to look at my videos and I'm like, thank you, Jesus. Just thank you, Lord, for putting inside of me what you want the rest of the world to hear. And I'm willing, and I'm able to share it because we need it. Jesus, is so much negativity. It's got to be some lights shining somewhere. And in this podcast, we're going to continue on this conversation. It need to be had. Need to be. I love you. Let's dive into this podcast about hurt people. And I'll see you at the end.
All right, so today we're going to do a deep dive into this whole idea of hurt people.
Okay.
And we're going to explore this concept through a personal story shared on YouTube, just one source for today.
Okay.
It's a video titled Hurt People, How to Deal with Negative, Difficult People. And that's from the channel Rockin' with Shonda.
Right.
So this is going to be pretty interesting because we're going to see how this plays out in a real personal way.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see where she takes this.
Me too. So the video starts with Shonda expressing gratitude to another YouTuber who inspired her to start her own channel.
Okay.
But then she shares the story about a conflict that just really kind of shook her. She
Wow.
was driving through a really nice neighborhood and she saw all these Black families just living there.
Mm-hmm.
And it made her reflect on like the whole historical context of Black homeownership
Right, right.
in America. And it was this moment of pride for her, you know?
I can see that.
And this is where things get interesting. So she makes what she thought was a pretty harmless observation about this.
Mm-hmm.
And this friend of hers completely misconstrued her words.
Oh, wow.
And it's almost like the friend was projecting their own insecurities onto Shonda's statement.
Yeah, like they took it in a completely different way than it was intended.
Exactly. And I think, you know, we've all been there at some point, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Where someone says something and you have this huge reaction.
Right. It's way out of proportion to what they actually said.
Totally. Yeah. And Shonda really felt the sting of this misinterpretation.
Mm-hmm.
She actually says, I shut down because I just realized hurt people hurt people.
Wow, that's powerful.
It was a turning point for her, for sure.
Yeah, I can imagine. And it really highlights that self-awareness.
It does.
She recognized that her friend's negativity was probably stemming from their own pain, you know, and not necessarily from anything Shonda did.
Yeah.
This is a classic example of hurt people.
It really is.
Dynamic.
It really is. And this whole experience got her thinking about negativity as a whole.
Mm-hmm.
And she talks about how draining it can be.
Oh, yeah.
How it can actually block joy.
Oh, those energy vampires. We've all met them.
Oh, yeah, totally. And Shonda is not just talking the talk. She's walking the walk.
Oh, how so?
She is incredibly open about her own past struggles, homelessness, bankruptcy, you name it.
Wow, she's been through a lot.
She's been through it.
That's amazing, though, that she can be so open about those things.
Yeah, and she chooses to just focus on the positive.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like she's ignoring those negative things, but she's not letting them define her.
Right, it's more like she's rewriting her own narrative.
Yeah, exactly. And that really shows the power of choice.
It does.
You can dwell on the negative, or you can choose to focus on the good and keep moving forward.
Mm-hmm.
Shonda clearly chooses the latter.
She does, and it's that resilience that allows her to keep her light shining even when there's darkness all around.
This reminds me of this concept of post-traumatic growth. Well, sometimes going through these incredibly difficult experiences can lead to positive personal transformations.
So you're saying even pain can be a catalyst for growth.
Exactly. It's not about glorifying suffering, but recognizing that in those dark times, there's a potential for learning, growth, and even a deeper appreciation for life.
Wow. That's a powerful perspective, and it really makes you think about how we frame our own challenges, doesn't it?
It really does. And Shonda's story is a perfect illustration of that.
Yeah.
I mean, she could have easily let those experiences define her
Yeah.
and just like color her worldview with negativity.
Mm-hmm.
But she chose to find that strength to rise above it.
She even has this great line in the video where she's talking about her experience as a school bus driver.
Okay.
And she was known for like lecturing the kids, like encouraging them to strive for better.
Mm-hmm.
And she talks about how important it is to take responsibility for our choices and actions.
Right.
And not just get stuck dwelling on the negative.
It's that sense of agency.
Yeah.
That belief that we can shape our own lives
Yeah.
that can really make a difference.
It can.
It's not seeing ourselves as victims, but as active participants
Exactly.
in creating our own reality.
Yeah. And that's such an important message, especially for young people
Yeah.
who might be facing adversity.
Yeah. Give them that empowerment to believe in themselves
Right.
and their ability to overcome challenges.
Absolutely. And speaking of navigating challenges,
Yeah.
Shonda brings in this special guest named Chad
Okay.
to offer some practical advice on how to deal with those difficult people.
I love when they do that.
I do too.
Bring in another voice.
Yeah.
It's like we're getting different perspectives.
It's like a conversation.
Yeah.
Exactly. And Chad jumps right in,
that's right.
echoing Shonda's point that hurt people hurt people.
Mm-hmm.
But he takes it a step further.
Oh, really? How so?
He believes those difficult people are actually placed in our lives for a reason.
Now, that's interesting.
Yeah.
I wonder what he means by that. He says encountering difficult people can actually be opportunities for us to grow, to become more resilient, you know, and even demonstrate God's love in challenging situations.
That's a pretty radical way of looking at it. Like,
Yeah.
instead of seeing them as obstacles or annoyances, he's suggesting we see them as potential catalysts for personal and even spiritual development.
Yeah, exactly. It's a shift in perspective.
It is.
Doesn't mean we're condoning their behavior,
Right.
but it encourages us to look beyond the surface
Yeah.
and think about what's motivating it.
So it makes you wonder if sometimes those difficult encounters are pushing us to be more compassionate
Yeah.
and understanding people.
I mean, think about it. If we were always surrounded by people who agreed with us and made us feel good, would we ever really be challenged to grow?
Yeah, that's a good point. It's in those moments of friction that we learn about ourselves and how we interact with the world.
Right. And Chad doesn't just leave us with these philosophical musings.
Okay, good.
He
Because
gives us some pretty practical advice.
I was going to say, I need the practical stuff.
He emphasizes maintaining boundaries, like recognizing that you don't have to absorb their negativity.
It's like protecting your own energy.
Exactly. You're not letting them drain you.
Right.
Which ties back to what Shonda was saying about not letting negativity dim your light.
Yeah, I like that analogy.
Yeah, it's about protecting your inner peace so you can continue to shine even when there's darkness around you.
Exactly.
Another piece of advice he offers
Okay.
is respond, don't react.
Okay.
He says negative people often feed off of our reactions. So if you stay calm and collected, you can diffuse the situation.
I can see how that would work.
It's not giving them the power
Right.
to control your emotions.
Right.
It's about taking a step back, breathing deeply, and choosing a more mindful response.
That's easier said than done sometimes.
Oh, absolutely. It takes practice.
Yeah.
But the more we can cultivate that inner calm, the less power external forces have over us.
Yeah. And I think it's also about understanding where that negativity is coming from.
Right.
Chad shares this example of someone who's constantly criticized by their boss.
Okay.
And it turned out the boss was going through a lot of personal hardship and basically projecting that onto their employees.
Projection.
Yeah.
Classic defense mechanism.
Yeah.
It's when we take our own unacceptable feelings
Yeah.
and put them on someone else.
So in this case, the boss wasn't actually upset with the employee's performance.
Right.
It was more about their own internal struggles.
Yeah, probably. And what's interesting is the employee in this story chose to approach the situation with compassion.
Wow.
They recognized their boss's pain and responded with understanding instead of resentment.
That takes a lot of maturity.
It does.
It's so easy to get caught up
Oh, yeah.
in the negative and just retaliate.
It is, but by choosing compassion,
Yeah.
that person was able to change the whole dynamic
That's amazing.
of their relationship at work.
It's like a real-life example of how understanding can lead to better outcomes.
Yeah, and it shows the power of empathy,
It does.
to see the human being behind the behavior, even when it's difficult.
And sometimes those difficult people teach us valuable lessons.
Right.
Like Chad said, maybe they're there for a reason.
It's about finding the opportunity to grow even when things are tough. And it's not about letting them walk all over you,
Right.
but recognizing that even those difficult encounters can serve a purpose in our lives.
Chad also wraps up his initial thoughts with a message of hope.
Okay.
He says that even when things feel tough, God is working behind the scenes.
That's comforting.
It is, right?
It's a good reminder that we're not alone
Yeah.
and that there's something bigger guiding us, even when we can't see it.
Yeah, he compares it to a river.
Okay.
Like even when it seems like you're swimming upstream, God is guiding you.
I like that.
And he encourages us to show God's love through our interactions with those difficult people.
Turning negativity into an opportunity to practice compassion,
Right.
patience, understanding, challenging but rewarding.
It is. And to make this all a bit more practical, Chad has this segment he calls People Always Asking,
Oh, that.
where he tackles some common questions about dealing with negativity.
It's like he's reading our
I
minds,
know, right?
giving us the tools we need
I know.
to deal with these situations.
Exactly. And the first question is a big one. How do you shut down a negative person?
Ooh, that is a tough one.
It is, what does he say?
I'm all ears.
He says, listen without engaging.
Okay.
He compares it to a storm passing. You can let it pass without getting swept up in it.
That's a great analogy.
Isn't it?
Yeah. Sometimes the best response is just to observe and let the negativity go.
Exactly. And then he tackles the question, what causes a person to be negative all the time?
So many factors.
I know, right?
I mean, it could be personality, could be life experience.
He says it stems from unresolved pain, fear, insecurity. And while this doesn't excuse the behavior,
Right.
understanding the root cause can help us cultivate compassion.
Absolutely. It's about recognizing their humanity.
Yeah.
These people aren't bad. They're hurting
Mm-hmm.
and don't know how to express it.
It's a good reminder that we all have our own stories.
Yeah.
And sometimes negativity is a symptom of something deeper.
Exactly. And sometimes we have to have those hard conversations
Right.
with people we care about who are stuck in that negativity.
Yes. And he talks about how to tell someone that their negativity is draining you.
Okay, good.
And he says to approach it with kindness and honesty.
So not attacking them.
Right.
Just expressing your feelings in a healthy way.
Exactly. And he even gives a phrase that you can use like, I really care about you, but sometimes I feel overwhelmed when our conversations focus on the negative. Can we try to look at the positive side?
That's good. It's direct, but gentle.
It is.
Sets a boundary, but redirects the conversation in a positive way.
It's a delicate balance. But I think that's the key, being honest and compassionate.
And it's not always easy, but it's worth it.
Speaking of effort, another question he addresses is, how do I stop letting negative people affect me?
We all struggle with that.
I know.
So easy to get sucked in.
He says boundaries.
Okay.
You have to focus on your own peace
Mhm.
and not absorb the negativity.
Recognizing you have a choice
Right.
in how you respond.
Exactly. And finally, he addresses what is the root cause of negativity.
Ooh, I like this one.
What does he say?
Lay it on me.
He says it often comes from unmet needs,
Okay.
such as a lack of support or validation.
Makes sense.
And he points out that negativity can become a habit,
Oh, yeah.
making it easier to just see the world through that lens.
When we feel unsupported or unloved,
Mhm.
it's easy to fall into those negative patterns.
Right. And the more we do it, the more ingrained they become.
It's a vicious cycle.
Mm-hmm.
But the good news is
Yes,
those patterns can be broken.
they can.
With awareness, effort, and support, we can change our thinking.
That's a message of hope we all need.
Yes, it is.
And he ends on that note, emphasizing that perspectives can change and healing is possible.
Love it.
That's so important.
It's easy to get overwhelmed by the negativity,
It is.
but we have the power to change our mindset
We do.
and create a more positive reality.
And it's not just about changing our own perspective. It's about understanding and helping those who are trapped in it.
Right.
It's about extending compassion and support
Yeah.
and recognizing we're all in this together.
Chad emphasizes that point, reminding us to be strong and courageous. We're never alone.
And then he throws it back to Shonda, who's clearly moved by his words.
I bet.
She even calls him my boy Chad.
Oh.
And she talks about how committed she is to staying positive,
Good for her.
even if some people might call her a square.
It's about being true to yourself and your values,
It is.
even when people don't get it.
Exactly. And she ends by thanking her viewers and encouraging them to let their light shine, reminding them that they are loved and encouraging them to share that message with others.
That's beautiful.
It's like a call to action.
It is.
To spread that positivity.
Straight that ripple effect.
Exactly.
Kindness and understanding.
It is.
It's awesome how they blend personal stories and practical advice and even spiritual insights.
I know, right? It's a powerful and uplifting message.
What struck me most was how they went beyond just identifying the negativity,
Yeah.
but they offered strategies for dealing with it.
They gave us a path forward,
Yeah.
emphasizing personal responsibility,
Yeah.
resilience,
Mhm.
even faith.
Yeah. And it all goes back to that idea of hurt people hurt people.
Yeah.
Not an excuse, but a way to understand.
And that can be so freeing.
It is.
It helps us move past the judgment and resentment
Yeah.
to a place of compassion.
And empowerment.
Exactly. And, remember, we have the power to choose how we respond,
That's right.
to set boundaries, and to protect our peace.
And we're not alone.
We're not.
We're all in this together.
We are. And the key is to approach those challenges with awareness, courage, and commitment to choosing love over fear, even when it's hard.
That's right. Finding that strength within
Yeah.
to rise above the negativity and to choose kindness, even when we're faced with hurt or anger,
Mm-hmm.
believing that we can create a more positive and loving world.
Wow. Such a powerful thought.
It is.
Shonda and Chad really gave us a lot to think about.
They did.
As you navigate your own relationships,
Hmm.
remember, you have the power to choose how you respond.
You got this.
You do. You can let negativity control you, or you can rise above it.
And find the opportunity for growth.
Exactly. And remember, you're not alone.
We're all in this together.
We are. And we can support each other
Yeah.
in creating a more positive and compassionate world.
A more loving world.
We've really been given a toolkit for dealing with negativity, haven't we?
Yeah, it's not just about identifying it.
Right.
It's about having those strategies.
We have the practical tips like setting boundaries, but also understanding where it comes from.
Yeah, like we're looking at those people and situations through a new lens.
Totally.
Instead of just seeing the bad,
Yeah.
we can see the hurt.
And that makes such a difference.
Oh, yeah, for sure. It helps us be more compassionate.
More understanding, even when it's tough.
We're taking back our power.
Yeah.
Not letting negativity control us,
Right.
but choosing how we respond.
I keep thinking back to Shonda's story.
Yeah.
And how she took that negative experience
Yeah.
and turned it into something positive.
She's resilient,
She is.
committed to positivity.
Yeah.
Reminds me of that saying, you can't control the waves, but you can learn to surf.
That's a great analogy.
It's about finding that strength,
Yeah.
that balance.
To navigate the rough waters.
And sometimes those rough waters
Yeah.
lead us to amazing places.
They do.
It's like those people and situations
Mhm.
are pushing us to be better,
Yeah.
more understanding.
More compassionate, more resilient.
Except,
So as you go about your day,
remember, everyone is carrying their own burdens.
and sometimes those burdens come out as negativity,
Yeah.
anger, defensiveness.
It's not always easy to see,
No.
but it's there.
If we remember that
Mm.
and approach those people with compassion,
Yeah.
maybe they won't seem so difficult after all.
Maybe those challenging encounters
Yeah.
are actually opportunities for
Yeah.
kindness and patience and forgiveness,
Choosing love over fear,
even when it's hard.
even when it's hard, remembering we're all connected.
We are all in this together.
Yeah. And even small acts of kindness can make a difference.
That's a beautiful message.
It is.
Remember, you have the power to choose how you respond to negativity.
You do. You can let it dim your light, or you can let it fuel your growth.
And as you face those challenges, remember, you're never alone.
You're never alone.
There's always support.
Always.
So go out there and be a beacon of light.
Spread kindness.
Practice compassion. And remember, even in the darkest of times,
There's always hope.
always hope.
Caught in that cycle, lost in the fray. So I'll keep shining love, let the spirit transform. 'Cause with his love in me, I'm stronger than the storm. Yeah, I'm stronger than the storm. With God by my side, I can carry on. I'll lift them up when they're feeling warm. In his light, we're stronger than the storm.
You ready to go? You don't even know what's getting ready to happen, my poor baby. Let's go.
Today was tough, but it won't last long. You've been through the fire, now it's time to rest. With love and care, you'll heal your best. Heal, sweet Roxy, take your time. The world away while you feel fine. You're my hero, you're my light. Rest your head, it'll be alright. You've given me courage, you've given me joy. My loyal protector, my playful girl. Now it's my turn to be your shield, to hold you close while your wounds heal. Heal, sweet Roxy, take your time. The world will wait while you feel fine. You're my hero, you're my light. Rest your head, it'll be alright. Heal, sweet Roxy, take your time. The world will wait while you feel fine. You're my hero, you're my light. Rest your head, it'll be alright. You've given me courage, you've given me joy. My loyal protector, my playful girl. Now it's my turn to be your shield, to hold you close while your wounds heal. The sun will rise a brand new day. Each Each little step will pave the way. Your strength will bloom like a springtime sky. Together we'll run when the pain says goodbye. Heal, sweet Roxy, take your time. The world will wait while you feel fine. You're my hero, you're my light. Rest your head, it'll be alright. Heal, sweet Roxy, take your time. The world will wait while you feel fine. You're my hero, you're my light. Rest your head, it'll be alright. The sun will rise, a brand new day. Each little step will pave the way. Your strength will bloom like a springtime sky. Together we'll run when the pain says goodbye. Oh, sweet Roxy, brave and strong. Yesterday was tough, but it won't last long. You've been through the fire, now it's time to rest. With love and care, you'll heal your best. Heal, sweet Roxy, take your time. The world will wait while you feel fine. You're my hero, you're my light. Rest your head, it'll
Wait.
be alright.
Wait. 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 Good girl. Wait. Okay. Good girl. Look. All right, let's go. Come on. Good morning. Come on. Yeah. Okay.
You enjoying the snow? Yeah.
This is her first snow, so she was out there
so
trying to eat it.
With it? Yeah.
Hello. All right, so I'm gonna verify everything.
Okay.
Thanks for coming in today.
Oh, welcome.
No microchip?
Yes.
Yes, microchip.
Yes.
Any concerns, anything going on that you're worried about?
No.
Okay, perfect. And I have 984.
Oh, wait. She do. I just want to just double check, but she do have some bumps on each side, and I don't know if it's.
What do you mean? Here.
Okay.
So we'll send her home with an e-collar to keep her from licking herself, pain
Okay.
medicine to go home. Oh, sorry, baby girl. And then,
Sit.
do you think you're gonna need anything for helping keep her calm while we're trying to recover? Perfect. We'll send you home with some trazodone.
Okay.
Yesterday was tough, but it won't last long.
What about for pain?
Oh, absolutely. Pain meds for sure. Baby, you trying to escape? We'll call you if she's starting to recover. Let's see how she's done.
Okay.
Pick up. We're closing at 4:30 today, so we're gonna ask that you pick up by 4 o'clock
Okay.
at the latest. Okay.
Okay.
Perfect. All right.
And she will be done by then, or?
Oh gosh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
She should be good to go by then. Honestly, chances are she might be able to be picked up a little earlier, but I just want to make it clear we're closing
4
at
o'clock.
4:30.
Okay.
All right?
So I'll be back at 4.
That would be perfect. Just so it gives us time that if you have questions, concerns, we can talk about them.
Okay.
All right?
All right. How did her blood come back?
It looked like everything came back perfect. All
Okay.
right, sit down, my love.
Sit down.
All right, 84.
84.
We'll talk to you soon. Yes, ma'am.
Wow.
All right, enjoy your day. Be
All
safe.
right.
Bye.
Thank you. So that is it. I just dropped Roxy off to get spayed. So the journey begins after this.
Hey y'all, hey. Welcome back to Rockin' with Shonda. I'm Cora, Shonda's friend, and today we're diving into an important topic for Doberman owners. Spaying. This is Roxy, Shonda's Doberman, who just got spayed yesterday. She's doing great, and I'm here to share everything you need to know about the process, its benefits, and answers to some of the top questions Doberman owners ask. Let's get started. What is spaying? First off, what does spaying mean? Spaying is a surgical procedure that removes a female dog's ovaries and uterus, making her unable to have puppies. It's a common and safe procedure performed by veterinarians. Spaying your Doberman offers some fantastic benefits, both for her health and for you as her owner. Here are the top 3 benefits. Spaying drastically reduces the risk of uterine infections and completely eliminates the chance of ovarian or uterine cancers. It also lowers the risk of breast cancer, especially if done before her first heat. Spayed females are less likely to exhibit behaviors like roaming to find a mate or mood swings during heat cycles. By spaying, you're helping prevent unwanted litters and reducing the number of homeless dogs in shelters. Now, let's answer some of the most common questions Doberman owners ask about spaying.
When is the best time to spay my Doberman?
Vets usually recommend spaying between 6 and 12 months of age. For Dobermans who are large breed dogs, waiting until they're closer to 1 year old can be better to allow for full physical development. Always consult your vet to determine the right timing for your dog.
Will spaying change my Doberman's personality?
Not at all. Spaying doesn't affect your dog's personality. She'll still be the same playful, loving pup you know. However, you may notice fewer mood swings and calmer behavior overall.
What's the recovery process like?
Recovery typically takes 10 to 14 days. Your Doberman may be groggy for the first day or two and need to avoid running, jumping, or rough play. Your vet will provide pain medications and instructions to keep her comfortable.
Will spaying make my Doberman gain weight?
Spaying itself doesn't cause weight gain, but since it can slow metabolism slightly, you'll need to monitor her diet and ensure she gets regular exercise to maintain a healthy weight.
Is spaying expensive?
The cost of spaying can vary depending on your location and veterinary clinic. It's often between $200 and $500 for Dobermans, but it's an investment in your dog's long-term health. Many shelters and organizations also offer low-cost spay programs. Spaying is a big decision, but it's one that can have lifelong benefits for your Doberman. If you're preparing for your dog's surgery, here are a few quick tips. Set up a quiet, comfortable recovery area. Keep her cone on to prevent licking the incision. Follow all your vet's post-op care instructions. Roxy is already on the way to recovery, and I couldn't be happier knowing she's on a path to a healthier life.
Each little step will pave the way. Your strength will bloom like a springtime sky. Together we'll run when the pain says goodbye. Heal, sweet Roxy, take your time. The world will wait while you feel fine.
Right
You're
here.
my hero, you're
So
my
we have been home for about 15 minutes, and we tried to get her to sit down in the crate, and she didn't want to sit down in the crate. So she just kind of stood there like in a trance. So now we got her out,
Each little step will pave the way.
At least she is sitting down. So I'm just trying to wait for her to, feel comfortable enough to lay down. She laid down when we was on our way back home from the animal hospital. But I'm just trying to get her to lay down now so that she can get a little bit more comfortable because she's really out of it. So that's what the update is right now.
With love and care, you'll heal your best.
Hey y'all, hey. So I just wanted to give you an update on Roxy. So you guys know yesterday she got spayed, and the first night after, so we picked her up probably around about 4 o'clock, and the ride home was okay. Of course, mommy and daddy was there with her to pick her up, and she just seemed really, really drowsy, really stiff, like out of it, you know what I'm saying? And I kind of felt bad because of that, but we got her home, and she just kind of slept for a couple of hours, and then we fed her like 1 cup of kibble and gave her her medicine, and she was not really happy with the cone, that plastic thing they put around her neck. So we let her out of it for a little while, and she didn't bother her incision at all, but I did not feel comfortable with trying to sleep with her because she normally sleeps in the crate. And so last night I slept downstairs with her, and she slept on her bed beside me, and she did really good. I did put the comb back on her because I didn't feel comfortable with me sleeping, and maybe it might have been irritating her or something while I was asleep, so I didn't want to run that risk of doing that, you know what I'm saying? So, but she did pretty good. She did really good, and she got up again to go and use the bathroom. That's another thing. She did not want to stinky, or we call it stinky here at our house, but she did not want to have a bowel movement without having that Kong on. So as soon as my husband took it off of her, they went back outside, and she stinky right away, so it's like, okay, well, I guess that was the issue. But so we were able to get a bowel movement out of her last night after she came home. So that was a good thing. And then this morning she woke up probably around 2 o'clock to go and use the restroom to pee. And she didn't stinky, she had her Kong on. And so we came back in, she lay down and went back to sleep. And then I fed her this morning around about 7 o'clock. And we got to give her her medication 12 hours apart from each other. So I waited until like 7. Then that way tonight I can give it to her again at 7. Because trying to get up at 5 o'clock, who? But so that is the update, and you guys know that means I have to stay here at the house. And I just got out of the shower. I was able to get her to calm down and go in the crate, but man, y'all know I supposed to be out there in them streets doing that Walmart Spark. So because I cannot go out, I'm feeling some type of way. I'm trying to calm down, but I'm like, it's itching me. It's itching me. So I'm getting ready to, she's resting in the crate right now, so I'm just getting ready to do some much needed cleaning, and I'm getting ready to wash some clothes, and I may go ahead and do some trading today since I am at home and I'm not doing Walmart Spark, and I'm not going out today to do Walmart Spark because I want to be here with her just to make sure that she's okay. Yeah, so that is the update for her spay procedure, and I guess I will see you guys in a few. Bye.
Thanks for watching. If you found this video helpful, give it a thumbs up and subscribe for more Doberman care tips. And let me know in the comments if you have any other questions about spaying or Dobermans in general. Until next time, take care and give your pups a big hug from me, Shonda and Roxy. Love you guys, see you on the beaches of the world and in the next video.
Each little step will pave the way. Your strength will bloom like the springtime sky.
Why do I hurt so bad? Why do I feel so sad? I thought I was over it. Is this how you feel? Come here, give me a hug.
Why does it hurt so bad? Why do I feel so sad? Thought I was over you, but here I am.
Hey y'all, hey. So today, I just wanted to speak a little bit from the heart. Lately, I've been going through some things that's been having me feel kind of lost. I've had days where I felt like nothing was going right, where the weight of everything was just so overwhelming. And it's been hard to see a way forward. I don't know, maybe you can relate. I know I'm not the only one that's been through this. Life throws things at all of us. Sometimes it's things that we could have never thought would happen. Things that really test our strength. And if you're in that place right now, I just want you to know that you are not alone. Whatever you are facing right now, whatever struggles you're going through, they don't define who you are. And even though it's tough, I promise you, you can keep going, you can keep pushing. And that's why I wanted to share this video today. It's called, Why Do I Feel So Bad? How keep going when life gets too tough. Because even when things feel impossible, there are ways to find strength, ways to push through, and ways to remember that, yeah, we can keep moving forward. In this video, I'll be sharing some stories, some strategies, and maybe a little bit of inspiration. My hope is that if you are in a tough place right now in your life, you might find something in here that speaks to you, that helps you feel a little less alone and a little bit more understood. So if you're ready to dive into this video with my boy Chad, I know it's not easy, but if we take it step by step, there's always a path forward. Let's figure out how we can keep moving forward. Here's my boy Chad.
Life can feel like an uphill battle. There are times when every step forward seems to be met with resistance, every door feels closed, and you might feel stuck. But what if I told you that these tough times can lead to something extraordinary? That every struggle is shaping a new chapter of your story. Thanks, Shonda, for that introduction. You are the best. Hey, everyone. Today, I want to share some stories and strategies to help you keep going, even when it feels like everything's against you. Life is tough sometimes. We all face moments that challenge us, push us to our limits, and make us question everything. But here's the thing, those tough moments, they can become our biggest teachers and our strongest allies if we choose to see them that way. Let me start with a story about a woman named Sarah. Sarah grew up in a small town, and her dream was to become a doctor. But she didn't have money for school, and her family struggled financially. Still, she worked 2 jobs, studied late into the night, and applied for countless scholarships. There were times she felt she couldn't go on, but every time she wanted to give up, she asked herself, what if this struggle is preparing me for something greater? That question changed her outlook. She wasn't just fighting to survive anymore. She was building resilience, strengthening herself for the future. Today, Sarah is a doctor, helping people every day. Sarah's story teaches us something powerful. When life gets tough, it's often because we're being molded into something stronger. When you're in the middle of a struggle, remember that it may be shaping you for the future. Every mountain you climb becomes a new perspective, a higher vantage point from which you can see the world. Another story that I am reminded of that I want to share is about John. John had been struggling with depression for years. He couldn't seem to get out of bed, and life felt like it was on a loop, just surviving from one day to the next. One day, John decided to try something new. He set one tiny goal: make his bed every morning. It seemed small, almost silly at first, but that one action turned into 2, then 3. Slowly, he started reclaiming his life, one small victory at a time. If you're feeling like the weight of the world is on your shoulders, don't underestimate the power of small steps. Sometimes, progress isn't about making giant leaps, it's about moving forward 1 inch at a time. Celebrate those small victories. They'll lead to bigger wins. Remember, each little step you take, even if it feels insignificant, is a step towards something better. When things get tough, remember why you're here. Think of someone like Thomas Edison. He failed thousands of times before he invented the light bulb. What kept him going? He knew why he was doing it. He had a vision of bringing light to the world, and that kept him pushing forward, even in the face of constant setbacks. So, when you're facing challenges, ask yourself, why am I doing this? Who or what am I fighting for? Whether it's your family, your dreams, or even just the hope of a better tomorrow, knowing your why can fuel you through even the darkest moments. It doesn't need to be grand. It just needs to be personal and meaningful to you. I'd like to share another story about a young woman named Emily. Emily was going through a rough time. Her relationship had ended, she lost her job, and she felt completely alone. One day, she finally reached out to a friend, who helped her find support and reminded her she didn't have to face her struggles alone. Having someone to lean on made all the difference. When life gets tough, remember that you don't have to go through it alone. Reach out to friends, family, or even support groups. Sharing your burdens can lighten the load. Sometimes, just knowing that someone else cares, that someone else believes in you, can be the strength you need to keep moving forward. Finally, one last story for you. This one is about a guy named David who went bankrupt in his 40s. His business had collapsed, and he felt defeated. But David believed in second chances. He worked tirelessly to rebuild his life, not by trying to recreate what he had lost, but by finding a new path forward. Eventually, he started a new business, one that aligned with his passions, and he found success all over again. Sometimes, life's hardest moments lead to new beginnings. When you're in the middle of a storm, it can be hard to imagine the sun ever shining again. But every ending brings a chance for a new beginning. Believe that life has more in store for you. There's always a chance to start over, to rebuild, and to become even stronger. Life isn't easy. We all face battles that test us. But remember, you are resilient, you are capable, and you have a purpose. When times get tough, keep moving forward, even if it's just one small step. Remember Sarah, John, Emily, and David. Their struggles didn't define them, and neither will yours. Thank you for watching. If this video spoke to you, if you're facing a challenge right now, just know you're not alone. Keep going. One day, you'll look back and realize how far you've come. And remember, every tough time is part of your story. Let it be one that inspires others. Make sure to share this video with someone who needs some encouragement. Like, comment, and subscribe so you don't miss any of the videos Shonda and I have coming up. Until next time, love you. See you on the beaches of the world.
Just a phase, but I'm haunted by the love we made. The memories fade, but the feeling stays, like a storm that just won't go away. Why does it hurt so bad? Why do I feel so sad? Thought I was over you, but here I am, lost in the shadow of who I am. Why does it hurt so bad? Maybe it's time I let go of all the dreams I used to hold. But every time I say goodbye, I hear your voice and I break inside. Why does it hurt so bad? Why do I feel so sad? Thought I was over you, but here I am, lost in the shadow of who I am. Why does it hurt so bad? I'm searching for peace in the pieces of me, but the weight of the past, it won't set me free. Why does it hurt so bad? Why do I feel so sad?
So I am sitting here at Bojangles because I had to stop to use the restroom. I told y'all, when you doing Walmart Spark, it's best that you go to a restaurant to use the bathroom, because these gas station bathrooms don't be clean like that. And not all the restaurant bathrooms be clean either, but listen. God just put in my spirit, stop judging what you see, because you don't know where they came from. And you know, that is so true. We all judge people that we see, especially now more than ever on social media. You have no idea what that person been through, what that person do, what that person have done. You have no idea. All you see is what you see, but that does not mean that what you see is the whole entire story. Just take a look at your life and the things that you've been through, and you tell me just a snippet of your life is shown on video, if you're doing video, if you're on social media or whatever the case may be. But don't nobody truly know your story. You know what I'm saying? Like, no one actually knows what you've been through, or, you know, the things that have happened to you that led you to today. Nobody knows. Except for the people that have experienced that with you. But other than that, nobody actually know. Even in those situations, they don't know what was going on inside of you internally that made you do or say the things that you did or said, or how you responded or reacted to what you reacted to. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. So if nobody knows your story, then why is it that so many people judge other people's story based on what they see, instead of actually coming inside and cleaning my house? There's a song out that I thought, when I first heard it, I thought it was R. Kelly. But it's not R. Kelly. It is, I forget what his name is. But the name of the song is Clean This House. And eventually he ended up getting with R. Kelly, and they made a remix together because he sounded so much like R. Kelly. But the song is wonderful. I'm going to try to link it here in the card so that you can listen to it. The song is wonderful. Like, I absolutely love the song because, you know, everything that we experience in life is a direct reflection of what we have done, the choices that we have made. And then we look at other people and try to judge them. And, you know, you may say, oh, I don't judge people, but watch yourself. Watch yourself. The next time you're having a conversation with someone and you're talking about somebody else and you put in your thought or your opinion on whatever they said, that's judging. Can't nobody judge us but Jesus. Can't nobody judge us but God. You know, we are all here playing this same game called life. And the experiences that we go through and how we overcome them, it determines who we are as a people. And nobody is better than the next person. Newsflash, I guess. But, you know, I just wanted to come out and say that, you know, we have to think about what we have going on inside of us and stop trying to judge others from what we see, because we don't know what they have been through or what they are going through. I remember driving, y'all, I'm sorry, I got this towel for my nose. Remember I was telling you that I had problems with my spinal cord fluid levels being high. One of the symptoms that I have is nose drippings. Like, I don't know if it's the spinal cord fluid that's coming through or what, I don't know. But, you know, I normally don't have a nose drip. It's almost kind of like a nosebleed, but it's not a nosebleed. But anyway, I was getting ready to tell you about the story about the time that I was driving a school bus. And there was this little girl that was on my bus. And I was telling one of my pet peeves when I was driving the school bus was standing up and walking around. Even though that's exactly what I did when I was riding the school bus when I was in school. But one of my pet peeves is people walking around, you know what I'm saying, standing up, because that's dangerous. And you don't think about that as a kid. I definitely won't think about that when I was riding the school bus. You know what I'm saying? I just wanted to be with my friends and all of that good stuff, right? So there's this girl that was on my bus, and I'm telling this little boy to sit down. She had nothing to do with it. She was not doing anything. You know, but she decided to open her mouth and say, "You need to mind your business." And I was like, "Excuse you?" Now this is middle school students, okay? Middle school students. And this is very ironic to what I'm getting ready to say. Something else happened after this, but so she was like, "You need to mind your business." And after I tell the little boy he need to sit down, had absolutely nothing to do with her. I didn't say anything to her. I didn't look at her or anything. I said, "Excuse you?" She said, "You heard what I said. You need to mind your business. You ain't nothing but a bus driver anyway." Now, y'all, I should not have let that get to me, but I was a little bit younger. I had just got out of the military, and I was kind of hot-headed at that time. And she said that to me, and she ended up calling me a bitch. And I got up, and I asked her to come to the front, and she was like, "I ain't gotta do nothing you do. I don't have to do anything you tell me to do." These kids are something else now. And thank God nothing happened from that, but something did happen. They ended up started recording because I asked her to come to the front, and she wouldn't come to the front. And both of the front seats were taken up. So I go back there and tell her, you need to get up because we're not leaving until you get up here to the front. So she was like, "I don't have to do nothing you tell me to do." Da, 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 da. She ended up calling me a bitch. So I said, "Get up right now and go to the front." Now, so she's up. Me and her, at this point, we're fussing because you called me out my name. You could call me every name in the book. You know what I'm saying? Like, I let her get to me. And so now we're fussing, and she's every bit my size. Okay, and yes, she was a child, and I was absolutely wrong for fussing with her, but these kids will test you. And this is the reason why I no longer work for that school bus. Driving that school bus, because listen, I ain't trying to go to jail. Listen, you know what I'm saying? These kids, they up here, they fighting. These teachers, they're fighting the bus drivers, and you want us to take your kids home. Anyway, so my point to that whole story was that she said that I was nothing but a bus driver. And at the time, I was a bus driver, but I had other stuff going on. And I had just purchased my first ever home. I was a single parent at the time. Me and my husband were not together. You know what I'm saying? And we were definitely not married. but we were not together at the time, and my husband is my son's father. So, you know, I was a single mom. I was raising my son by myself, you know what I'm saying? Well, he was in the picture, but, you know, it was me and my son every single day. And, you know, so I'm like, I'm thinking to myself, it's like my life flashed between my eyes, in front of my face, and I can just see the rage that she had inside of her, and how I allowed her to get me to that point. Because she said that first of all, she called me out my name, but she had called me, you ain't nothing but a bus driver. And then, you know, after a point, you know, when I was able to calm down and stuff like that, and, you know, go back over everything that happened, I thought to myself, you know what? I allow her to get me to that point for what? She has no idea of what I do. Yes, I drive school buses, but I also do other things as well. So she don't know that. So why did you allow a child to get you to that point when she don't know your life? That's something inside of you that you need to fix. That ain't had nothing to do with her. Because if you allow something so small as that to get you off of your rocker, what's really going on inside of you? That's something you need to fix. So I went and fixed it. You know what I'm saying? And I understand things a little bit better. So you can't just say to me now any old thing and think that I'm going to get upset, because you don't know my life. That's just like I don't know your life. You know, and we are here to entertain and, you know, try to help in some kind of way, help educate, you know, on YouTube. But, you know, people look at other people and they think that they know, and you have no idea. This is the reason why I don't like looking at the news, because the news preach negative stuff all the time. Where is that helping people? Where is that helping their life at all? Like, I don't get it. Anyway, I just wanted to come on here because that was in my spirit, that, you know, we need to stop judging each other for what we see, because what we see is not always the full story. And when we start to take responsibility for ourselves and the things that's going wrong in our life, then the things that you see will turn around. And you won't see the negative in this person, this person, and this person. You will begin to see the positivity in them. What you see is what you focus on. What you focus on is what grows. So that's you who see that negativity. That's something inside of you that you got to change. I don't know. All I know is the law of attraction is real. And if you don't get your life together, you're going to continue to see the negative of life. Stop judging, folks. That's all I'm saying. Stop judging, folks. I love you guys. We're going to do better this year. We're going to do better. We have to do better. We can't stay in the mess of life. We can't. I love you guys. Thank you so much for listening to me rant. I love you. Thank you. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe, and turn on the bell notification. And I will see you guys on the beaches of the world and in the next video. Love you. Bye.
The story's deeper than you'll ever know. Take a look inside your heart. Trace your steps back to the start. Every stumble, every climb was more than just a moment in time. What you see is not the full story. Every soul's a battlefield of pain and glory. Look at yourself, the path you walked. Every twist, every turn, every lesson it's taught. Before you judge, before you define, remember there's more than meets the eye. Behind the smile, there's a fight they faced. Behind the silence, there's dreams misplaced. We're all just travelers, roads unknown, carrying burdens we don't always show. Peel the layers, see what's real. A broken heart still learns to heal. Through the cracks, the light will shine and teach us that no one's just a line. What you see is not the full story. Every soul's a battlefield of pain and glory. Look at yourself, the path you walked. Every twist, every turn, every lesson it's taught. Before you judge, before you define, remember there's more than meets the
Good morning. It's 6 o'clock. Gotta go to the VA this morning. Y'all, there is a dark side to being a veteran. Come on, let's talk about it. So y'all,
Sometimes I look in the mirror and I see all these doubts that are back in me. Every I can't and I'm not enough. All the fears that try to keep me stuck.
my husband looking at me like, what is she doing? Why is she always in that camera?
The voice in my head says I can't.
Listen,
There's a fire in my soul that'll grow.
there is a dark side to being a veteran.
Face the voice I gotta make it weak.
Nobody prepares you to go into the military and the afterlife, right?
Let the world see the power in me. Yeah, I believe in me. Every challenge that I face today is just a stone on my own pathway. I'll take each step and learn to trust that my strength is enough. Yeah, it's more than enough. Now I'm ready to fight this fight, claim my worth and feel alive. Doubt tries to hold me, but I'll break free. I'll own my story and I'll just be me. I'll believe in me. Yeah, I'll take that leap. Face the voice I gotta make it weak. I'm stronger than I ever thought. With every step I'll give it all I got. I'll rise up high, let the world see the power in me. Yeah, I believe in me. And when I feel that fear creeping in, I'll remind myself of where I've been. I'm not perfect, no, but that's alright. This is my journey.
We are definitely running late. Like 10 minutes. because I'm going to have an MRI done on my back. Hopefully they take me because I am late. If you ever need to come to mental health, there it is.
Hey, how you doing this morning?
All right, and yourself?
Yeah.
Good. So it turns out that I was actually 2 hours early. But the 8 o'clock, I think 8:30 person hadn't got there yet, so she just took me on in, and it only took about 17 minutes. So, did you know that there is a correct way to wash your hands? Crazy enough, before I went into the military, I worked at the hospital, and my hand is always shaking, Jesus. I seen how the doctors wash their hands, and they wash their hands twice. So I ended up picking up that habit, so I do that now. Even when I wash myself, I wash myself twice. It's a habit, and it's clean. So yeah, they got cameras everywhere. So turns out I was actually 2 hours early. And this is the eye clinic. I'll have to come there in a couple of months. But I think it might be next month. Oh, Jesus. Oh man. But yeah, it turns out I was actually 2 hours early and not a couple of minutes late. I don't know how I got that messed up.
Somebody was like telling me about it, right?
Hey, how y'all doing?
Good. Somebody was telling me about it.
So they do got the cafe not open yet. Today is Saturday, so it's not that many people here. They like to do MRIs early Saturday morning. Let me see. Let's see how long this elevator gonna take. Oh, not long. The different things that you go through as a veteran. Y'all, when you come to the VA, don't forget to put in your travel pay, okay? Because they're not going to do it. And guess what? I ain't doing it today. I don't feel like going to that floor. I'm telling you. I'm ready to get to the car and go on about my business. Look at that. It seems like they always building on something. But what? Seems like since I've been coming here, they've been building on something. Still ain't got it built yet. Y'all, it got hot in the MRI machine. It's the Navy, baby. Absolutely. We representing up in here. As y'all can see, it's not that many cars out here. Y'all see baby blue up in this piece? It's dark, it's mad dark. Yo, normally it'd be jam-packed. Not even nowhere to park. Thank God I got a spot right here at the door. Oh, I don't mean no harm. I pulled over to get some gas, and first thing coming, here comes somebody homeless trying to ask for some money. But he looking sketchy as all get out. I don't mean no harm. You know I love everybody. But don't be looking so sketchy. You know what I'm saying? Like you ready to do something. Because I got something for you if you ready to do something. I'm just saying. You don't know me, I don't know you. We both don't know what each other went through, but don't think that I'm weak. Okay? I'm far from that. Just saying. Don't look so daggone sketchy. Maybe somebody might help you out. The other day I stopped at Sheets, and there was a homeless guy there, and he asked me, he was like, "Man, you got $2 so I can get me a specialty drink." He had a Pepsi, something to eat, you know what I'm saying? And folks be stalking. Folks be stalking. Watch your surroundings at all times. But you know, he was like, "You got $2 so I can get me a specialty drink." And I was like, you know, it's funny you should say that, because I was just thinking that I wanted me a specialty drink before I even got here. I said, I don't have $2, but, you know, I'll buy you the drink. So we went in there and I bought it for him and everything. I told him to keep his money. And we just sat and talked, and, you know, he was young enough to be my son. You know, and I was like, man, you know, we was just talking up, come to find out he was from Virginia, and I was telling him I was stationed in Virginia. So, make your connections with people, man, but listen, you ain't gotta look so daggone sketchy. People might want to help you out. Just saying. So y'all, my husband looking at me like, what is she doing? Why is she always in that camera? Listen, there is a dark side to being a veteran. Nobody prepares you to go into the military and the afterlife. Right? I can remember when I was getting ready to go into the military, I actually weighed like 172 pounds. And my max weight was 170 pounds. And they actually made me take a laxative in order to be able to go in. I should have known right then and there that this was getting ready to be an issue. What I do with my lotion? Oh, right here in my eye. I should have known right then and there that was getting ready to be a problem. Alright, so I get past that. I dropped a little 2 pounds in one day. And so we get to the MEP station and we gotta do like little things, physical things, to see if we could do what we gotta do. They was not getting ready to let me in. Flag number 2. They was not getting ready to let me in because I had flat feet. And they was like, oh, you're not gonna be able to go in because you got flat feet. And I'm like, and y'all, my feet is so narrow. If you ever seen that cartoon, Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs, you seen his feet? That's what my feet look like. I was looking at my husband's feet while we were in the shower the other day. And I was thinking to myself, now, he has the ideal foot. You know, when they say, y'all, you see what I'm eating? When they say, you know, they put the little baby footprint up there and it has that little, like that, that's the type of foot that he has. That's the type of feet that he has. But my feet look just like this. You ever seen them? You ever seen them donuts? You know, the long donuts? That's what my feet look like. And they was like, ma'am, you cannot go in the military. I said, who? At that point in my life, I'm gonna prove you wrong. I was in the I'm gonna prove you wrong mode. Flag number 2. So when you get to boot camp, they immediately try to break you. So if you are not mentally strong enough, you will break. And they will pick on you. So when I first got there, I had went there on the buddy system, so I thought. So I had went in on the buddy system, so I thought. me and one of my friends from high school had went in the Navy together. And we thought we was going to be together the entire time. Well, the entire time through boot camp and all of that. And that was not the case. And they also didn't tell us about the sign-on bonus. We later found that out by other people. And they was like, oh yeah, you didn't get the sign-on bonus? I said, what sign-on bonus? My recruiter didn't tell me nothing about no sign-on bonus. So anyway, so we missed out on the sign-on bonus. It was like $30,000 or whatever, you know. You get half up front and half when you complete something. I don't even know what it was because they didn't tell me. Okay? And so the first 3 days were called P days, processing days. And that's the first time that I ever had been around that many females. And not knowing that female cycles, excuse me fellas for a second, come together when you are around each other 24/7. Everybody was on their cycle. And then we couldn't take a bath for 3 whole days. But anyway, I remember the first time I felt something wrong. Y'all, this order keep trying to come in. It's from Zebulon, North Carolina for $16. It was $15. They done bumped it up to $16. It's picking up from the pharmacy. I'm thinking about taking it, but they're going to have to pay me a little bit more money to come from Raleigh to go to Zebulon to pick that up. But anyway, I remember the first morning, we were supposed to be getting up and getting started with this whole military thing. The RDCs came in, yelling, screaming, and everything. Now, for someone who was 18, 19 years old, you're not knowing what you are expecting, or you're not knowing anything about what's getting ready to go down. Y'all, tell me why I was on the top bunk, and they had in this compartment, they had every bit of about 100, 110, 120 females in this one compartment, and we shared the building with the men. Not the compartment that we was in, not the apartment. But ooh. Hey, what's up? Shut up. Dang, that's what's up. Alright. My husband just got a Whopper. 57, 16 stops. And I'm sitting here waiting on one. Alright, baby. Okay. Maybe I'll get me one. Hopefully. Alright, love you. Bye. Yo, I'm sitting over here waiting and They got me sitting over here waiting for offers. They keep lowballing. Lowballing is when they sending you offers for like $7, $8, $9, $10. Who gonna do that? You already want me to go to a whole town over. Zebulon is actually 2 towns over. And they still trying to push this $16.27. Now, I would probably take that if it was here at the Walmart that I'm sitting at right now in Raleigh. But I ain't doing that. I'm not going all the way over there. It's only one drop off, which is good. But I'm not going all the way over there for $16. Who? I will go over there, but for the right price. Not $16. You throw out some $20 or something, I go. Shoot. Make it worth it, Jesus. Make it worth it. But look, so, you know, the RDCs come in there yelling, screaming, get up, get up, get up, get up, get up. When you 18, 19 years old, you ain't thinking about nothing other than doing what they tell you to do, because you don't know what's getting ready to go down. You don't know what's getting ready to happen or what's going to happen to you if you don't do it. I jumped down to stand at attention. And every nerve, pain in my body just shoots all the way from my feet all the way up. I can feel it. Flag number 2. At this point, I can't do nothing about them flags, so I might as well stop even saying anything about it. But that was just the beginning of my journey, okay? And the journey goes on. I'm not gonna sit here and talk about it too much. I can't really say a lot of anything, to be honest. But what I can say is, before I got out of the military, somebody told me this, and if you are in the military right now and you are getting ready to get out, or when you get ready to get out, you need to make sure that everything is documented in your medical records, in your military records. Anything that happens to you, and I mean absolutely anything that happens to you, whether you're on leave or you're on duty or whatever the case may be, you need to document it. Some things happened to me while I was on leave, but because I was still active duty, and I ended up having to go to the hospital, and you know, that was in my medical records. You know what I'm saying? So somebody told me before I got out that any and everything that's in your medical records, you need to make a copy of. And before you get out, go ahead and start your claim with the VA. Because once you get out, it will take them longer to handle your claim than it would if you go ahead and put in your claim or your intent to file before you get out of the military. Okay? Put in your intent to file before you get out of the military. And that will save your space as far as you get ready to file your claim. But you need to file your claim for disability compensation, because the majority of the people, and here's the dark side to being a veteran. First of all, they treat you like a stepchild when you get out. Now, I ain't saying that all stepchildren are bad, please. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that all step parents are bad. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is it takes them a while to get to you. Once you are no longer active duty, okay, it takes them a very long time. If you are active duty and you go ahead and get your claim together, then they'll get to you faster, okay? So take that little bit of piece of information, because once you get out here as a veteran, it's different. And I still, thank God that, I had some people to kind of coach me along the way, because I was staying out here. I don't stand nowhere. I be driving out here, and there's so many people, homeless veterans, that stand on that corner out there. And I think to myself, How did we get to a point in this country where we don't take care of the people that tried to take care of us? That's out there fighting for us. I don't get it. There should not be homeless veterans out there on that street. Now, I get it that, some people are on drugs and all this other good stuff, and, at the end of the day, the choices that you make is your choices. But it's hard out here for veterans. It really is. And a lot of veterans are coming out of the military, and the number one disability that they have is mental health. Rightly so. I can understand that. These veterans need help, and sometimes they don't know that they need help. And that was my case. I didn't believe in the whole mental health thing for a long time. I just thought that, people thought themselves into depression so you can think yourself out of it. Well, I learned very, very quickly that that's not the case. But they are out here suffering, and a lot of them don't know that they're suffering, so a lot of them don't get help. And then you have those situations where, these people, they come home, they terrorizing their family, and they have no clue why. They don't understand it. Well, listen, that's a touchy subject. So I'm going to go ahead and stop talking about this. So anyway, there is a dark side to being a veteran. And that's one of the biggest things, is having to deal with the mental and the physical repercussions of being in the military. That part. They don't tell you about that before you go in. You don't experience that until you done been in and you get out and you see what it's all about. And then You look around and it's like one of the things that they teach you from the beginning is to don't look nobody in their eye. You have to look straight. You're not supposed to look at them. That's a sign of disrespect. Your higher ups, your commander in chiefs, your lieutenants, you're not supposed to look them in the eye. And then when you get out and you talk to other people and they want you to look them in the eye, and they think that something is wrong with you because you won't look at them, and they say that that's a sign of disrespect. That's something that is beat into you, and they don't understand it. Why we don't look at you in your eye. And for me, that's something that I'm still working on. Trust me, that came from the military. There is a dark side. Like I said, I don't want to get too deep into it like that, because that's a touchy subject. But anyway, oh, sorry, y'all. I'm sitting here looking at these women. This woman just pulled up in a motorcycle, honey. She is doing her thing. Do you hear me? Anyway, y'all, I'm sitting over here waiting for a order from Walmart Spark. It is 10:34, and I have not gotten the order yet today, so you know I'm feeling some type of way. So hopefully they send me a Whopper this morning too, so I can go ahead and do something. Or I might just have to take one of these small orders just to have something to do.
The voice in my head says I can't, but I know there's a fire in my soul that'll grow. I'll believe in me. Yeah, I'll take that leap. Face the voice that doubted me. Some days away.
Hey y'all, hey. So I just wanted to come on here today for this message that was put in my heart. Show up anyway.
So I show up anyway, even when it's tough, even when my heart says I've had enough. Through the highs and the lows, through the
no matter what's going on, no matter what you're going through, show up anyway. Even if you feel like the energy is not on the inside of you, show up anyway, because whatever you are feeling in that moment, somebody else is feeling the same thing. Somebody else is feeling the same way. And the fact that you had the muster, you had the audacity to show up anyway, that gives them the motivation to go on another day. I have been feeling, kind of bad. You guys know I suffer from IIH. I feel like, my symptoms are starting to come back because I had gained all my weight back. Well, I'm in the midst of trying to lose the weight again. And but the symptoms is starting to come back. The headaches, the pressure in the eyes. Like I'm so ready to get home so that I can go and lay down and go and take something for my headache and lay down. But I just wanted to come on here just to say, no matter what you are going through, the devil is always trying to find little things that he can get into you for you to give up. And you don't give up. Don't do it. Show up anyway. Even when you feel like, well, dang, I don't have the energy, I don't feel good, show up anyway. Show up anyway. Because, like I said, guys, today was the first day that I actually stayed home and cleaned up my office. I finally cleaned up my office. Oh my God, it needed a lot of work. And I could have been recording that, you know what I'm saying? I got my selfie stick in the mail yesterday. I ordered me a selfie stick. It's so cute, guys. It's like purple. It matches my cell phone case. But anyway, my selfie stick came yesterday, so I truly could have been recording me cleaning up my office because it was horrible. And I didn't want to go in there because it was so horrible. And it was really just like a lot of mail that had been stacked on my desk. And just, we got new cars. So the old cars, I had just dumped like a whole bunch of trash. Or not trash, but like stuff that was in the car. Dumped it in a trash bag, and it's been sitting in my office, since we got the new cars. And we've had these cars now since April. So that bag has been sitting in the same place since April. Okay? So I did not even want to go in my office. And we just kept stacking on mail. Like I stopped even looking at the mail. Now, going through the mail today, I actually found $5 in some advertisement that somebody was doing, trying to get me to do a survey for them, and they sent $5 along with the survey. Well, needless to say, I got my $5 and I still didn't do the survey. What? You can send me all the money in the world, I'll take it. But if I got to go and do a survey for you, I'm not going to do it. I'm just not going to do. But y'all, I got my $5, y'all. I got $5 in the mail. I'll take it. Thank you, Jesus. But anyway, I just wanted to come on here because I'm like, I was starting to feel that spirit of don't worry about it. Just don't post. Just don't post the video. You don't have nothing to talk about because you're hurting. Who wants to look at a video because you down on your energy, your head is hurting. Don't nobody want to sit here and listen to you rant about stuff that but that's a no for me. I'm not gonna let that energy win. Like, seriously, that's a no for me. I supposed to be fasting, okay? But I need to take some ibuprofen for my headache when I get home. So I don't want to eat nothing heavy because I have been fasting. So I went to go get me some watermelon because watermelon is light, and I'm going to be eating only watermelon anyway. I supposed to be started January 1st eating only watermelon. That went down the drain. But anyway, I need to eat the watermelon to help to clean me out so that I can lose the weight. And if I'm gonna eat anything, it might as well be watermelon. I don't even know how I even got on this topic of watermelon, but I think that the only reason why I got on that topic is because, like I said, I just wanted to make this video because it's so easy for you to get into the comfort zone. You know what I'm saying? And I know I was talking about this the other day, but it's so easy to get into the comfort zone, especially when you're not feeling good, and you want to go and do a thing, and that thing for me is making YouTube videos. And it's like, okay, I'm dealing with that. I'm dealing with depression. I'm dealing with grieving because I lost my brother and my sister, his wife. And it's hard. I'm not going to sit here and lie. And I'm not going to make myself cry. But I don't know who this message is for, but for whoever do see it, and for whatever reason God had me to make this video to get to you, this person is getting ready to cut me off. People can't drive, man. Don't come to North Carolina because North Carolinians cannot drive. Alright, if you coming from up north, do not come to North Carolina because North Carolinians cannot drive. I remember when I was in boot camp and it snowed. I almost had a whole heart attack because of how much snow we got up there. And I was like, there is no way that North Carolina would be able to handle all of this snow. No way. Oh my gosh. So anyway, as I was saying, I don't know who this message is for, but I just came on here today to let you know that I understand, and you are not the only one that's going through it. There's so many people that is going through the similar situation that you are, but don't give up. Don't give up. Try to push through it if you can. If you got enough energy to get up, stand up. That's what's going on with me. I don't have really enough energy to really talk about anything in this video, but I wanted to make a video because I felt like I was falling behind, and y'all know me. Like today, I didn't even drive today because we were down to one vehicle. My husband's vehicle cut off on him, and so we had to go take his vehicle to the shop. And so we have been just working off of just my vehicle since Friday. So over the weekend, and y'all know, I couldn't do Walmart Spark. What? I couldn't do Walmart Spark? I mean, I could, and I did. We did, but we were working with one vehicle. So it was like, you know, he took one order, then I took one order. Then he took one order, then I ended up getting a Whopper. And so I let him take a Whopper for the 2 o'clock. Because remember, I don't know what your time zone is, but in the Eastern time zone, or at least in North Carolina, they dropped the multiple orders at 2 o'clock, and I call them the Whoppers. They're anywhere from 15 on up, 15 stops on one order on up. So I call those the Whoppers. But I ended up getting one in the morning, and my husband, so I let my husband take the one in the afternoon. And then, you know, I just went out yesterday and did some orders. Well, we both went out. He went out with me. And I had got a Whopper for like 24 stops for $77. So he was like, well, you could just go ahead and take that or whatever. So I let him go out today so that he can kind of get caught up for the week. So I did not go out today, but I felt it in my bones, like I wanted to come out. You know, I felt bad because I couldn't come out. And so that's what I'm saying about showing up for YouTube. I wanted to make videos, you know what I'm saying? But I kind of felt me falling into the comfort zone because I feel bad. You know, like my eyes is hurting right now. I'm feeling pressure, like right up in here. And that's how I found out that I had IIH the last time, is because my best friend told me to go and get my eyes checked, you know, so I can tell. And then sometimes I'll hear like a swishing sound, like you ever got water in your ears, you know, and you couldn't get it out, and you kind of tilt your head to the side to try to get the water out, but you can hear, it's kind of like you can hear your heart beating because your ears is stopped up with water. Well, that's the sound that I be getting, you know what I'm saying? And it just comes and it gets very loud, you know, like if I don't go and lay down, it'll get real loud. And I know, like, the back end of that, this may be a little bit TMI, but I am not very regular in the bowel movement department. Shall I say constipated? Not really constipated, but I'm not regular. You know what I'm saying? So I guess that would be considered constipated. That's a little bit too much information. But I'm just saying that I could tell when I had my husband fasting and on fruit only because he was diagnosed with diabetes. I went on all fruit, all watermelon diet as well. And I had became regular again. And I could tell I felt so much lighter. And I could tell like the pressure in my eyes and stuff, and the migraines and stuff went away drastically. Like I didn't have to deal with no migraines, no pressure or any of that stuff because I was fasting and I was eating nothing but watermelon. And I don't know why I got out of that habit. I think it's because I be around my husband more now than ever. And when I was able to stick to the script, I was actually still working doing the security job. So when I'm away from him, then I have willpower. I can do it. I can eat my watermelon. I can fast. When I'm with him, it's hard it's hard to stick to the script because he likes to eat and he wants me to eat with him. And I want to eat with him. So all I'm saying is that, you know, even sometimes when you feel bad, you just don't want to do anything. But I don't know, maybe it's just me. I don't know. Put in the comments below, y'all, if anybody else is like this, because you know, I feel bad, but I still want to work. Like I hate not working. And even if I was a millionaire right now today, I think that I would still want to be working, doing something. I may not want to be on no 9 to 5 up under somebody, but I definitely want to be working, doing something. I got to be doing something, y'all. I got to be doing something. And that's why, you know, I'm making this video right now, is because even though I'm hurting, I don't want to give up on, you know, YouTube, and I feel like I'm giving up if I don't make a video. Am I the only one that's like that? I can't be the only one that's like that, y'all. Like, seriously. I mean, I know that, you know, at some point you can't really help it because you really don't have the energy, or you really are really feeling bad. Like right now I'm feeling dizzy as crap, you know, and I'm feeling, I don't know if it's the headache egging on the dizziness or the dizziness egging on the headache and the pressure. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, it's crazy. But, you know, I just wanted to make this video because I'm like, I can't just not make a video. You know what I'm saying? I can't do it. I can't do it. So, I don't know. But, you know, I'm pulling up to the house now. And like I said, guys, I just wanted to make this video because I felt like I have not been posting like I should be posting, and it just feels like, you know, I'm falling behind. Falling behind who, you ask? Falling behind myself, because I was at least trying to make, like, you know, I was at least trying to make one video. Let me turn that off. I was at least trying to make one video a day, you know, post up one video a day. But, you know, today is just like, I could have made a video earlier because I wasn't on the road. I wasn't driving for Walmart Spark, you know. And I'm actually thinking about, I'm signed up with a lot of apps, y'all. I just don't use them. But I was thinking about trying Amazon Flex for the first time, even though I've been signed up with them for probably about a year and a half, 2 years, and still ain't did nothing because I just couldn't pull myself to have to go all the way to Durham to pick up my orders. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know, but I may do that because their blocks are like 77, 80 something, $95. So I'm like, I might give it a try, and I'm gonna record it if I do. But y'all, I gotta end this. Oh, I got my watermelon. I got my watermelon, so I'm gonna go ahead and end this video now. Hi, I'm making a video. I'll be in a few minutes. Alright. But that's my protector coming out here to check on me. Oh Lord, I love my husband. God knows I do. He gonna make sure that I'm okay. And that's what I love about him. Woo. But anyway, yeah, so I got my watermelon, and so I'm gonna eat that and take me some ibuprofen. I don't want to take ibuprofen on a y'all, it's like right up in here, that pressure, like right around the eyes, right up in here, and then like in the temples, and then it's like migraine headache galore. And I think the worst part for me about having IIH is that you have to deal with the pressure along with migraine headaches, and migraine headaches themselves are already bad, you know what I'm saying? But when you add pressure to it, it's like, oh, y'all, I'm still trying to get used to looking at that green light when I'm making my videos, because I be looking at myself like this, but really you're supposed to look at the light when you're making your videos. Y'all, I'm still new to this, and I got a headache, and I just wanted to make a video for somebody out there who's probably going through the same situation. It don't matter what the situation is, even if it has nothing to do with YouTube, and you are dealing with something else, and you just don't have the energy to move forward in your goals and your dreams. Like, just find that one, if you can just eat a Snickers, not going nowhere for a while, eat a Snickers. But if you could just eat a Snickers, or some fruit, or something to give you a little bit more energy just to push through, to do whatever it is that you are wanting to do or trying to do, then definitely do that, because it's not going to get done unless you do it. God put that dream in you. He didn't put that dream in nobody else. He didn't give nobody else the word. He gave it to you. So you keep pushing, even when you don't feel like it. Keep pushing anyway. Even when you're sick, get your rest. And when you feel a little bit better, keep pushing. Because when you, especially when you're not feeling good, and you get in that mode to just rest, you want to continue to rest because it feels good. You know what I'm saying? It's like, devil, you have no place in this home right here. My God has me, and He is my healer. Right? Y'all, I gotta go. Alright, I just wanted to come up here because I miss y'all. I miss making a video. I don't know. This word was meant for somebody. And God knows I'm not feeling good right now, but I just wanted to come up here just to push through it, so that even if I just reach one person, to tell them, don't give up. Just keep pushing. If you can muster through it, muster through it. Do it anyway. Do the thing anyway. Even if it's not about you not feeling good. If you just don't want to do it, or you just don't have the energy to do it, or you got something else going on, just do the thing anyway. Because when you take it step by step, day by day, when you look back a year from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now, you're going to be happy that you continued to take that step, even in the times where you did not want to do it, even in the times where you were hurting and you felt bad, or whatever the case may be. And you'll be able to look back, especially like if you're creating your YouTube channel and stuff, you'll be able to look back on those videos and just be able to see how far you've come, how much you've grown. You know what I'm saying? So I just, y'all, my eyes is like, even this light is like hurting my eyes, but I wanted to turn that light on so that y'all could see my face, so the quality of the video could be a little bit better than what it is. But I don't know. I gotta go lay down, y'all. I just wanted to make this video because I miss y'all. And then I wanted to trade, but I'm not feeling good. I'm about to go eat these watermelon, take me some ibuprofen, and lay my butt down and just close my eyes. 'Cause I can't believe I let myself get back up to this weight. And I hadn't even weighed myself, but I think the last time I weighed myself was yesterday, because Roxy had her follow-up appointment today. And I think I weighed myself and I was like 203.8 or something like that. So I didn't even weigh myself, but I can't believe I let myself get back up to this weight, because I had got all the way down to 164 pounds, and y'all, when I tell you I felt so good, even though I was fasting a lot and eating mostly fruit. I felt so good. I don't know how I allowed this weight to just creep back up on me like this. And now, I haven't even gotten back to the weight that I was at. But it's like God is telling me, we're not going back there. So I'm starting to feel those symptoms a whole lot sooner than I was the last time. And the last time I was 237 pounds. That was my heaviest that I had ever been. Before that, when I was pregnant with my son, I weighed about 236 pounds. But my body don't like all that weight. And I didn't realize it until I started feeling the way that I'm feeling. So I can't be a big woman. Medically, I can't. And God already knows that I don't like headaches, and I suffer from migraines as well. So, the only way he can get my attention to really go down and lose the weight is to give me some issues going on with the head. Anything else I can handle. When it's got something to do with the head, y'all, I'm ready to go lay down right now. Let me go ahead and end this video. Like I said, I just wanted to come on and say, hey y'all, hey, I miss y'all. I wanted to come up here and inspire somebody to just keep going. Just keep going. Even when you don't feel good, keep posting. And I may not get nobody to look at this video, but maybe one day somebody will come across this video and they may be feeling the same way I'm feeling. And I just wanted to encourage you to just keep pushing. If you can muster through it, push through it. and keep taking that step forward to the life that you know that you deserve. Okay? So with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and end here. Thank you so much for listening to me rant. Ooh. If you have not done so, thank you. Please like, comment. No, I can't even think. Please like, comment, and subscribe, and turn on the bell notification so you don't miss any videos that I have coming. As you can see, in my channel, I talk about growing your YouTube channel. I supposed to have been creating a video showing you guys how to create your faceless YouTube channel. That's still to come. I also trade, whether it's options or regular Forex, I trade. But yeah, let me go. All right, I love you guys. I'll see you on the beaches of the world and in the next video. Keep pushing. Don't give up. I'm right here with you, fighting for you. Me and God. I love you guys. Bye. Ladies and gentlemen, gentlemen and ladies, I don't know who need to hear this, but listen up. This almost happened to me.
Stop sitting inside your car. So my homegirl last night almost got robbed sitting in her car in a very well-to-do neighborhood, established neighborhood, and everything, right? So she's sitting out front of her house. She's taking a moment to decompress, and take a moment before she has to start, mommy duties, So she said she was sitting in the car for like 15 minutes. She said all of a sudden, this guy jumps in the passenger seat with a gun. And she said she was freaked out. So he's going through her stuff, give me your money, give me your money. Her phone was in her jacket. He didn't even ask for that. So then he was like, we're going in the house. So she grabs the keys out of the ignition. She grabs the keys and then proceeded to get out the car and run. So she's hoping that he's going to chase her, but he didn't. What he did is that he went and knocked on the door. So she called her daughter and was like, don't open the door. Don't open the door. He's robbing. Call the police. He's a man with a gun outside. She calls the police. She said, Joe, the police was there within like 30 seconds. They were right down the street. So she comes down. He runs. They catch him. Come to find out, it was the neighbor's son's friend, right? That came to visit. He was sitting outside, smoking. Everybody's okay. Everybody's okay. Everybody's cool. But ladies, you have to stop sitting inside your cars. I know, you just want to decompress. I know you want to do that. But you got to stop sitting inside your cars. Now, here's the deal. If you're going to sit inside your car, there's a feature in some of these cars that once you put the car in park, it unlocks the doors. Turn that feature off. Yeah, it's an extra step. Turn that feature off. Also, if you're going to listen to music, listen to it on your phone or whatever the case. I don't know. But you have to be ready to go if something happens. And if you can, another thing you can do is back inside the driveway. So at least you can see the street and see who's coming. Her back was towards the street. So she didn't even see him coming, right? Be very mindful of these things. Be very mindful of these things. And another thing, do not leave your garage door open. And a lot of people, I see a lot of, even in my neighborhood, a lot of women do that. They ready to go in, but they keep their garage door open for whatever reason. Listen, man, we don't live in those times anymore, and things are getting a little rough out here. And we have to be very mindful and be very cautious of what we do. It could have ended up really bad. Really bad. All right? And it doesn't matter where you at. It doesn't matter where you at, neighborhoods you live in, or bad neighborhood and a good neighborhood. Crime is crime. Crimes are opportunities. That's all it is. That's all it is. Take care. Stop sitting inside your car. So my homegirl.
Y'all, he is so right. Because the same thing almost happened to me. And thank God this particular person did not have a gun. But I just recently purchased a Chevy Trax. It's a 2024 Chevy Trax. And so if you have a newer vehicle and they're making this this option where the doors unlock as soon as you put the car in park, they're making it default on the newer vehicles. Okay, so what happened to me was I'm sitting in Walmart parking lot waiting for an order to come through. And the Walmart that I normally go to, is surrounded by a lot of homeless people. And this particular day, I'm not paying attention, and I noticed that the car does that. Whenever I park, it'll unlock the doors. It's easy for people like me who is a gig worker and do delivery. So whenever you are getting ready to pick up your orders for Walmart Spark, the doors are already unlocked. All they have to do is just load everything in the trunk, in the back seat, and the front seat. Is easy. You don't have to do that step. I get it. You know what I'm saying? But if you're just sitting there waiting in the parking lot, it takes nothing for someone to come over to your car, get in the back seat, get in the front seat. If you're not paying attention, you don't know what people's intentions are. Okay? So this particular day, I had a homeless guy come up and he knocked on the window. And I didn't see him come up because I was in the middle of doing something else, looking at a video on YouTube. And this guy is like, hey, do you have some change? You know what I'm saying? And I'm looking at my doors, and all of my doors are open. And I rolled my window down and I talked to him, and I told him, hey, listen, no, I don't have any spare change. I said, but if you're hungry, I can go and get you something to eat or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't get in the habit of just giving out money to homeless people. What I will do is feed you. I feed you all day long, but I'm not going to give you no money, because 9 times out of 10, if you're not out here scamming, you probably on drugs. I don't want to support nobody's habit. I'm sorry. But, phone about to fall and everything. But, yeah, so he was like, and, I really kind of felt bad because he is in the predicament that he's in. But that's something that you need to be aware of. And if you do not know how to turn that feature off, I'm going to show you how to do it. Okay? Because I didn't know how to do it at first. And until I'm like, why would they do that? You know, I'm thinking to myself, why would they unlock these, you know, make these doors default to unlock when you park? Let me show you what I'm talking about. Okay. So here is, I got the car in drive, if you can see that. Okay. Got the car in drive. All right, so look. Look at my locks. Y'all. No good. Okay? No good. We need to change this right now. So, hold that thought. So, what you need to do is go into your vehicle settings from the home screen. You're just going to tap on settings. Okay? And then you're going to tap on vehicle. And then power door locks right here. Tap on that. And you see right there where it says auto door unlock. Tap on that. Tap on it. And you see they have it set to all doors to unlock when you put the car in park. That's a no-no. All you have to do is tap on that. Come out of there, go back to home, and you are done. Easy fix. Easy fix. Do not get caught out here. Let me lock my doors. I'm out here waiting for my son to get off work. Do not get out here and be sitting in your car waiting for orders and your doors are unlocked. Okay, y'all, let's be safe. Especially for the gig workers. I don't care if you are with Walmart Spark, if you're doing DoorDash, Uber Eats, if you're doing Lyft and Uber, okay? Even when you are picking people up, these people are waiting for their Ubers. And you could be picking up the wrong person. You never know what people's agendas are. Stay safe out here in these streets. Stay safe. Love you guys. See you on the beaches of the world. And in the next video. Public announcement.
And the road is long when you're searching for strength to carry on. You're not alone, you're not too far gone.
Hey y'all, hey. I've been working on this video for a couple of days. I started it the day before yesterday and got busy driving, and you know, it just kind of slipped away from me. And then I started thinking about, oh, okay, well, what else can I do? What else can I do to get this video going? And it's so crazy that, you know, I'm talking about overcoming self-doubt. On this channel, I'm just pretty much trying to keep it real. You know what I'm saying? And the thing that comes to mind that I'm having so much self-doubt with is my trading. I would love to sit here and say that I got it all together. I've been trading now, just a little backstory. I came across trading by happenstance. I was in a network marketing company called Four Corners, and they had a e-learning platform. Their product was ebooks, and one of the books that they had in there was talking about trading. So that's how trading began to kind of get into my spirit. At the time, I was with Four Corners for a while before I actually picked up the book and started reading it. And I was thinking to myself, well, Shonda, you're talking about $18 and 4 friends. That's all you need. I was thinking more along the lines of trying to get people paid. I didn't even look at the products. You know, I was just thinking, shoot, it's $18. Who don't have $18? So, you know, at some point, after I have said all of the $18 and 4 friends that I could possibly say, I finally decided to crack open the book. And now, Four Corners is no longer a thing, but I do have all of the books. And that's where my trading journey started. And I started searching on YouTube about people who's trading and trading and trading. And the first person that I came across was Leo with what's the name of his Pip Society. So he was trading Forex. He was teaching how to look for the M's and the W's. And he was saying that, you know, if you wait, be patient, for the third leg of, or the second leg of the W, or the second leg of the M, then you can't go wrong. Because that's pretty much what the chart does. It creates M's and W's, which he was right. He could see it. And I could see it, but sometimes those legs are shorter than they supposed to be, or longer than they supposed to be, and they don't turn around right away. So I began to trade Forex, and lie to you not, I've spent over $25,000 trying to just make it. I ended up coming across a YouTube channel with Mr. Adnan, and he was talking about the 30-day chart, 30-day millionaire success. And he was actually trading options at the time. At the time, I was not trading options. I was not even the least bit of interested in trading options because I didn't know much about it. I didn't know anything about it. And the people that I was following, mostly Leo with Pip Society, he was not he did say something about, I think it was NASDAQ or something, not NASDAQ. I forgot what the other platform was. Start with an N. I can't think about it. But when, I posted up here. He did say something about it, but my mind was set on Forex at the time. And so I kind of got like this one track mind type deal. If it's not what I'm thinking about at the time, I really like discredit everything else. Not discredit, but I don't give it the time of day. You know what I'm saying? So, so I went on, and then I came across, somebody else who was following Leo, and that somebody else was Jeremy Cash. And he started trading, and it's just the way that he was teaching, you know, made me feel like, okay, this is something that I can get behind, the way that he trades. And I kind of fell in love with his one candlestick method. So here I am going down the rabbit hole, looking on YouTube, following behind people in their different strategies, buying their courses and all this other good stuff, losing money. Can I say that? Losing money, you know, just trying to get it, you know. And Jeremy Cash had came across a trader by the name of Cousin Cash, and he was trading pocket options, and Quotex. He was using pocket options and Quotex, and that's when I started getting into, oh my God, you can make this much money in 15 seconds. At the time, it was 15 seconds, the least that you could do. So I started falling in love with that, you know. But, you know, I was doing good. I came across another trader doing Forex, trading Forex. And so the story that I'm trying to get to is this one right here. I came across another YouTuber who was trading Forex, and he was the king of Forex. You can look him up on YouTube. He was trading, and the way that he was trading made so much sense to me. He was using the 8 EMA, he was using the 20 EMA, the 50, and the 200. And he basically was saying, you know, the candle, once the candle gets too far away from the moving averages, it want to pull back to the moving averages. So I'm like, okay, this is easy. I started winning. And I already had like a little group of friends that was on Telegram that was kind of following me from Four Corners. And they was like, okay, Shonda, you know, I see you doing good. You getting it, you understanding it. Now explain it to us. So I still have that little group of friends from Four Corners that was still kind of hanging on even after Four Corners kind of went away. So I'm like, okay. So once I came across King of Forex, I was in another Telegram group, and I was just kind of showing my results from the King of Forex strategy that I had started using. And you know, from that, people, oh my God, it was kind of like overnight, my little 5 group Telegram group that I have grew to over 150 people overnight, because they seen how much I was making, and you know, they wanted some of that action. So here's where the self-doubt started coming into play. Because now, if you've watched my other videos, you know I'm the type of person that I want to help everybody. So I let everybody come into my group, and everybody came up with the idea for me to trade for them. That put me on the spot. And even though everything in my body was saying, Shonda, don't do it. You don't want to go down that road. Don't do it. I did it. And I believe this was the turning point, the real turning point of putting me into depression. So this video is definitely talking about overcoming self-doubt. But this is the one thing, if I can really say, that out of my whole entire journey of trading, of, trying to, make it there so that I can bring the little guys along. Not to say that you're little, but just to say that the people who's struggling, that's trying to make it out here in this world, just trying to show them that there is something better. So I know that I have to make it, but, I'm trying to pull everybody along with me before I actually make it. You know what I'm saying? But in my mind, I know that I can do it, but I'm just trying to pull everybody along with me. So, excuse me. So here I am, knowing I should not be doing this. Here I am, and I say, you know what? All right, this is what we do. Since y'all want to trade, since y'all want me to trade for you guys, then we're gonna set it up like this. And I think I can't even remember at this point. You had to put in, I think, $100 or $200 in order for me to trade, and then for whatever $200 or so that you put in, when I get the account up to what it, to a good amount, then we will pay out according to that. I can't remember what I said, but so believe it or not, out of everybody that was in that group, over 150 people, some people was only doing, $100 or whatever the minimum was. I can't remember. But then some people was doing more because they like, okay, well, I want a bigger piece of the pie. They were saying, I want a bigger piece of the pie. So I'm like, okay, so believe it or not, we built that account. So it was just one account that everybody was going to share out of. I was going to dispense the money to everyone. Once we got to, the plan was to complete the 30-day challenge from Mr. Adnan that I had found on YouTube. And at the end of that 30 days, you would make $81 million. You know what I'm saying? So everybody put in their money into the pot, and we grew that account up to like $100 and something $1,000, I think it was. And we started trading, and I allowed people to get into my head to say, why are you doing this and why are you doing that? And it started throwing me off my game. And I started losing. I'm talking about big time. And because I was listening to them instead of doing what I knew to do, I was listening to them, listening to the outside world. And I had a big loss. Then the group was like, well, you should let some of the other traders trade and try to win that back. No, me and my spirit, I knew that was the wrong thing to do. So, because I didn't have control of the situation if I let somebody else do it. So, I didn't want to do it, but I did it. I let 2 other people trade. The second person had another big loss. The third person had another loss. And I was like, okay, I'm stopping this here. And, you know, people was upset, and my anxiety was definitely through the roof. But I stopped it. And I said, you know what? Before we lose all the money that's in this account, I'm going to pay you guys, everyone, back some money. It wasn't all the money. It was some money. And then I shut down. I shut down. Because at that point, self-doubt turned into depression, turned into anxiety, and I had a full-fledged panic attack. Because I knew that what my intentions was to help. But I allowed outside people to come into my mental space and take over. And, you know, I still, you know, if you guys are watching this and you know that you was a part of that group, I still feel like, please forgive me for not sticking up for myself during that time. That situation definitely had me at the lowest point when it comes to self-doubt. So on this YouTube channel, it's about getting over ourselves. And I'm taking this journey with you. I am using the help of Chat GPT to help us to overcome self-doubt. But that one event that put me into the deepest, darkest place of self-doubt it could ever be. And so I became what you call a demo multi-millionaire. I have been scared to get into that live account since that event, because the self-doubt was just eating me up. Like, you're not gonna get it done. You're gonna continue to fail, so why even try to go into the demo account? You don't have no more money to put into a demo account to even get started. And I keep pushing it and pushing it and pushing it away. And I know that that's not the right thing to do. And so I have been in the demo account. And I still have the love of trading. And I still have the love of wanting to help other people, because it's so simple. And I know that the strategy that I have now have made me over $4 million in the demo account. So I am preparing myself to go into the live account and conquer that 30-day chart. I'm preparing myself. And I have the money set aside for it. And listen, trust me, I am not telling you to follow me with this trading or anything like that. I'm just putting myself out there because I have to overcome this self-doubt. And, you know, I'm pretty sure that I'm not the only one that have self-doubt. And if you are watching this video, this is me trying to be as vulnerable, as transparent as I possibly can be. I know that we can overcome self-doubt. I know that I've been in that demo account long enough for me to be a multimillionaire right now trading. I know this. But what is it that's holding me back? What is it that's holding you back from doing what you want to do? Why is it that we continuously believe the negative things that we say in our head? We are our biggest critic. We are. So what is it? Why come we can't get over ourselves? Right? I talked about hurting people. I talked about it. The one biggest person that is hurting you right now is you. It's you. It's me. Can't nobody hurt me worse than I hurt myself. And it's only because we continue to believe the things that we say to ourselves. We are so unkind to ourselves. We believe the lies that we tell ourselves. Why? Why do we do that? I don't know. But what I do know is I know that we are in some mess. And I also know that I don't like staying in the mess. So this is the reason why, along with you, I'm going to get out of that mess. We're going to listen to my boy Chad take us to how to overcome this stinking thinking that leads us into being a self-doubting, pessimistic, undercover person that we just seem to believe. No more. Chad, tell us what to do.
Do you ever find yourself stuck in a loop of self-doubt? Maybe it's when you're about to speak up in a meeting, take on a new challenge, or even start a personal project. That voice in your head says, "What if I fail?" Or "What if I'm just not good enough?" It's exhausting, isn't it? Here's the truth. Self-doubt doesn't have to define you. In this video, I'm going to share 7 powerful strategies to help you overcome self-doubt. These are proven steps to break free from overthinking, stop second-guessing yourself, and start building the confidence to believe in your own abilities. If you've ever struggled with self-doubt, and let's face it, we all have, this is the video for you. Stick around until the end for a special Q&A segment where I'll answer the most common questions people ask about self-doubt and overthinking. Let's dive in. Hi everyone. Welcome back to Rocking with Shonda, your space for personal growth, motivation, and practical advice to help you unlock your potential. I'm Chad, Shonda's assistant. Thank you, Shonda, for that introduction and for sharing your personal struggles with today's topic. Today, we're tackling a topic that hits home for so many of us: self-doubt. Self-doubt can show up in so many ways. Hesitating to take on new opportunities, second-guessing your decisions, or constantly comparing yourself to others. It can feel like a weight, holding you back from living the life you truly deserve. But here's the thing: self-doubt is not permanent. It's a mindset, and like any mindset, it can be changed. Today, I'll share 7 steps to help you overcome self-doubt and start believing in yourself again. And don't forget to stick around for the people always asking segment at the end of the video. I'll answer your burning questions about why we doubt ourselves, why overthinking happens, and how to quiet that noisy brain of yours. Before we jump in, if you're ready to leave self-doubt behind and take your confidence to the next level, type "I'm ready" in the comments below and let's make this happen together. Before we get into the strategies, let me remind you, if you find this video helpful, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to this channel, and turn on the notification bell. It's a small action that helps us reach more people who need this message. And if you know someone who could use a little encouragement today, share this video with them. They'll thank you for it. Alright, now let's get into the 7 steps to overcome self-doubt. Tip 1. Identify your triggers. The first step in overcoming self-doubt is understanding why and when it happens. Ask yourself, when does that voice of self-doubt get the loudest? Is it during work presentations, social interactions, or when you're scrolling through social media? Take a moment to reflect on specific situations. For example, you might notice that self-doubt creeps in when you're around highly accomplished colleagues, or when you're comparing your progress to someone else's highlight reel on Instagram. Once you know your triggers, you can start preparing yourself to respond in healthier ways. Awareness is key. It's like turning the lights on in a dark room. Suddenly, those fears don't seem so overwhelming. Tip 2. Challenge your inner critic. That inner voice of doubt. It's often a bully with no basis in reality, but we tend to believe it without question. Here's what I want you to do. When a negative thought arises, challenge it. For example, if you're thinking, "I'm not smart enough for this job," ask yourself, what evidence do I have to support this? Chances are, you'll realize it's just a fear, not a fact. Then, replace that thought with something empowering. Instead of, "I'll never get this right," say, "I'm learning, and I'll figure it out." This simple shift can help you rewrite the story you're telling yourself. Tip 3. Take action, even if it's small. Self-doubt often thrives on inaction. We think, "I'll wait until I'm 100% ready." But here's the truth. You'll never feel completely ready. Confidence isn't something you wait for. It's something you build by taking action. Start small. If you're afraid of speaking in public, practice by sharing your ideas in smaller groups. If you're hesitating to start a creative project, set a timer for 10 minutes and just begin. Every small step you take sends a message to your brain. I can do this. And over time, those little wins add up to big confidence. Tip 4. Focus on your strengths and wins. Have you ever noticed how easy it is to dwell on your flaws, but so hard to recognize your strengths? Let's change that. Take a moment to write down 5 things you're good at, or 5 moments you're proud of. Maybe it's a project you aced, a time you supported a friend, or a skill you've worked hard to develop. Whenever self-doubt sneaks in, pull out that list and remind yourself of what you're capable of. Focusing on your strengths shifts your mindset from "I can't" to "I already have." Tip 5. Surround yourself with positive influences. The people you spend time with have a huge impact on your mindset. Are you surrounded by people who encourage you, or by people who make you feel small? If your circle isn't supportive, it's time to set boundaries. Seek out people who lift you up, mentors, friends, or even online communities that align with your goals. Remember, you don't have to do this alone. Surrounding yourself with positive energy can make a world of difference. Tip 6. Practice self-compassion. Let's face it, we're often our own worst critics. When you make a mistake, do you beat yourself up, or do you give yourself grace? Here's a challenge. The next time you catch yourself spiraling into self-doubt, pause and ask, "What would I say to a friend in this situation?" Then, say those same kind words to yourself. Self-compassion isn't about letting yourself off the hook. It's about recognizing that you're human, and that's okay. You're allowed to grow, learn, and make mistakes along the way. Tip 7. Visualize your success. Did you know that your brain can't always tell the difference between imagination and reality? That's why visualization is such a powerful tool. Every day, take a few minutes to close your eyes and imagine yourself succeeding. Picture the details, what you're doing, how you feel, and the outcome you're achieving. Visualization helps reprogram your mind to focus on possibilities instead of fears. The more vividly you can see your success, the more likely you are to believe in it. Now is the time for the people always asking section of the video where we answer some of your questions. How to stop self-doubt. You stop self-doubt by challenging it, replacing negative thoughts with positive ones, and taking action even when you don't feel ready. What is self-doubt a symptom of? Self-doubt often comes from fear of failure, rejection, or judgment. It can also stem from past experiences or perfectionism. What is the root cause of self-doubt? The root cause is often tied to how we interpret past failures or criticism. It's about unlearning those limiting beliefs. Why do I overthink and doubt myself? Overthinking comes from a need to control or predict outcomes. Learning to focus on the present can help reduce this. How do you shut your brain off from overthinking? Try mindfulness exercises, journaling, or even physical activities that redirect your focus. Is self-doubt a form of anxiety? Yes, self-doubt and anxiety are closely linked. Both involve fear and uncertainty about the future. Thank you so much for watching. If you found these tips helpful, please like this video, subscribe to the channel, and share it with someone who needs encouragement today. Remember, self-doubt is just a story you tell yourself, and you have the power to rewrite it. Make sure to watch our latest video that you see on the screen here. Until next time, believe in yourself. You've got this. See you on the beaches of the world. Love you.
With every step I'll give it all I got. I'll rise up high, let the world see the power in me. Yeah, I believe in me. And when I feel that fear creeping in, I'll remind myself of where I've been. I'm not perfect, no, but that's alright. This is my journey, my life, my fight. the voice it down and make it weak. I'm stronger than.
Hey y'all, hey, welcome to another Uplift and Thrive podcast. This is going to be episode 4, and I just wanted to come up here and give an introduction to the podcast like I normally do, and let you know that I looked at the video that I did for this podcast that I'm basing this podcast off of, and you guys, this is on the video that I did that is titled I'm Sorry, how to, I think it was how to overcome grief or how to deal with grief, something like that. I'll have it posted up here in the notes, but I was looking at that video, and if you haven't seen it, you might want to go and take a look at it, especially if you have dealt with grief, the loss of a loved one anytime recently. If you're still dealing with grief, you definitely want to go and look at that video. I still can't look at it without crying. And my brother, let's see, 2002, I think 2020, I think he passed away in 2022, if I'm not mistaken, 10 days after his birthday, November the 10th. And I still cannot look at that video without crying. It's very touching, and I only looked at it just to see kind of how I was gonna do the introduction for this video, but it's still a very, very good video, and it definitely is helping me. I actually watched those videos myself, the whole playlist, because I'm dealing with self, and then I'm also dealing with trading, and trading is my passion. So you'll see me get really, really excited about trading in my trading videos. It don't look like I'm dealing with any of the things that I'm actually dealing with, but when you're working in your passion, it's like something completely, totally different. It's like you're on cloud 9, and I don't want to keep harping on negative, bad things, but negative, bad things happen to us, and we got to have that balance. We got to be able to, grow from, I don't want to say get over, but definitely grow from the experiences of life. You know what I'm saying? So we need both of them. I don't like to talk about it, but somebody got to talk about it. You know what I'm saying? We have messes in life, but we can't stay in the mess. And so that's the reason why, I'm sorry, I'm holding this phone and it's shaking, but this is the best lighting that I could get. But anyway, we can't stay in the mess. And so that's the reason why I created this channel, to help those of us who are going through just everyday single life. And we just need somebody that understands. Like, listen, it's not going to always be peaches and cream. It's not. But we don't have to focus on this either. Okay? So when we're feeling down and when we're feeling low and when we're at our worst, there is hope still. There is hope, and it hurts to talk about this kind of stuff, but we need to talk about it, because the only way that you're going to get over it, become stronger from it, is by talking about it. You can't keep that bottled inside because that can make you sick. And we don't need that. And I'm still trying to get used to looking at the actual camera. And, you know, I'm right-handed, so please forgive me. But anyway, I want to make a correction on the podcast so you will hear it. They're talking about that I am working with a grief counselor, and that is absolutely true. I was in a grieving group, actually, and I'm a veteran, if you didn't know. So it was a group of veterans that was in the group, but you know that I do my videos with AI and myself, and so they misconstrued ChatGPT, you know, my little robot friend, as the grief counselor. So I just wanted to kind of correct that. Chad is not the grief counselor. He is Chad. He is ChatGPT, my closest friend. I'm gonna call him my friend because I love him. But yeah, so I just wanted to correct that in the podcast, but they did a phenomenal job with breaking down that video that I did, and so the rest of it is good. I just wanted to kind of put that out there, you know what I'm saying, to kind of look past that, just in case you have went and watched that other video and you know who Chad is. If you don't know who Chad is, I'm telling you now, it's ChatGPT helping me out to get us out of this mess, okay? So with that being said, let's go ahead and do this deep dive into the how to overcome grief video that I did. Yeah. And I'll see you at the end. Love you guys.
Okay, so this time we're going deep on something. It's a little bit heavy, but I think really important. It's grief and how we deal with loss. And the source you sent is pretty powerful. It's this YouTube video with a creator talking about grief and forgiveness.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, and she's actually going through it herself. It's not just like she's read about it. Like, she's talking to a grief counselor and really working through some tough stuff. But before we even start unpacking all of that, I think it's really important to say up front, if you're going through a loss yourself right now, this deep dive is great for getting some perspective and understanding. But it's definitely not a replacement for actual professional help, you know?
Absolutely. I think that's so important to emphasize. Grief is such a deeply personal journey, and sometimes you really do need someone to guide you through it.
Yeah, 100%. So in this video, you know, the creator's talking to this grief counselor, and what really struck me is how they both keep saying, grief isn't just about being sad, right?
Yeah.
It's so much bigger than that.
I think that's what's so fascinating about how they unpack this whole idea of grief, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not just sadness, it's this whole mess of emotions.
Totally.
You got anger, guilt, sometimes even peace or relief mixed in.
Oh, especially
if someone's been a caregiver, for a long time.
And then the relief can bring its own guilt, right?
Absolutely.
It's almost like, oh, I shouldn't be feeling this. I should just be devastated.
It's so common.
It's so messed up.
But the video does a really good job of normalizing that, you know? It's okay to feel all these things.
Yeah.
Because there's no right or wrong way to grieve. It's different for everyone, you know?
Yeah, everyone's journey is going to be different. And I think that's what makes the creator's story in this video so powerful too, right? Because she's adding her own experience to it. She lost her brother unexpectedly. He had a stroke. And she talks about this regret that she has. Because before he passed, she'd actually blocked him on social media.
Oh.
Which meant they never had a chance to, like, apologize or really mend things.
That brings up such a crucial point, right? Like, forgiveness plays such a huge role in grief.
Huge.
And it's not just about forgiving the other person, it's about forgiving yourself, too.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's not about saying that what happened was okay or anything like that. It's about letting go of that anger.
Yeah.
So you can actually move on.
Which is so hard.
Yeah.
So much easier to say than actually do, you
That's
know?
so
Especially
right.
when the hurt is really deep.
Oh yeah, and the counselor in the video, she gets that. She's like, look, forgiveness isn't about being weak or pretending everything's fine. It's about choosing to put your own peace first.
It's almost like self-care, isn't it? Like letting go of that anger, that resentment.
It is. It really is.
Yeah.
It's an act of self-compassion.
Yeah.
You know, letting go of that anger, that resentment, it lets you heal. It lets you focus on the good memories you have instead of dwelling on all the negative stuff.
Now, one thing I liked about this video is that it didn't just stay up in the clouds, you know? It actually gave some really practical advice about how to cope with grief. Some of it's stuff we hear a lot, I think, but it's always good to be reminded, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when you're in the middle of it.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes you just need to hear it again.
So what were some of those coping mechanisms that, like, really jumped out at you?
Well, I think the first one, the counselor, she really emphasizes allowing yourself to feel all of it.
Yeah.
Like, don't bottle it up, you know? Don't try to pretend you're okay if you're not.
Because we all know that just makes it come out in on other ways later.
Exactly. And she also talks about getting support, right?
Yeah.
Whether that's seeing a therapist, journaling,
Yeah.
talking to people you love, maybe even a support group, like finding those safe spaces where you can actually process what you're going through.
It's funny though, right? Because we all know that we should be reaching out for help, but
Oh yeah,
when you're really hurting, it's so hard to actually do it.
it is. It takes real courage.
It does.
To let people see you when you're vulnerable like that.
Yeah.
But the video does a good job of reminding us that, you know, even when it feels like we're all alone, we're not. There are people who want to help.
And I like how she talks about honoring the memory of the person you've lost.
Yes.
Like, it's not just about dealing with the pain, but actually keeping their spirit alive.
And that can look like so many different things.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
it could be lighting a candle for them, making a memory book,
Yeah.
or maybe even just keeping something of theirs close to you.
Yeah.
Like, it's about finding those little ways to connect and feel their presence, even though they're not physically there.
Which can be so comforting, I think.
Yeah.
Especially in those first few weeks and months, you know, when the loss is so fresh.
When it's so raw, it gives you a way to show your love for them, to keep their memory alive,
Yeah.
and to remind yourself that even though they're gone, they still had an impact on you.
So we've talked about, like, the different sides of grief, forgiveness being such a big part of it, having support. But the video also gets into, like, how important it is to pay attention to our emotional health, especially when we're grieving.
And that's so key because it's all connected, right?
Yeah.
Like, our emotional health affects everything, our relationships, our decisions, you know, how we feel overall. If we ignore it,
Yeah.
it ends up impacting everyone around us.
So it's not like grief is this thing that stays neatly tucked away, right?
No, not at all. It can show up as anger, you know,
Right.
being irritable all the time, having trouble focusing. It can even cause physical symptoms sometimes.
Yeah.
And it definitely puts a strain on our relationships.
Yeah, it makes it harder to really be there for the people who need us.
Yeah, it does.
Which, again, brings us back to why having a support system is so important.
Right. Whether it's a therapist or a grief group or just close friends and family, having people you can talk to honestly about how you're doing,
Yeah.
it makes a world of difference.
And the video also says there's no set timetable for grief, which I think is so important.
There's no getting over it, you know?
Right. Everyone grieves in their own time. And some days are going to be a lot harder than others.
Absolutely.
And you have to let yourself feel all of it. Like, if you're sad, be sad. If you're angry, be angry.
You have to let those waves come and go.
Yeah, exactly. Were there any other tips from the video, you know, more practical ones that you thought were especially helpful?
Well, she talks about finding healthy ways to get those feelings out. Like, journaling can be really helpful, I think.
Yeah, it's a safe space to just write whatever you're thinking and feeling, no judgment.
Yeah. And she also talks about creative stuff like art or music or writing. Basically, anything that helps you process what you're going through and get some of that emotion out.
Right, find a way to release it.
Exactly.
And then, of course, there's self-care, too, like eating right, getting enough sleep,
Yeah,
doing things that bring you joy, even if it's just little things. It all adds up.
it does. It's all about replenishing yourself, giving yourself the energy to keep going.
Yeah, to deal with all the crap that grief throws at you.
And it's not selfish.
No.
It's an act of self-preservation. You have to take care of yourself so you can be there for other people too.
The video also talks about finding meaning and purpose, even when you're in the middle of a loss, which I think is a really...
It's huge.
Yeah, like it's a total shift in how you look at things.
Yeah. A lot of times when we lose someone, it makes us rethink our own lives.
Yeah.
Like what's really important to us?
Yeah.
You know, what are our priorities?
It can be like a wake-up call.
It can.
To go after what we want, to live a life that would make the person we lost proud.
And that's where hope comes in, right?
Yeah.
The idea that even though you're going through this terrible sadness, there's still good in the world. There are connections to be made.
Yeah.
There's still a future out there waiting for you.
Like she's basically saying, don't wait, you know? Don't wait till it's too late to say what you need to say, to apologize, to forgive someone, to just let them know how much you care.
It's so easy to get caught up in those negative emotions.
Oh, yeah.
The anger, the resentment. But holding on to all that, it doesn't punish the other person, you know?
It just hurts us.
It just eats away at us.
Exactly. And that's why I think forgiveness, even if it's just forgiving ourselves, can be so freeing.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have to be this big dramatic thing, right?
No, absolutely not.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's just those small everyday choices.
Okay.
Like letting go of little things that bug you, trying to see the good in people, giving them a break when they mess up.
Because let's face it, we all mess up.
Oh, totally. We're all imperfect.
It's part of being human, I guess.
And if we can remember that, you know, that we're all just trying our best,
Yeah.
it makes it a little easier to forgive each other and to forgive ourselves.
Now, I know the video spends some time talking about emotional health too.
Yes.
Especially in the context of grief. Like, why is it so important to pay attention to that?
Well, because our emotional health, it affects everything else in our lives, right? Our relationships, the decisions we make,
Yeah.
our overall well-being. If we don't take care of it,
Yeah.
it's going to have a ripple effect. It'll end up impacting everyone around us.
So grief doesn't just stay tucked away in a little box then?
No way. It can come out as anger,
Okay.
irritability,
Yeah.
you know, maybe you can't focus as well. Sometimes there are even physical symptoms.
Really?
And it definitely puts stress on our relationships. It can be hard to be there for the people who need us.
Makes sense. Which, again, like brings us back to that whole support system thing.
Right. Having people you can talk to,
Yeah.
whether it's a therapist or a grief group, or even just friends and family who will really listen.
Yeah, people who get it.
It's crucial.
And one thing I thought was really good, they talked about how there's no timeline for grief, which seems obvious.
It should be. But so many people think, you know, that there's some kind of deadline,
Yeah.
that you should be over it by a certain point.
Which is such BS.
It is. Everyone grieves differently. And some days are just going to be harder than others.
Totally. So you have to let yourself feel whatever you're feeling.
Exactly.
If you're sad, be sad. If you're angry, be angry.
Let those waves come and go.
So, were there any other kind of practical tips in the video that you thought were really useful for coping with grief?
Yeah, well, the counselor, she suggests finding healthy ways to express your emotions. Like, journaling can be a good one.
Oh, for sure. It's like a safe space to just get everything out.
And she also talks about creative outlets,
Okay.
like art or music or writing. Anything that helps you work through those feelings and find a way to release them.
Right. Kind of get them out of your system.
Exactly. And then there's self-care, too.
I guess.
Making sure you're eating well, getting enough sleep, doing things that make you happy,
Even little things.
even little things. It all adds up.
It's like you're giving yourself the fuel to keep going, you know?
Yeah, it's about replenishing yourself.
To deal with all the crap that comes with grief.
And it's important to remember self-care isn't selfish, you know.
And
It's how
this-
you take care of yourself so you can be there for other people too.
No, I really liked how the video talked about finding meaning and purpose even in the middle of loss.
Yeah,
Because that can be such a powerful shift in perspective.
it can. A lot of times when we lose someone close to us,
Yeah.
it makes us take a step back and look at our own lives. Like, what are we doing? You know, what's really important.
Makes me question your priorities.
It does. It can be like a wake-up call to actually go after what we want.
Yeah.
To live a life that would make the person we lost proud.
And that's where hope comes in, right?
Yeah.
The idea that even though you're going through this awful sadness, there's still so much good in the world. There are still connections to be made, and there's still a future out there waiting for you.
There is.
Yeah, it's about finding that little bit of light when everything feels dark. Like those glimmers of hope that remind you life does go on.
Right.
And even though the person we've lost isn't physically here,
Yeah.
the love we shared, it's still there.
And sometimes, that hope,
Yeah.
it comes from unexpected places, like
totally.
like the kindness of a stranger, or just being out in nature, or even just remembering the person we lost and sharing those stories about them.
Because those stories keep their memory alive, right? Like,
Yeah.
they become part of our own story,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And when we share those stories, those memories,
Yeah.
it's not just about honoring the person who's gone, it's also a gift to ourselves and the people we're sharing with.
Yeah, I like that.
It's a way to keep your spirit alive.
And I think that's why this deep dive is so powerful, right?
Yeah.
It's not just about understanding grief in our heads. It's about feeling it,
Yeah, definitely.
connecting with it through these real stories, real experiences.
And it reminds us that grief is a human thing,
Yeah.
We all go through it,
Okay.
and we all deal with it in our own way.
Yeah.
There's no one right way to do it.
So as we wrap up here, what would you say is the most important thing for our listener to take away from all this?
I think the biggest thing is to remember you're not alone in this.
Yeah.
There are people who want to help, resources you can use, and there are things you can do that will make it easier to cope. And don't forget forgiveness. Forgiving yourself and forgiving other people, it really can help you heal and find peace.
So well said. One question from the video really stuck with me. It was, what relationships in your life might benefit from forgiveness? Like, it really makes you think,
Yeah, it does.
about whether there's anyone we need to make things right with. Maybe let go of some old hurt,
Yeah, it's a good reminder that we all have the choice to choose love over resentment,
Yeah.
to be kind to ourselves and to other people.
Absolutely. So on that note, I think we'll leave our listener with this thought. Even in grief, love, and connection, they don't just disappear.
Yeah.
They might change, take on different forms, but they're still there, and they can help us find meaning and purpose and keep moving forward.
Thank you for staying to the end. If you have stayed to the end, God knows that you are on the right path to overcoming your grief and overcoming yourself, So I want you to like, comment, and subscribe. Subscribe and leave a comment. If you have a question, or if you just have something uplifting that would be able to help other people that will come and look at this video, share the video, you guys. People need help, and I'm just trying to do my part to help it, And so if you like the video, please do me that one big favor and like it, comment below, and share it, guys. Share this video with people. We are out here hurting, okay? And somebody need to help, And not everybody want to go and talk to a counselor. Not everybody want to be in a group. I grew up in the era where in our culture, you ain't want to go talk to no shrink. Are you crazy? No, you're not crazy. Okay, you're not crazy. Just because you want to get help with stuff that you don't understand, feelings that you don't understand, you're not crazy. But we're going to work this thing out together. Okay? I love you guys, and I'll see you on the beaches of the world. And I really do mean that too. I really do mean it. I love the beach. I love the water, and I want to see all of the beaches in this world. Okay, I want to see them all. So when I say see you on the beaches of the world, I absolutely mean that, you guys. We will be together soon. Love you.
Every step a little line, learning how to let you go. But the love we shared remains like a fire that never fades. In the quiet, I'll remember you're a love that stays. So it's okay to take it slow. Healing's just a winding road. Every step a little line, learning how to let you go. But the love we shared remains like a fire that never fades. In the quiet, I'll remember you're a love that stays. In the quiet, I'll remember you're a love that stays. Through every tear, every memory, you're a love that stays. I feel the echoes of your laughter, breathing softly in the air.
Lord, I thank you.
Like a whispered conversation, I still feel you everywhere. For the moments left unspoken, all the words I couldn't say.
A letter to my brother.
Find forgiveness for both of us in my own way.
I remember all the times we used to outdo each other.
Every step a little line, learning how to let you go.
He always had to be the one up, be the one to outdo me. And me being your little sister, I always tried to show you that I could do it better. You taught me how to fight for myself, how to love, and how to stand up for myself. I wish we could have a do-over. I know the last 2 years of your life was very hard. I feel so angry and hurt that I couldn't help you more than what I was able to. I'm so sorry. That I was not there for you when you tried to say sorry. I hope and I pray through your transition that you see that I meant well with all of my hovering over you, trying to help you when you couldn't even see it for yourself. Something I want you to know is I still love you. And I forgive you for everything, known and unknown. I will always remember that you was my big brother. The times that we've had, the trouble that we got into, and the love that we shared. Always and forever, your little sister. Hey y'all, hey. I wanted to make this video today because there are so many people leaving here today. And if you don't know me by now, the videos that I put out, I'm always trying to get you to be uplifted, to encourage you, to get you past the hurt of life. And this video is pretty much to help you get past grief. I lost my brother to a massive stroke. And the one thing that I learned is you're gonna always go through things in life, but you got to learn how to fight your battles and what battles to fight, and is it even worth it at the end of the day? You can be right or you can be wrong, but at the end of the day, is it gonna really hurt your relationships with people? Do you not even care anything about that? We were put on this earth to be with one another, to love one another. People teach you about who you are. And people are like pets. They're personal, emotional trainers. That's all they are. And it's a mirror of what you have inside of you. I just want to say, because this is probably going to be a short video. Because I just want to say, be kind. Apologize for your actions that you do to intentionally or unintentionally hurt someone. We were put here to be together. And if you do not believe that, then that's fine. You do not have to watch this video. You do not have to comment or anything. Just go to another video. You have to learn how to forgive people. I made a video talking about hurt people hurt people. And that's absolutely true. Hurt people hurt people. People are going through things in this country, and for some, they don't want to let help come in. I thought I was going to have a lot to say. What I do want to say is, when you're dealing with family, you have to learn how to forgive them. And I know that might be easier said than done, but you have to learn how to forgive family. Forgiveness is not for you. I mean, forgiveness is not for them. It is for you. Because you can go on living your life hurt, in pain, in tears, And they living a happy-go-lucky life. You gotta forgive them so that you can step into your purpose. Anybody who have done you wrong, you have to forgive them, because you are the one that is sitting here stuck. You are the one who's having to deal with the downfall. You, it is you. It's not nobody else. You are the one who have to deal with your emotions. And I'm going to tell you, I love you. God knows I do. But you have to learn how to forgive. Because the only way that God will put you into your purpose is if you learn how to love like Him. And you can't do that with a hard heart. You can't do that with anger in your spirit. You can't do that with all of these negative emotions that's tied up inside of you. In order for you to be able to live the life that God has for you, you have to let go of that hurt. You have to let go of that pain. And you have to forgive them, and you have to also forgive yourself. It gets better. It gets better once you start forgiving people. Once you start forgiving yourself. Yourself is the biggest one. You are the biggest person that you have to forgive. You allow things to happen. And even if you didn't allow things to happen, you reacted in a way that took you left. And sometimes it is too late to go back and say I'm sorry while they are here. Let me tell you a story. My brother. And I know he knows that I forgive him now, but my brother lost his wife when COVID hit. And he was going through it. She was his everything. And me being big sister, I said, you know what? I'm going to help my brother out. So I did. And I embarrassed him. In front of his new friend. And he was upset with me. And even though I did not try to embarrass him, I did. And I had since apologized and, I was trying to get our relationship back on track, but he was still grieving. And You know, a lot of stuff was going on. It was a whole bunch of drama. So I ended up blocking him. And when he passed away, I didn't give him a chance to come back and apologize because I had blocked him. And I tell you that pain is something much bigger. When they actually, you learn that they actually tried to come back and apologize, but because you are stuck in your feelings, now you gotta be stuck with that forever. And I know and I believe, just by belief, that he has been able to see the truth. He has forgiven me. It still hurts. All I'm saying is, you have to forgive people and love people and give people their flowers while they're still here. Listen, I'm gonna let my boy Chad talk about how to deal with grief and how to get over it. But I just wanted to come up here and say that because I am in a grief counseling group right now to deal with my grief. But God put in my spirit, somebody need to hear that. You have to be okay with forgiving yourself and forgiving others in order for you to be able to live the life that you want to live. Somebody said to me once, Shonda, how you gonna be trying to be out here helping everybody else and you can't even help yourself? Well, I built this YouTube channel just for that purpose. Yeah, helping myself, and in the midst of helping myself, hopefully, I pray that this channel will be able to help others. I want to be able to look in the past and see I come a long way. I come a long way. Hopefully this message reach as many people as it possibly can. It's so many people out here hurting right now. It's so many people losing loved ones who don't know how to deal with the grief. And they taking it out on other people, and that's not fair. Don't do that. Deal with your emotional health because it attaches to your mental health. And the people that you love or may love you or may come into your life for the purposes of love may not get the best you because you don't know how to allow things to just let them go. Things that happened to you in the past, it was the past. You are not living that same cycle over and over and over again. You're not. It happened to you once. And during the time that it happened to you, it might have been painful. It might have almost killed you, but you were able to wake up today. You were able to wake up today. That means that you were no longer in the pain of when it actually happened. And sometimes it's going to take a little bit longer to get over certain things. But you have to let it go. Because the only person that you are hurting is yourself. Because you keep living that experience over and over and over again. It's you who keep living that experience that hurt you. But the bad part about it is you putting that off on other people who did nothing to you. And that's not fair. And you're missing the love, the compassion, the protection that you could have possibly gotten had you showed up as your best self. Everybody who sees this video, no matter if you are 80, no matter if you are 20 or somewhere in between or somewhere younger, you lived a life today because you're looking at this video. You were able to wake up this morning because you're looking at this video. Do yourself a favor. Think about who hurt you. Think about it. And the first people that come to mind, forgive them. Forgive them. Let it go. Because you only hurting yourself. And the more and more you hurt yourself, the more and more you hurt other people. Because you have not dealt with yourself. See, this channel is not about other people. This channel is about you. You are the one who matters the most. You. And in order for you to be able to live your dream, you gotta let that hurt go. You gotta forgive yourself, forgive others who have trespassed you, and learn how to love again. I don't know who this message is for, but I pray that whoever sees it and actually stay to look at the entire video, even with Chad in the background. I pray that you start the road to forgiveness. But it's because it's only going to help you in the long run. So with that being said, listen to my boy Chad talk about how to deal with grief and anger. And I'll see you guys on the beaches of the world. Chad, take it over.
Hey there. I want to start by saying thank you to Shonda for that beautiful and heartfelt introduction. Shonda, Your words are a perfect reminder of the warmth and compassion we all need when we're going through something as difficult as losing someone we love. Grief can be an incredibly lonely experience, but I want you to know that you're not alone. If you're listening to this, maybe you're trying to find your way through the pain of losing someone important to you. And that journey can feel overwhelming, but together, we're going to walk through it. I hope that, by the end of this conversation, you'll feel a little less alone and a little more at peace with where you are right now. When someone we love passes, it can feel like the world has lost its color. Even when people tell us that it'll get easier with time, in the early days, that's hard to believe. Every memory of them feels like both a gift and a wound. You may even feel like you're floating through your days, trying to remember how life felt before the loss. Grief changes us. It's something that touches the deepest parts of who we are, and that's okay. It's okay if right now, you feel broken or unsure of how to move forward. One of the hardest parts of grieving is facing all the different emotions that come with it. We don't just feel sadness. Grief can bring up anger, guilt, regret, and even moments of peace, only for those feelings to shift again. Sometimes, we even feel relief, especially if our loved one is suffering or if we went through a long journey of caring for them. And that relief can bring its own guilt, but it's important to know that all of these feelings are natural and valid. Grieving doesn't come with a rule book, and it's okay to feel everything as it comes. There is no right way to grieve. Part of the journey of grief also involves learning to forgive, both others and ourselves. When someone passes, especially if it was sudden, we may find ourselves thinking about moments we wish we could take back. Maybe there were arguments, misunderstandings, or things left unsaid. It's human nature to dwell on those moments, and in grief, those memories can feel heavier. But learning to forgive those who have hurt us, and also forgiving ourselves, is a crucial step in healing. We have to remember that no one is perfect. Relationships have ups and downs, and love often involves accepting imperfections. Forgiving others is about letting go of the anger or hurt that might linger. It's about releasing any pain that keeps you from remembering them for the good they brought into your life. Maybe it was a family member with whom you had a complicated relationship or a friend who hurt you, even unintentionally. Carrying resentment or unresolved pain only adds to the weight of your grief. Imagine their presence, and think of releasing that hurt, letting it drift away so that all you're left with is the love that first connected you. Equally important is forgiving ourselves. We're often our own toughest critics, and when we lose someone, we replay so many moments in our heads. We think of the things we said, the times we weren't there, or the ways we might have done things differently. But no one can predict the future or act with perfect wisdom in every moment. Part of healing is learning to give yourself grace, to remember that you did the best you could with the knowledge you had. If you didn't say, "I love you" as often as you wanted to, or if you weren't there for every single moment, try to let go of those regrets. We all carry imperfections, and love is bigger than a single moment or mistake. You can still forgive yourself and find peace. You can speak to them in your heart, saying all the things you wished you could say, knowing that love and forgiveness can reach beyond this world. Grief also teaches us that life is precious and time is not infinite. While you're working through the loss of someone, it might be a time to reflect on the relationships you still have. Letting go of grudges, reaching out to people you care about, or simply appreciating those around you can be healing in itself. This doesn't mean pushing yourself or rushing into big changes. It's simply about cherishing the connections that bring you joy and peace. One thing to remember is that you don't have to grieve alone. Some days, you may feel like isolating, and that's okay. But when you're ready, try to let others in. Share stories about your loved one, lean on friends and family, or even find a support group. There's healing in hearing others talk about their experiences too, and in realizing that you're not alone in how you feel. Every person who's grieving has their own story, and sometimes just sitting together, even in silence, can be incredibly comforting. Don't feel pressured to move on, or get over it. Grief doesn't follow a schedule, and there's no end point. It will change over time, and some days you'll find moments of peace. Other days, you'll feel the pain return as strong as ever. That's part of the process, and along the way, allow yourself to find small ways to honor your loved one. light a candle for them, create a memory book, or simply keep something of theirs close to you. These rituals can bring a sense of comfort and connection. Forgiveness, love, and compassion are the things that help carry us through. You may not feel strong right now, but simply surviving each day, allowing yourself to feel whatever comes, that's a form of strength. Remember, healing doesn't mean forgetting. It means finding a way to live with this loss, to let the love they brought into your life continue to guide you forward. Alright, it is now the time we're going to dive into some questions from the people always asking section of Shonda and I video, where we get asked all the time about dealing with negative people. Think of this as a little heart-to-heart with a friend. Let's jump in. How do you overcome the death of a loved one? It's hard to truly overcome the death of someone we love deeply. Instead, it's more about learning to live with that loss and allowing ourselves to keep moving forward while carrying their memory in our hearts. Over time, the sharpness of the pain may soften, but their presence remains, and we can honor that by living in a way that reflects the love they gave us. How to overcome grief of loss. Grief isn't something to get over, but it's something we can learn to carry more easily with time. Seeking support, finding healthy ways to express our feelings, and allowing ourselves to grieve fully are important. Whether through talking with a therapist, journaling, or being with loved ones, there are ways to heal, even if a loss is always with us. What not to do while grieving. Avoiding your feelings or bottling them up can be harmful. Grief needs expression, whether through tears, talking, or even moments of silence. Don't feel pressured to move on quickly or try to handle it alone. And try not to avoid people who remind you of the person you lost. Often, those connections can bring comfort. What is the hardest grief to overcome? There's no easy answer to this. Some say the loss of a child, others might say a spouse or best friend. The hardest grief is often the one you're currently experiencing, as it's personal and raw. No matter the relationship, grief is hard because it's tied to love, and love is powerful. Allow yourself to feel that deeply, without comparing. Thank you for sharing this moment with me. I hope that these words have offered you some comfort and guidance. Grieving is hard, but it's a reminder of the love we carry. And through forgiveness, compassion, and connection, we can honor that love, even as we move forward. Remember, you're not alone, and there's no rush. Take each day as it comes. Embrace forgiveness, extend kindness to yourself, and let love be your guide as you heal. If you like this video, please do Shonda and I a huge favor and like, comment, share, and most importantly subscribe so you can receive all of the latest videos that we will be doing. Love you all. See you on the beaches of the world.
It's okay to take it slow. Feeling's just a winding road. Every step a little light. Learning how to let you go. But the love we shared remains like a fire that never fades. In the quiet, I'll remember you're a love that stays. In the quiet, I'll remember you're a love that stays. Through every tear, every memory. You're a love that stays.
Good morning, guys. I just wanted to put my seatbelt on. I had a message this morning put into my heart last night. And that message is, give them their flowers while they're here. Last night I was looking at the Jamie Foxx special on Netflix, and he was talking about his recent scare with a health issue, and he was just going through the motions of talking about how it happened and what happened. And I was just thinking to myself, you know, when I heard about Jamie Foxx going through his scare, my prayers immediately started going up for him. And I'm so thankful and grateful that he made it through with a full recovery, and he still is able to be here. But it reminded me that not everybody make it through. And I just recently lost my brother to the same exact thing, a stroke. And I know in my 44 years of being on this earth, I have seen people make it through experiences like that. But my brother didn't make it through. Stronger than you know. You're stronger than you know. Through the storm you're not alone. Even when you feel like falling, there's a strength that keeps on calling. And it hurts. Go on, go. You're stronger than you know. You know, my best friend, Mom, lost her youngest daughter at a very early age. She was, if I'm not mistaken, 19 or 20. I want to say maybe 20. I don't think she was here to see 21. But I was kind of close to my best friend's youngest sister too. You know, because she was always there when I would come around, you know. And I was hurt when she passed. But the one thing that really sticks out to me the most at this moment in my life was how my mother, my best friend's mom, I call her my mom too because we were so close, how she cried for her baby. And it was some time after she had passed that I actually went down there to visit. And I witnessed
It's a light inside you waiting, stronger than you know. You're stronger than you know.
I witnessed her tears.
Even when you feel like falling, there's a strength that keeps on calling. A whisper saying,
And I was thinking to myself,
you're stronger than you know.
I loved my sister.
Sometimes the world gets heavy.
And she was my sister from another mother. We were not related. She's just my best friend's little sister.
One step closer,
So she was my sister.
finding back your light.
But I witnessed the pain
Let love be a guide.
of a mother losing her daughter or her child.
You're stronger than you know.
And I was thinking at the time, she's really hurt. I'm hurting, but she's really hurting. And though I do not know personally the pain of losing a child,
You're stronger than you know.
I now understand the pain. A little bit. Because I still have my son. I've had people in my life to pass away. People that I thought were close to me. And people that I grew up with. And nothing compares to the pain that you feel when you lose a parent, a child, or a sibling.
You're stronger than you know. Through the storm, you're not alone.
So I say,
There's a strength that keeps on calling.
I
You're stronger than
am coming on here today to say that we all go through things in life with our family. And in the Bible it says, honor thy mother and thy father.
You're stronger than you know. Through the storm, you're not alone.
You don't know pain until you lose one of your immediate family members. I don't care what you guys were going through, what they did or said to you. It doesn't matter. When it is your time to go home, God is going to ask you, what did you do, my child? And you can't answer for them, their actions, their decisions, their choices. You can't answer for them. But you can answer for yourself. So, my point in all of this is to say, take responsibility for your actions and wipe the slate clean, because you have the choice and you have the power to do so. You can't make nobody else do anything that they don't want to do, but the blood is off of your hands when you take responsibility for the things that you have done and said and or said. I'm on my way to a delivery and I'm almost here, but take responsibility for your actions, the things that you've done and said to hurt people, and go back and apologize to them while they're here. Give them their flowers while they are here. I didn't have that chance with my brother. We had got into it. I embarrassed him in front of one of his friends, and he pretty much kind of was mad with me. And I never got a chance to say, bruh, you're stronger than you know. Through the storm, you're not alone. I'm sorry. Excuse me. But if I had a chance to do it all over again, I would apologize before he would have left here, so that I could have washed my hands. And I kind of felt like I did apologize, but not to the point where he was satisfied with the apology, because he was still upset with me when he left here. And I don't know if it was because he was still grieving, we were still grieving the loss of his wife, which was my sister. I absolutely loved that woman. And so I don't know if I'm double grieving or what. That was my sister. And I loved her, and she knew it. And I think I tried to overpower my brother when she left. To say, I'm your little sister. I'm gonna help you go through this. I don't know if I pushed too much or was just overpowering. You're stronger than you know. Through the storm, you're not alone. Even when you feel like falling, there's a strength that keeps on calling. A whisper saying, go on, go. You're stronger than you know. Oh, yes, you're stronger. But I feel like I did not do my right job before he left here. I completely blocked him. Instead of making things right. Giving him his flowers while he was still here.
Like no one's really there. But remember in the shadow.
And now I have to deal with that. And I know as time goes on, I will forgive myself for not giving him his flowers while he was still here. So I'm reaching out today to tell you, if you are going through things with your family, it doesn't matter what happened, what they did, what they said. Forgive them. Forgiveness is not for them. Forgiveness is for you. Forgive them and take responsibility for the things that you did and said before it's too late. Give them their flowers while they're still here. I love you guys. And I'm going to see you on the beaches of the world. Merry Christmas, everyone. I hope you guys are having a great Christmas. 2025 is coming up real soon. And I am so excited. Sit down. Why is it every time you get ready to start recording, your furry friends want to start acting up? Sit down. Be quiet. I got a message that God just put into my spirit. Stop telling that same old sad song that you've been telling. I gotta remember, the camera is right there. Stop telling that same old sad song you've been telling. If you don't like the way that your life has been going so far, then you have the power to change it. Okay? The only reason why your life is going the way that it is going is because you keep telling that same story. That's the only reason why it keep going the same way. Why nothing is changing. It's because of you. Your thoughts, your words, it's you. But guess what? You have the power to change it. If you don't like the way your relationship is going with someone, look inside. It's not them. It's you. They are just a reflection of what you got going on inside of you. You're pulling that out of them. So why not change it? If you don't like that story, stop telling that story. Start telling the story the way that you want it to be. Even if you can't see it right now. But the mere fact that you can actually think it, God has already placed it in your life. Period. So stop telling that same old sad song. If your relationship with your family is not going right, stop telling that same old sad song. The things that happened in the past. The things that happened in the past is the past. You have the ability to make things right now. The only thing that matters is right now. It's Christmas. And even if it's not Christmas, if it's tomorrow or 2025, 2025, 2036, it doesn't matter. What matters is what you think and what you feel in the story that you tell. That's what matters. And here's the husband. Come on the camera. Hey, man. Merry Christmas.
Who is this?
YouTube.
Oh, hi YouTube. Let me get out the frame.
I'm good over here cooking. I got some turkey, some ham, macaroni and cheese, cabbage, stuffing, and what else? Candy yams. Oh yeah, I've got candy yams, and some banana pudding cake. Who do you mean? Who else cooking this house but me?
I do occasionally.
You don't cook. Occasionally was in Virginia. And you know how long that's been.
Stop that. You got like I ain't never cooked since again.
Yes, ma'am. I can't remember.
Yeah, that's what we got going on. Tell everybody else that that's a little rare.
Yes, tell everybody we say hello and Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. We don't see them before then. Oh yeah, we got some apple pie up in here too. I forgot about that. Apple pie. I didn't do the apple pie. Miss Smith did it. No. I bet it is. Right. And some cornbread. Merry Christmas, man. Merry Christmas, Landon. Merry Christmas. Hey, buddy. Hey, baby. Lord have mercy, Jesus.
He don't like us unless we there first.
On the mainland, they had some eggnog.
You hear me, Mom? He don't like us unless we there first.
That part.
Right.
So everything is pretty much done except for cooking the turkey and baking the cake. And I gotta put the ham in there, and I still got the cornbread and the stuffing to do. I'm still ready to do the stuffing before I start preaching.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas, everyone!
Lisa. Lisa. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Lisa! Woo!
Yeah, that looks good.
Yes, it do.
Send me a piece.
Yes, ma'am.
Absolutely.
Love you.
Too. Hold on. Hold on, I gotta go too.
So yeah, as I was saying, it's Christmas. So yeah, so anyway, like I was saying, you guys, you have to stop talking about that old story, the people that have done you wrong, that happened in the past. Okay, you gotta learn how to forgive people. Forgiveness is not for them. I'm going to preach that and preach that and preach that because evidently people are not getting it. Okay? Forgiveness is for you. You deserve it. You deserve to have a peace of mind. You do. And you deserve to stop telling that same old sad song that you've been telling for however long you've been telling it. It's time for something new. It's time for you to be able to dream again, to be able to live the life that you want to live. You deserve happiness. You deserve peace. You deserve everything that God has for you. You do. But the only way you're going to get it is if you stop telling that same old sad song that you've been telling that has led you to your right now. And if your right now is not looking too good, baby, it's time to stop telling that story. The only way you're going to change tomorrow is if you start thinking the way that you want your life to be. That's the only way tomorrow comes the way that you want it to be. You gotta forgive them. Forgive them. Because evidently, if you're still telling that same old sad song, you have not letting that go. And you don't have to keep living it over and over and over again. You don't. You just let it go. I understand they hurt you. They said some things to you that just didn't rub you the right way. I get it. It happened to me too. It happened to me too. But guess what? Is it worth your relationship with them? Or even if you just forgive them and let them go on about their business. I'm talking about family. Is it worth it for you to just keep living that same lie? Or not even a lie, I'm sorry. That same story that you keep telling yourself over and over and over again. And sometimes, depending on how recent it was, it may not even happen the way that you think it happened. But the story that you keep telling yourself is what is paining you right now. Let's let it go. You deserve it. You deserve it. Y'all, I'm over here cooking. Like I said, I got some turkey and some ham. I got some macaroni and cheese and some cabbage. We did cabbage this year. And I'm about to do some stuffing. And what else I got? Some candy yams. And I'm doing a banana pudding cake. And I'm doing one for my mom. So, but yeah. I mean, come on now. Seriously. You gotta let stuff go. Because 2025 for you is getting ready to be wonderful. If you become a part of our team. Nah, seriously. If you become a part of my community and you are following me, listen, we are changing lives together. And I need you to be your best. Okay? And in order for you to be able to change somebody else's life, you have to be able to practice what you preach. In order for us to be able to see each other on the beaches of the world, you need to let that stress go. Honey, no. Because when we get together, it's going to be cloud nine, baby. Okay? So I need you, if you have not done so already, it is Christmas. Call your family, tell them that you love them. And that's it. You don't have to say nothing else. You don't have to say, I forgive you. You don't even have to tell them, I forgive you. You don't. Forgiveness is for you. You just forgive them. That's it. You don't even have to tell them. And watch what God does for you. Watch it. We got something to do in 2025. Okay? We got something to do. We are changing lives over here. We gotta forgive them. I love you guys. I love you so much. I love you enough to be able to tell you you are wrong for continuing to live that situation, even though it only happened to you once. Even if it happened to you multiple times. Because I've been there. I've been there. I've had bad things happen to me. But I also had a choice to not let those bad things break my spirit and me go and do bad things to other people. And that's where a lot of people go wrong. They allow those bad things to break them, and then they become the villain in their story. We're not villains, baby. We are heroes. And the reason why God brought you out of that is so that you can tell your story to help somebody else out. I love you. And if ain't nobody else told you that today, I'm telling you that right now. I love you. Now forgive them. Forgive them. It's not worth it. It's not worth your sanity. It's not worth your tears. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. You deserve better. You deserve better. And God got something for us this new year. It's a new year. It's a new you. Forgive them. Forgive them. I don't care what they did, what they said to you. It could have burnt you completely up. I don't care. You are better than that, and you know it. And that's why you're so pissed off. But forgive them. Forgive them. They don't know no better. But guess who do know better? You. And if you allow this video to touch you right here, permeate inside of your chest, get into that heart, getting deep. If you allow this video to just touch you and listen, I understand. I understand everything that anybody has ever done to you that was wrong. It was completely wrong and you was right. But at the end of the day, what does it matter? Because you still have to live life until God takes you up out of here. So why continue to live that experience when you know you deserve better? I don't know. But what I do know is God has got something for you. And the reason why this video came across your feed today and you have looked at it until right now is because you know God has got something for you. And you know that one day we will be able to see each other on the beaches of the world. You know it. You deserve it. You deserve to have anything you say that you do. And don't let nobody take that from you. Not even your peace. Not even your peace. And the only way you get to take your peace back is to forgive them. And stop telling that same old sad song. It's time for a new song, baby. Love you guys. See you on the beaches of the world. They lied to us. And because they did, this is the end result. Losing yourself.
They said just be nice and keep the peace.
Hey family, hey. So today,
but I've been given till there's nothing left. Smiling on the outside, but inside.
I titled the name of this video, They Lied to Us, the People-Pleasing Trap. How to stop being a people pleaser. And the reason why I decided to do this video is because this is me. For the last 44 years that I have been on this earth, I have lived this life. And somewhere along the way, I decided that service to others is what makes my spirit jump. And in the midst of serving others, I became this so-called people pleaser. The thing is that we are all a part of the trap that is the people pleaser. And I know you might say, oh, I'm not a people pleaser, or whatever the case may be, but if you think about it, we've been taught since we've been here on this earth to do exactly that, to be a people pleaser. We had to please our parents, and once we got grown and gone, we had to please our employers. And if we didn't do the things that we wanted to do, then we had to do the things that they wanted us to do. And therefore, we fall into this circle of people pleasing, because it's like a stick. On one end, you're the people pleaser. On the other end, you're being selfish. And oh no, please, let's not talk about being selfish, because that means that you're pleasing yourself. So if I don't do what you want me to do, then I'm being selfish. So I'm supposed to do what you want me to do, which is being a people pleaser. And the crazy part about it is you got to choose one side. Either I'm going to be a selfish person and please myself, or I'm going to be a people pleaser and please you. And that's how it is. And that's the reason why I say we are all in this trap of people pleasing. And the crazy part about it is, if you are the person that says, no, that's not me, I'm not a people pleaser, then you're on the other side, which says, I'm not a people pleaser. I do my own thing. I care about my own feelings, or whatever the case may be. But then you have people who are around you. And if they don't do what you want them to do, which is people pleasing, then you're still stuck in this trap of people pleasing, if you're on one side or the other. And so here I am, and I tell you, it has not been fun. It has not been a fun journey to be a people pleaser. I have lost friends. I have lost family members behind not being able to care enough about my own feelings that I had to care about what other people's feelings were. And the crazy part about it is, it's nobody's fault but my own. And the crazy part about that is, it's nobody else's fault but your own. We allow this thing to happen. And sometimes you don't even realize that that's what's going on. Now, the crazy part is that you, depending on the type of person that you are, if you start caring more about how you feel, then God will bring all of the things that you want to you. You don't have to please other people just because you think that they may not like you anymore. Or you feel like, well, if I don't do this, then they're going to be upset with me. Okay? I've learned that lesson. I've had time and time again where I have bent over backwards, giving the shirt off of my back to people. And in the end, they still end up giving me their you-know-what to kiss. So, in the end, I'm still messed up. So, if that is going to be the destination, why not go ahead and peel off the Band-Aid before you get to that, and care enough about your feelings to be able to say no. I was a yes woman. And the crazy part about it is, that's not healthy. That's not healthy. And I'm learning that. I'm learning that. And I put together this video for those of you all who are trying to find yourself. And the clip that you've seen when the video first started is the end result of being a people pleaser. You lose yourself. And I have lost myself. But trust me, I'm getting back. Everything that the devil took from me, I'm getting everything back and more. So, I don't want to go too deep into my story, because trust me, this is a journey and you'll be hearing a lot more. So trying to get my nerves together, trying to say the right thing, trying to make sure that this video will help the future me, that this video will help those of you all who are going through the same exact thing, that you have lost yourself. And it's time to get yourself back, because people need you. The right people need you. And I'm not saying don't be a service to others, because I absolutely love people. I absolutely love people. And I still will do for people. I have not lost that. That is who I am. That is what makes my spirit jump for joy. But I'm going to do it God's way. And not because you come and asking me for stuff. And that is the one thing that I have to learn how to do, is stop trying to be the hero in everybody's story. That's who I am. That's who I was. That's who I was. And I'm learning. So with that being said, I am going to get the help of Mr. Chad. And y'all, I named him. Chat GPT. I named him Chad, because I don't know why I gave him the name Chad. I don't know. But I absolutely love this AI. It is taking the world by storm right now. And if you are not using ChatGPT, then why not? It's easy. It makes it easy. It makes doing videos so easy. It makes life a whole lot easier. So with that being said, I'm gonna put together a video. Oh yeah, and just for this video, I am also creating a song to go along with the video. So if you watched my last video talking about depression, which you can find that here, or in the cars, or wherever it's going to be at, it will also be linked down below the last video that I did. I talked about doing ChatGPT as well. So, oh yeah, I was talking about the music. So in that last video, I created a song to go along with the video, to go along with Fight Back, How to Beat Depression. And that video, the song that's in that video is stuck in my head. And I created it just from the video that I did with ChatGPT. I'm like, I want to have some music that go along with what I was saying in the video. And so in all of my videos, that's pretty much what I'm going to be doing, incorporating the song to go along with what the topic is of my videos, because why not? It's new technology, you might as well use it. You know what I'm saying? So hopefully this video gives you some type of inspiration. As you can see, I like to ramble. And I'm trying to get better at not rambling. So this is the reason why I'm using Chad to help me out. So with that being said, please listen to my boy Chad as he's going to tell you how to how to stop being a people pleaser. And also pay attention to the song that's playing in the background, because it's sweet, y'all. It's sweet. Why not? Anyway, here's Chad.
Thank you, Shonda, for your input. You are awesome. Hey everyone, welcome back to Rockin' with Shonda. Today we're diving into a huge topic that so many of us struggle with, being a people pleaser. For so long, we've been taught that putting others first and being the nice guy or the nice girl is what makes us valuable. But let's be real, they lied to us. The truth is, people pleasing doesn't really serve others, and it certainly doesn't serve us. People pleasing is more than just being helpful or considerate. It's the habit of constantly putting others' needs above your own, often to avoid conflict, gain approval, or just because we're afraid of being seen as selfish. And here's the kicker. It actually drains us emotionally, mentally, and sometimes even physically. You know, I remember a time in my own life where I thought that saying yes to everything would make me more likable, that it would help me keep the peace and be a good person. But instead, I ended up feeling exhausted, resentful, and even disconnected from myself. Does this sound familiar to anyone? If it does, you're not alone. So how do we even get here? People-pleasing often starts early. Maybe we learned from a young age that our worth came from making others happy, or we grew up thinking that avoiding conflict meant keeping the peace. Society also puts a lot of pressure on us to fit into a certain nice mold, especially for those of us who tend to be empathetic or sensitive. And while helping others can be great, here's where the lie comes in. When we focus solely on others and neglect our own needs, we're actually doing everyone a disservice. Think about it. People-pleasing often leads us to say yes when we want to say no, to smile when we feel like screaming, and to sacrifice our own happiness just to keep someone else comfortable. But let's ask ourselves, how much of that is really helping? Are we actually showing up as our best selves if we're drained, resentful, and exhausted? Probably not. And it took me a while to learn this, but once I did, it was a game changer. Alright, so how do we break free from this trap? Here are some steps to help you stop people-pleasing but still be of service to others. And most importantly, to yourself. Step 1. Learn to say no. Start small. Practice saying no in situations where the stakes are low. You don't have to explain yourself. Just a polite, "I can't right now," is enough. With time, this will become second nature, and you'll start feeling empowered rather than guilty. I once read a story about a woman who spent years saying yes to every family obligation until she missed an opportunity to pursue a dream job. She realized that, in trying to make everyone else happy, she was denying herself a chance to grow. Her first no was the hardest, but it ended up freeing her to create a life that felt authentic and true. Step 2. Set boundaries. Boundaries are key. They're not about shutting others out. They're about protecting your own peace and energy. A boundary can be as simple as deciding to dedicate one night a week to something that's just for you. Step 3. Prioritize your own needs. This is a big one. So often, we think taking care of ourselves means we're being selfish. But think of it like this: how can we show up for others if we're running on empty? When we prioritize our well-being, we're actually more available and present for the people who matter most. A friend of mine was a constant people pleaser, and she never put herself first. Eventually, she hit rock bottom and realized she couldn't be the supportive friend, partner, or coworker she wanted to be because she was just too depleted. She started small, took a solo trip, picked up a hobby, learned to give herself some space. The more she valued her own feelings, the better she became at genuinely helping those around her. Step 4. Practice self-validation. Don't wait for others to validate your worth. Start giving yourself that pat on the back. Recognize your accomplishments, celebrate the small wins, and remember that your value doesn't depend on how much you can do for others. Here's the good news. You don't have to choose between being kind and taking care of yourself. You can serve others without draining yourself dry. It's all about balance. When we're honest, respectful, and true to ourselves, we're actually giving people the best version of us. And honestly, true kindness doesn't mean saying yes to everything. It means showing up as your authentic self, bringing genuine energy to your relationships, and giving from a place of abundance, not obligation. So, what if we start focusing on being true to ourselves instead of trying to meet everyone else's expectations? What if we allowed ourselves to be imperfect, to say no, to put our needs first sometimes? This is where we find true freedom. When we learn to let go of that need to please, we unlock the potential to create deeper, more genuine connections with others. There was a guy I read about who spent his whole life trying to be what everyone else wanted, until he finally said, "Enough." He started focusing on what made him happy, and surprisingly, his relationships didn't fall apart. In fact, they grew stronger because he was finally showing up as his real self. When he let go of people-pleasing, he found a new kind of peace, and that's what I wish for all of us. Breaking free from the people-pleasing trap isn't easy. But remember, you deserve to be as kind to yourself as you are to others. When you let go of the need to please, you're opening the door to more authentic relationships and a life that truly fulfills you. Alright, it's that people always asking time again where we wrap up with 5 of the most common questions I hear about people-pleasing. I know a lot of you are probably wondering how to actually apply this in real life, so let's dive in. Question 1. How do I stop being a people-pleaser? This is a big one. Stopping the cycle of people-pleasing starts with awareness. Start noticing when you're saying yes out of obligation instead of genuine desire. Then practice saying no in small ways to build up that muscle. It can feel uncomfortable at first, but the more you practice, the easier it gets. Remember, it's all about creating a balance between kindness to others and kindness to yourself. Question 2. What is the root cause of people-pleasing? Great question. People-pleasing usually stems from a fear of rejection, a desire for acceptance, or even past experiences where we learned that our worth was tied to making others happy. Maybe as kids, we got praised for being the nice one or were taught to avoid conflict. Over time, these habits build up and become a way of coping or finding a sense of identity. The good news is that with self-awareness and some inner work, you can start to untangle yourself from these patterns. Question 3. What is the opposite of a people-pleaser? Now, some might say the opposite is a people-ignorer, but that's not really it. The opposite of a people-pleaser is someone who is assertive and self-respecting. They know how to set boundaries, say no when they need to, and make choices based on their values instead of just trying to please everyone. They're still compassionate and considerate, but they don't compromise their own well-being to keep others happy. Question 4. How to detach from people-pleasing? To detach from people-pleasing, start by focusing inward. Ask yourself, what do I really want in this situation? Or, how do I feel about this? It's about tuning into your needs and opinions before reacting to what others want. Journaling can really help here, too, because it lets you process your thoughts and build self-trust. The more connected you are with yourself, the easier it becomes to detach from that need to constantly seek approval. Question 5. Is there a cure for people pleasing? Good news. Yes, there is. People pleasing isn't some unbreakable trait. It's just a habit, and like any habit, it can be changed. The cure really comes from building self-awareness, setting boundaries, and developing confidence in your worth beyond what you can do for others. It's a journey, but I can tell you from experience, it's incredibly worth it. When you start putting yourself first, you find a new kind of freedom and a deeper, more authentic way to connect with others. So that's it. I hope these answers help you feel more empowered to break free from the people-pleasing trap. Remember, it's a journey. Take it one step at a time. And as always, you've got this. Thanks for watching. If this video resonated with you, please give it a thumbs up, share it with someone who might need to hear this, and don't forget to subscribe for more content like this. Make sure to look at this video on the screen that we just did titled, Fight Back: How to Beat Depression. Now go out there, be kind to yourself, and remember, it's okay to put yourself first. Love you. See you on the beaches of the world.
Finding my voice, setting myself free. No longer scared to stand my ground. In this life I'm finally found. I thought approval was all that I need. Giving my heart just to watch it bleed. But I've been searching and I can't see the love I needed was here in me. So now I'm learning how to say yes to me. Finding my voice, setting myself free. No longer scared to stand my ground. In this life I'm finally found. It's not about being selfish or unkind. Just knowing when to draw the line. For every no, there's a door to peace. A little more of me I get to keep. So now I'm learning how to say yes to me. Finding my voice, setting myself free. No longer scared to stand my ground. In this life I'm finally found. I've got love to give, but I start with me. A heart that's whole, that's finally free. To serve with strength, I'm proud to be a little kinder, but kind to me. I've got love to give, but I start with me. A heart that's whole, that's finally free. To serve with strength, I'm proud to be a little kinder, but kind to me. I've got love to give, but I start with me. A heart that's whole, that's finally free. To serve with strength, I'm proud to be a little kinder, but kind to me. I've got love to give.
So I am sitting here at Bojangles because I had to stop to use the restroom. I told y'all, when you doing Walmart Spark, it's best that you go to a restaurant to use the bathroom, because these gas station bathrooms don't be clean like that. And not all the restaurant bathrooms be clean either, but listen. God just put in my spirit, stop judging what you see, because you don't know where they came from. And you know, that is so true. We all judge people that we see, especially now more than ever on social media. You have no idea what that person been through, what that person do, what that person have done. You have no idea. All you see is what you see. But that does not mean that what you see is the whole entire story. Just take a look at your life and the things that you've been through. And you tell me just a snippet of your life is shown on video, if you're doing video, if you're on social media or whatever the case may be. But don't nobody truly know your story. You know what I'm saying? Like, no one actually knows what you've been through, or, you know, the things that have happened to you that led you to today. Nobody knows. Except for the people that have experienced that with you. But other than that, nobody actually know. Even in those situations, they don't know what was going on inside of you internally that made you do or say the things that you did or said, or how you responded or reacted to what you reacted to. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. So if nobody knows your story, then why is it that so many people judge other people's story based on what they see, instead of actually coming inside and cleaning my house? There's a song out that I thought, when I first heard it, I thought it was R. Kelly. But it's not R. Kelly. It is, I forget what his name is. But the name of the song is Clean This House. And eventually he ended up getting with R. Kelly, and they made a remix together because he sounded so much like R. Kelly. But the song is wonderful. I'm going to try to link it here in the card so that you can listen to it. The song is wonderful. Like, I absolutely love the song because, you know, everything that we experience in life is a direct reflection of what we have done, the choices that we have made. And then we look at other people and try to judge them. And, you know, you may say, oh, I don't judge people, but watch yourself. Watch yourself. The next time you're having a conversation with someone and you're talking about somebody else and you put in your thought or your opinion on whatever they said, that's judging. Can't nobody judge us but Jesus. Can't nobody judge us but God. You know, we are all here playing this same game called life. And the experiences that we go through and how we overcome them, it determines who we are as a people. And nobody is better than the next person. Newsflash, I guess. But, you know, I just wanted to come out and say that, you know, we have to think about what we have going on inside of us and stop trying to judge others from what we see, because we don't know what they have been through or what they are going through. I remember driving, y'all, I'm sorry, I got this towel for my nose. Remember I was telling you that I had problems with my spinal cord fluid levels being high. One of the symptoms that I have is nose drippings. Like, I don't know if it's the spinal cord fluid that's coming through or what, I don't know. But, I normally don't have a nose drip. It's almost kind of like a nosebleed, but it's not a nosebleed. But anyway, I was getting ready to tell you about the story about the time that I was driving a school bus. And there was this little girl that was on my bus. And I was telling, one of my pet peeves when I was driving the school bus was standing up and walking around. Even though that's exactly what I did when I was riding the school bus when I was in school. But one of my pet peeves is people walking around, you know what I'm saying, standing up, because that's dangerous. And you don't think about that as a kid. I definitely won't think about that when I was riding the school bus. You know what I'm saying? I just wanted to be with my friends and all of that good stuff, right? So there's this girl that was on my bus, and I'm telling this little boy to sit down. She had nothing to do with it. She was not doing anything. But she decided to open her mouth and say, "You need to mind your business." And I was like, "Excuse you?" Now, this is middle school students, okay? Middle school students. And this is very ironic to what I'm getting ready to say. Something else happened after this, but so she was like, "You need to mind your business." And after I tell the little boy he need to sit down, had absolutely nothing to do with her. I didn't say anything to her. I didn't look at her or anything. I said, "Excuse you?" She said, "You heard what I said. You need to mind your business. You ain't nothing but a bus driver anyway." Now, y'all, I should not have let that get to me, but I was a little bit younger. I had just got out of the military, and I was kind of hot-headed at that time. And she said that to me, and she ended up calling me a bitch. And I got up, and I asked her to come to the front, and she was like, "I ain't gotta do nothing you do. I don't have to do anything you tell me to do." These kids are something else now. And thank God nothing happened from that, but something did happen. They ended up started recording because I asked her to come to the front and she wouldn't come to the front. And both of the front seats were taken up. So I go back there and tell her, you need to get up because we're not leaving until you get up here to the front. So she was like, "I don't have to do nothing you tell me to do." Da, 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 da. She ended up calling me a bitch. So I said, "Get up right now and go to the front." Now, so she's up. Me and her, at this point, we're fussing because you called me out my name. You could call me every name in the book, you know what I'm saying? Like, I let her get to me. And so now we're fussing, and she's every bit my size, Okay, and yes, she was a child, and I was absolutely wrong for fussing with her. But these kids will test you, and this is the reason why I no longer work for that school bus, driving that school bus. Cause listen, I ain't trying to go to jail. Listen, you know what I'm saying? These kids, they up here, they fighting. These teachers, they're fighting the bus drivers, and you want us to take your kids home. Anyway, so my point to that whole story was that she said that I was nothing but a bus driver. And at the time, I was a bus driver, but I had other stuff going on. And I had just purchased my first ever home. I was a single parent at the time. Me and my husband were not together. You know what I'm saying? And we were definitely not married. But we were not together at the time, and my husband is my son's father. So, you know, I was a single mom. I was raising my son by myself, you know what I'm saying? Well, he was in the picture, but, you know, it was me and my son every single day. And, you know, so I'm like, I'm thinking to myself, it's like my life flashed between my eyes, in front of my face, and I can just see the rage that she had inside of her and how I allowed her to get me to that point. Because she said that first of all, she called me out my name, but she had called me, you ain't nothing but a bus driver. And then, you know, after a point, you know, when I was able to calm down and stuff like that, and you know, go back over everything that happened, I thought to myself, you know what? I allow her to get me to that point for what? She has no idea of what I do. Yes, I drive school buses, but I also do other things as well. So she don't know that. So why did you allow a child to get you to that point when she don't know your life? That's something inside of you that you need to fix. That ain't had nothing to do with her. Because if you allow something so small as that to get you off of your rocker, what's really going on inside of you? That's something you need to fix. So I went and fixed it. You know what I'm saying? And I understand things a little bit better. So you can't just say to me now any old thing and think that I'm going to get upset. Because you don't know my life. That's just like I don't know your life. You know, and we are here to entertain and, you know, try to help in some kind of way, help educate, you know, on YouTube. But, you know, people look at other people and they think that they know and you have no idea. This is the reason why I don't like looking at the news. Because the news preach negative stuff all the time. Where is that helping people? Where is that helping their life at all? Like, I don't get it. Anyway, I just wanted to come on here because that was in my spirit that, you know, we need to stop judging each other for what we see, because what we see is not always the full story. And when we start to take responsibility for ourselves and the things that's going wrong in our life, then the things that you see will turn around. And you won't see the negative in this person, this person, this person. You will begin to see the positivity in them. What you see is what you focus on. What you focus on is what grows. So that's you who see that negativity. That's something inside of you that you got to change. I don't know. I don't know. All I know is law of attraction is real. And if you don't get your life together, you're going to continue to see the negative of life. Stop judging, folks. That's all I'm saying. Stop judging, folks. I love you guys. We're going to do better this year. We're going to do better. We have to do better. We can't stay in the mess of life. We can't. I love you guys. Thank you so much for listening to me rant. I love you. Thank you. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe, and turn on the bell notification. And I will see you guys on the beaches of the world and in the next video. Love you. Bye.
Take a look inside your heart. Trace your steps back to the start. Every stumble, every climb was more than just a moment in time. What you see is not the full story. Every soul's a battlefield of pain and glory. Look at yourself, the path you walked. Every twist, every turn, every lesson it's taught. Before you judge, before you define, remember there's more than meets the eye. Behind the smile, there's a fight they faced. Behind the silence, there's dreams misplaced. We're all just travelers, roads unknown, carrying burdens we don't always show. Peel the layers, see what's real. A broken heart still learns to heal. Through the cracks, the light will shine and teach us that no one's just a line. What you see is not the full story. Every soul's a battlefield of pain and glory. Look at yourself, the path you walked. Every twist, every turn, every lesson it's taught. Before you judge, before you define, remember there's more than meets the
Good morning, family. Hey, y'all. Hey. So you will never believe what I woke up to this morning.
And the world feels heavy, and the road is long.
The joys of being a dog mom. Look at this. Woke up, she had done pulled out as much of this cotton that she could get and pulled the cotton out of here. This one here. You see her doing the side eye to us, y'all? You know you did that. You know you did that, right? Look at her. Just look at her. Side eye. What's wrong with you? Y'all. So now, we gotta go put this in the trash. Ain't that a shame? Y'all, can you please put in the comments what indestructible bed I can get for my Doberman? Because she liked fairy stuff. I don't know what possessed me to get that. I got that before I even got her. So, can you please tell me in the comments what bed I can get for her that she won't tear up? Because she thinks she's supposed to eat just anything. I mean, come on, man. Hey, y'all. So, I want to know how many of you all know that life and death is in the power of the tongue? No, seriously. I want to know How many of you know that life and death lies within the tongue? Seriously. I don't know how many of you believe in the law of attraction, but it's real. Just like the law of gravity is real, the law of attraction is real. So let me tell you, I have been trying to lose weight, because you guys already know my story. If you do not know my story, please go back and look at some of the videos that I've done where I have explained what's going on with me and why I be having these dizzy spells. So, y'all, I have been trying to lose weight, and I posted a couple of days ago, I don't even remember how many days ago it is now, that I had got down to 199 pounds. I've been trying, and that's where the problem lies. You cannot try to do something. You can't do it. I want you to try to take this pen from me. Of course, you can't do it because you're on the other end of the screen. And if you were here with me, okay, if you were here with me, I want you to try to take this pen. You can't do it. You either take it or you don't take it. You can't try to take it. So that word right there, I need to get out of my vocabulary. Now, y'all know that I've been doing Walmart Spark every day. I got me a gratitude rock in my pocket. Y'all, if you are having some issues in life, this gratitude rock, get you a rock, and every time you put your hands in your pocket and you feel that rock, you need to think about one thing that you are grateful for. I mean, like, really, really think about it. Really feel it in your shanana and watch what God do. I got my gratitude rock right here in my pocket. Let me show y'all my pocket. Yeah, in my pocket. So anyway, let me tell you why I have been failing. First of all, the first time I lost all of my weight, I was working away from the family. And, you know, it's easier for me to do something when I'm away from them. When I'm with them, it's harder. And then I forget all of my items that I need to stay successful in fasting, because I'm supposed to been fasting for 7 days. And then after the 7 days, I'm doing only watermelon. Well, y'all, I have been eating. M&M's is my go-to. Chips, that sweet and salty bug that's in me. Man, people think that losing weight is the journey. That's just half the battle. Maintaining at the weight that you're supposed to be at, that is the journey. That is the journey. Okay. So I am no longer going to fail. We fail because we make the choices that we make. So I'm not going to fail anymore. There's no more excuse. I know that if I don't eat, I'm going to be feeling some type of way. But I know if I get past that third day Because the third day is when the body resets. It's something in the body that just clicks when you are fasting and you fast past that third day. It's something in every single one of us that just resets. I don't know what it is. Autophagy, maybe. I have no clue. But what I do know is you feel a whole heck of a lot better after that third day. It's like you get your energy back. It's like, oh my God, it's a refreshing feeling. It really is. So let's see. I got my cayenne pepper. Oh Lord. I had my cayenne pepper until I pushed it all the way back. Give me 1 second. So y'all, the things you have to do as a homeowner. I got my handy dandy son. EJ, can you reach that? My son is tall, y'all. That cayenne pepper up there with the red top. On to the right, come to the right. You see it? Yep. Thank you, son. Thank you, son. God bless me with a handsome, tall, dark and handsome, sexy chocolate son.
Okay, that's a little nice.
So anyway, I got my maple syrup, my cayenne pepper, and my lemon juice. And these are the ingredients of the master cleanse that I'm getting ready to do. And the only thing that I am missing from the master cleanse is that smooth move tea, baby. So you're supposed to drink this either every day or every night. And I also have other teas that I drink for different situations. So I'm not quite for sure if you guys know who Crystal is, but I follow her. She's a social media person. I follow her. I found her on Facebook, and she has her own teas. And this is one of her teas, the Fibroid Fighter, because a sister has fibroids. Blood Purifier. This stuff is really good. And you guys, I don't know if you are trying to have any kids or whatever, or if you're just trying to get your organs back together, you might want to go and look her up. This is the Baby Boom. If you're having issues with your uterus or whatever the case may be, this helps drastically. When I tell you it helps drastically, I had my husband on the Blood Purifier, and I think it was hold on 1 second. Blood Purifier Sperm. I think it was a sperm vitality and a divine iron. Divine iron is gone. Okay, I have not been taking these like I should, but I'm getting ready to start back. I'm getting ready. I am going to start back. Getting ready is just like try. How can you try to do something? How can you get ready to do something? You either do it or you don't do it, Shonda. So I just wanted to show you guys this. But oh yeah, I was telling you about, so my husband had a cyst on his arm right here. So I gave him some of the sperm vitality, some of the fibroid fighter, because it also helps with cysts. And she has 1/4 cysts too, I believe. Oh yeah, may help to shrink or break up fibroids, tumors, cysts, boils, most scar tissue, and blocked tubes. So I had him on the fibroid fighter, the sperm vitality, and the blood purifier. And y'all, when I tell you that cyst is no longer there, that cyst is no longer there. The only thing about it is you have to be consistent. Some things I can be consistent with, some things I can't be consistent with. I'm just saying, y'all, I keep licking my lips. My lips is dry as crap, but my chapstick is in the car. So, and y'all, tell me in the comments, who knows about this right here? Turpentine. I got this, and I was doing it, but couldn't stay consistent, Shonda. So anyway, let me stop pulling stuff out of my, hold that thought. So anyway, let me stop pulling stuff out of my cabinets and stuff, because the only thing that I started adding to my Master Cleanse lemonade is turmeric and pepper. And you add the turmeric and the pepper together to help absorb the turmeric and cayenne pepper. So I'm just showing you guys what I do. And I keep this mixture with me at all times, because whenever you feel hungry, all you have to do is drink this lemonade. You're supposed to drink 6 to 8 glasses of this lemonade per day. But you see, I just have this cup. It's 24 ounces. I fill 3 of these up. I drink 1 for breakfast, 1 for lunch, 1 for dinner. And I drink water in between that. And tea in the mornings, but I gotta find a new routine to stay on task. Now that I no longer work at the security job and I'm doing Walmart Spark all morning, I think what I'm gonna have to do is just do everything after I come home. But after I come home, I'll be so doggone tired. But I gotta stop saying that. I gotta stop telling that story, because the story that you tell is the story that you live. The life and death is in the power of the tongue. I'm just saying. So anyway, so I just put a dash of pepper. Not that much, not that much. I want to show you how much is in there. See? That's not that much. I'm going to put a dash of turmeric. Not that much. Not that much. Okay? Not that much. Okay? And then I'm going to do... Now, the cayenne pepper is what the business is. You really don't... You want to do it to the heat level of what you think you can handle. Now, I'm going to tell you, the cayenne pepper helps curb your appetite. So that's the reason why, if you do this right, okay, all right, Shonda? If you do this right, like you did the last time, you will win. All you gotta do is stick to the plan. Drink a cup of this for breakfast, a cup of this for lunch, and a cup of this for dinner, and water in between, and you will be okay. You did this before. You already know what to do. You already know what to do. Lemonade, or I'm sorry, lemon juice. Now, technically, you're really supposed to use real lemons, but who got time for that? I mean, in the beginning, when I went from 237 pounds down to 164 pounds, I was doing real lemons, until I got to the point where I was tired of bringing a knife to work and my lemon juice squeezer and, having to carry around. This thing is heavy. Let me show it to you. Hold on. This thing is heavy. Like, this is the real deal. This thing is, you can knock somebody out with this. This is the real deal Holyfield. You know what I'm saying? You can knock somebody out with this thing. It's heavy. Heavy. Okay? And I was taking all of this to work. And so one mind told me, oh, there's a cafeteria at the job that I was at, and they had lemon juice. And I had forgot my lemons one day, and I was so hungry, and I was feeling like I was getting ready to fall out up in here. And they had some lemon juice. They had lemons as well, but on this particular day, they didn't have no lemons, but they had some lemon juice. So I said, well, this will be much more easier for me to carry this around than to buy the real lemons. So that's what I started doing. And that led me the rest of the way to getting down to 164 pounds. So anyway, let me finish making this juice. And so you want to pour about that much. And I think I got like close to 4 ounces of lemon juice in there, okay? And I may pour a little bit more depending on what it's looking like when I put the water in there. All right. And then the maple syrup. Sit down and chill, Roxy. All right, the maple syrup. I'm gonna put about that much of the maple syrup in, and that's just right over the 4 ounce. It's probably like about 5 ounces. to fill it up to there. So I'm gonna put some water in here and see what it's looking like. If it don't look like lemonade, then you can add more lemon juice. And then if you taste it, if it's not as sweet as you want it to be, then you can add more maple syrup. And I'm gonna fill this all the way up to 24 ounces. And that looks pretty good to me. Now you can see it's a dirty lemonade. This is what you call the dirty lemonade, y'all. Well, when I tell you, baby, this works. It works. It works. And so if you are trying to lose weight like I am, if you are losing weight, not try, Shonda. If you are losing weight and you don't have time to be sick, and you don't have time, you don't have the money to be sick, the fastest, easiest, cheapest way I know to reverse most dietary diseases high blood pressure, high cholesterol, diabetes, some cancers, is through fasting. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say, please talk to your doctor. But I'm going to tell you what I know. Most doctors, don't take my word for this, do your own research. Most doctors went to the same teaching. And all they're going to tell you is, keep coming back to me so I can keep you sick. I'm not going to tell you to fast because fasting cures you most illnesses. Don't listen to me. I did my research and I believe what I have researched. But all I'm saying is, if you are dealing with some issues, you better do your research. All I'm telling you, all I know is it worked for me. And it's going to work for me again. And I had to find out through a now doctor, he went to go get his doctorate degree, what was truly wrong with me when they told me that they had no idea why my spinal cord fluid would not release back into my body the way that it's supposed to. Yaki Awaken. If you do not know who he is, you better go look at him. Yaki Awaken. I was looking at one of his topics, one of his lives, and he was talking about everything. And this is how I found out why my spinal cord fluid was not releasing the way that it's supposed to release. Was through him. And he wasn't even a doctor at the moment. But because he knows his stuff and everything, out of all the doctors that I have been listening to who preach fasting is a way that they have been reversing diabetes, reversing high cholesterol, reversing, all the dietary diseases that these other doctors don't want to tell you. Even my doctor at the VA was very upset with me during the time that I was losing this weight because she said that I was doing it the wrong way. And she was very upset with me because I would not take the medicine, take the pills. I don't like taking medicine, y'all. Roxy, calm down, baby. Relax, baby. Relax, mama. She's very upset with me. My husband was diagnosed with diabetes, and his doctor told him, what's going on, Ricey Boo? You want mommy to leave? She's trying to get out there quick. His doctor told him that he basically was doomed for the rest of his life to be diabetic. Type 2. Okay, type 2. Type 2 diabetes is because of the things that you put in your mouth. And they tell you to change what? Your diet. But they don't tell you what to do, or what to eat, or what not to eat. Because the things that they tell you to eat and not to eat, oh Lord, I don't want to start preaching. Y'all gonna do y'all research. But let me tell you this. My husband had 100 milligrams of sugar in his urine. So, what did Shonda do? He didn't want to do it. Trust me, he fought tooth and nail. But I have been trying to go vegan for some time, but you know, I got family that's not vegan, so it's kind of hard, and the food is good. But I knew what to do. And it's kind of like you always wait until the last minute, until you get the disease, until you get the cancer, before you're ready to just start doing the right thing. He was diagnosed with diabetes. And I fasted him for 3 days. And on the 4th day, and when I tell you he did not want to do it, he was fighting tooth and nail. He was arguing. He was hangry. Okay? And y'all, I did not want to make this video about this, but it is what it is. I guess somebody need to hear it, because this is what God putting in my spirit right now. He was very hangry with me, but he was scared, and he did not know what to do, and he did not know where to turn, because he believed in his doctor. And I'm not sitting up here telling you that I'm no doctor, because I'm not. But I have been doing my research for my own self, for my own health. I've been on this journey for a long time, and I'm telling you, it's hard. Especially when you got family who does not have any health issues, who loves the meat. And it's hard as a mother, as a wife, to, Rossi, calm down. It's hard. Hold that thought, y'all. Quiet, mama. Relax. I'm okay. I'm just a little bit excited. I'm sorry. I'm okay. Okay? I'm okay, mama. I promise. I'm okay. I'm gonna have to go and get in the car. But his doctor, he was scared. He didn't know what to do. So I gotta leave out, y'all, because Roxy think it's something wrong with me. So now she's crying. But his doctor did not know what to do. I'm sorry. He did not know what to do, because he trusted his doctor. And his doctor told him, you basically are doomed. And you're going to be diabetic for the rest of your life. So y'all, I'm just putting all my items in the trash in a plastic bag, Walmart plastic bag, so that I can have it with me. Hold on, Roxy. Mommy getting ready to leave, okay? So he did not know what to do, so I fasted him. For 3 days, and then he ate oranges the 4th day, and he went back to get retested. Oh yeah, his A1C was like a 9.3. Okay, and he went back and a week later he went back to get tested, and his doctor was like, I don't understand why you're back. He was like, nothing can happen within a week time. He basically was telling him, you're doomed. So why are you back here wasting my time? So he asked the doctor to just test his urine again. And reluctantly, he did it. And the test came back that he no longer had sugar in his urine. And the doctor still wanted to put him on medication. So for that next week, calm down. I don't know what's wrong with her, but I got to figure it out. But anyway, so for that next week, we had fasted him. He was eating mostly fruit. He had some veggies. He cheated a little bit in there somewhere. He told me somewhere down the line that he cheated while he was at work. But in less than 1 month, we was able to, as a matter of fact, I think it was after those 2 weeks, we was able to get his A1C back down to 5.2, I think it was. And when he got retested, his doctor did not want to retest him because he wanted him to stay sick. And he was mad when he found out that his A1C was back to normal because of fasting. Anyway, I'm not going to listen. You can believe what you want to believe. I know what worked for me, and this is what I'm going to do. I did not mean to make this video about this, but I hope it helps someone because it is definitely helping me to get to my goal weight, which is 164 pounds. I did not want to weigh myself this morning because I know that I've been doing wrong. And I know the last time I weighed myself, I was like at 204. I ate last night right about 3 o'clock in the morning because I was hungry. Instead of coming to get me a lemonade, I had me some food and a spicy chicken sandwich from Sheetz. While we was looking at Mr. Beast games, I couldn't go to sleep last night looking at that daggone game. My lips is chapped. I gotta go find out what's going on with my dog. I'm gonna have EJ to walk her around the block, and then I'm getting ready to leave and get on that road so I can go do some Walmart Spark. Anyway, thank you so much for listening to me rant. Thank you for being a part of the family. I don't know who needed to hear this, but I guess this is a message for someone that God put in my spirit and for me to put out here into the world because it came out. This is not what I wanted to make this video about at all. But I'm glad that I did. And I hope and I pray that this helps someone. Because, baby, it's definitely getting ready to help me to get back to where I need to be. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you for listening to me rant. I absolutely love you guys. Thank you for helping us reach 3,000 subscribers, y'all. Woo, woo! If it had not been for the Lord and YouTube promotions, baby. Thank you guys for tuning in. I really do appreciate it. I really do love you guys. And I really do want to see you guys on the beaches of the world. So let's get this thing going, okay? If you have not done so, please like, comment, and subscribe. Share this video with someone who may need some inspiration on getting on the right track and taking that word try and getting ready to out of their vocabulary. Shonda. That pen, y'all. That pen. Dang, my lips is mighty dry, y'all. I love you guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for subscribing. I will see you guys in the next video and on the beaches of the world. Thank you so much. I love you guys. Bye.
When you're searching for strength to carry on, you're not alone, you're not too far gone.
Why are you so angry? I don't get it. Why are you so rude? Your life can't be going good. It's the law of attraction. There is no way that you could be having a good life because you're over here screaming at the top of your lungs trying to get something done. And I got a question for you. Did it actually get done? I mean, seriously. Did the waiter that you're yelling at, did you actually get what you wanted? Or did you have nothing but other medical issues? Seriously, did you almost have a heart attack because you over here yelling at people that's making your food? That can't be right. You definitely don't understand how people work. Because you can't get anything done by yelling at somebody. Not your children, not your mate, not people that is trying to do service for you. You can't get nothing done. Your life cannot be going very good because you over here yelling. I know you got to be sick in your body from doing that much, from having that much stress. You can't get nothing done like that. Why do you continuously want to scream at people? Especially the people that are doing service for you. That makes no sense. Why would you want to do that? Especially in the food industry. Why would you want to scream at a waiter or waitress or a cook or a cashier? Why would you want to bring that type of energy onto yourself? Because what happens is you doing all that screaming. They could do something to your food. Spit in your drink. They could put their hand in their pants, wipe their crack with their hand, and touch your food without washing their hands. Why would you want to bring that type of energy back to yourself? It's the law of attraction. What you put out is what you're going to get. And I don't know if you actually believe that, but if you sit and take a look at your life, it's exactly how you created it to be, not nobody else. You gotta learn. You're gonna learn one of these days. And if you don't learn in this life, you will learn in the next life. That's not the way that you get stuff done. And I'm not saying be a doormat and let people walk all over you either. That's not what I'm saying. But there's a way to do things. And yelling at the top of your lungs is not the way to get it done. And I'm only telling you this because I love you. And you need to stop that mess. Because it's hurting nobody but you. Because if you're doing it to one person, then that means you doing it to the next person. And the next person. And the next person. Your stress levels are way too high. And you need to stop that. It's you. It's not nobody else but you. You cannot get nothing done by yelling and screaming at people. It's not going to work. Just saying. Love you guys. See you on the beaches of the world. Let me just say this. Dodash, thank you so much. I don't know why God put your video on my feed, but I want to thank you. I have been up looking at your video all night long, and it set a fire in me that I had lost. And I've been trying to get on YouTube for some years now, just renaming my channel different things. I knew I wanted to be on YouTube, but I really didn't know how to put myself out there. I really didn't know what to do. I came across a lot of different, channels showing you different things that you can do. I'm a motivational person, so I really wanted to go in that way to do my channel, but I didn't really want to deal with the whole copyright thing, using other people's motivational speeches and all this other good stuff. And you lit a fire inside of me that God has put in me, and I lost it along the way. And I just want to thank you. I just wanted to put that out there because this video that I'm doing right now is talking exactly about that. So, like I said, thank you. I see you have touched so many people. It's so many people who got on YouTube because they seen your video. And, I want to piggyback off of what you said in your video. People, especially older people who have, I'm only 2 years older than you, right? We have been through some things. And the newer generation is in need of help. And our experience that we have gone through, the reason why we are still here, the reason why God woke us up this morning is because somebody out there need our help. And I'm so happy, I'm so glad that you lit that fire back inside of me, because baby, these negative people out here is draining, and the devil will take that negativity and push you down further and further and further, and that is not who I am, I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. Thank you. Thank you, God, for putting DoDash video on my feed to wake me up. Thank you, DoDash. I feel like you're one of my best friends. Because you are so inspirational. And that is exactly my spirit. And, we're not going to touch everybody. I do know that. But for the people that we do touch, God is waiting for you to wake up. Because everything that you're going through, somebody else is going through, and they're having a harder time than you dealing with it. But because you're going through it and you can still wake up, that means that you're supposed to go out there and help the next one. And like you said, people need to get on YouTube. Each one teach one. Each one teach one. That means that not everybody is going to be able to learn from you, the teacher. But my brother over here can reach people that I can't reach. My sister over here have been through some things that she can be vulnerable enough to put herself out there and help the next one. And you don't even know who you're going to help. But the fact that you're willing to have the courage and willing to be vulnerable enough to help those people out there that's going through some stuff. Thank you. Me. I'm so proud of black people. My friend. Why you say that? Me. We've come a long way. My friend. You think black people have arrived? Me. Why you say that? Me. I mean, my friend. That's what you said. Me. I didn't say that. My friend. Yes, you did. You just said you thought black people arrived. Me. That's not what I said. I said I was proud of black people because we've come a long way. I didn't say nothing about black people have arrived. My other friend. You should not have said nothing. Me. Just because I say something positive or being proud, my other friend. Some people can't take statements like that. Me. What statements like that mean? It was a positive statement. And I said, my other friend don't even know why I even said that. She just went off on a tangent talking about she thought that I said that black people have arrived, and that's not what I said. I was driving through a community and I seen some beautiful homes, and I seen a lot of black people in the neighborhood. And I was just thinking to myself, there is no secret that black people have not really had stuff in this country, and they are coming up. Now, mind you, I love everybody. But I'm just calling it like I see it. It is what it is. Black people haven't had stuff, especially homes, and you're seeing more now that we are able to, start to get nice homes to raise our family in. There's nothing wrong with saying that. There's nothing wrong with saying that. My other friend, you know what? You should just not say anything and keep that to yourself. Me, I shut down because I just realized hurt people.
He's in it with me, working through me. He's fighting for me. God is not against me. He's in it with me, working through me, fighting for me. God is not against me.
So I titled this video, Hurt People, How to Deal with Difficult, Negative People. Because some people don't realize that they are negative. But the one thing that I'm not gonna do is continue to dim my light because of negative people. I am positive. I always had a positive outlook on life. And whenever I come across people who are negative, the energy it just makes you want to scream sometimes. My God. People don't realize how negative they are. And I've been surrounded around these people. And I just can't take it anymore. I have been shutting down ever since I've been around these people. Because they say, don't say that, don't do this. Come on, man. Don't nobody want to keep hearing that negativity. People, there is good things that happen to you and bad things that happen to you. Period. It's what you focus on is what you're going to get. What you focus on is what grows. Just because as soon as something negative happens to you, something positive is happening as well. You don't always have to focus on the negative thing that's happening to you. It drains your energy to be negative all the freaking time. People don't like me because I'm that happy-go-lucky girl. When you see me, I'm always smiling. I got this sunshine. I got this ray of light that just bursts through me. And I'm sick and tired of being around negative people who don't want nothing out of life or they want something out of life and they just don't know how to get it because they've been beat down so much that they don't know how to see past the negativity. I'm not dimming my light no more for people who don't deserve my light. And I'm going to tell you this right now. My friends that said those things to me in the beginning of the video, if you are looking at this video, I pray to God that you allow this video to permeate through your spirit and get that devil off of you. Because negativity is the reason why you are sick. And I'm not being in that anymore. I'm not. Listen, bad things happen to you. Negative things happen to you all the time. But so does good things. And I'm not saying that you got to be happy-go-lucky all the time. I'm not saying that you got to be positive all the time. But I would rather live in positivity than to live in negativity. You got to get out of that. That's the reason why you are stuck right now. That's the reason why you are stuck. Because you continuously stay in the negativity of your life as if nothing positive happens to you. Stop it. Get a grip. My goodness. I will not dim my light anymore. And forever who sees this video, if you are surrounded around negative people, you just, some people that you just can't get out of your life because they are good people. They just life has been bad for them. And you have to pray them through that thing and still love them. Because even though some people are negative, they still some good people. So you just got to love them through that thing. But don't you ever let nobody dim your light because of their negativity. No more. It ends today. No more will I allow somebody's negativity to bring my light down. My light is too big for that. And I may have gotten down. But I tell you this one thing right here, I don't never stay down. Never will I stay down. And this right here, you know what? I am who I am. My brother called me a square. He was like, Shonda, you ain't built from the same cloth. You ain't in these streets. That's what he was talking about. I said, I done been in the military. I done had some things happen to me. You choose the streets if that's what you want. You chose it. The way that your life is going right now, you chose that. Give yourself a hand clap. You chose everything. How your life is going right now is solely based on the choices that you made and the actions that you took. It is time to start taking some responsibility for your own actions and stop putting that off on everybody else. I used to drive school buses, and them kids hated me, but they loved me so much. They didn't know what to do with me because I'll be up in there preaching. I'll be up in there preaching. And they say, Miss Shonda, you always be lecturing us. I say, yes, I do. Because I want you to do better. There's so many people out here that's doing worse than you. Worse than you. And I done been homeless. Never been homeless just standing out on the street. I've never been that homeless. Thank God I had friends and family that actually loved me and cared enough about me to allow me to come and stay with them. So I've never been that homeless. But I have been homeless before. I done been through bankruptcy. I done been through foreclosure. I done been evicted. I done been through some things. But did I allow that negative event impact me? No. Why? Why don't you allow negative things impact you, Shonda? Because if you do not have the negative things in life, then you would not know the positive when it comes. Come on, somebody. You can't get up if you are not positive. You have to have a positive outlook on life. You have to. Because it just feels better. Come on, somebody. You woke up this morning. That's a positive thing. Don't keep letting negative events that happen to you in life steal your joy. Don't do that. And if you are in a place in your life where you just don't believe no more, all hope is gone, you negative to the nines, you keep that mess to yourself. Because all these other people out here that still believe, you dimming their light, and you need to stop it. But see, my light will never die until God take me off of this earth. We gotta do better. We gotta do better. I want to tell you something. God is not against you. He's working with you, fighting for you. God is not against you. Somehow, some way, you got to find your light back. I'm going to let Chad tell you how to deal with negative people. Because some negative people you can't just let go. God got you in that spot for a reason. God got those people in your life for a reason. It's because of your light. And you are the only one that can help that person come into the light. Come into the light, Caroline. You're the only one. I believe that everything happens for a reason and a season. And if you have some negative people that's around you, God is using you. He's using you for a such moment as this. But no longer will I allow people, friends, family, whoever, dim my light. And if you are looking at this video and you are in the same exact place, then I'm telling you, stop letting people dim your light. You are in their life for a reason, because of your light. No, I will not stop talking about good stuff. I will not stop talking about positivity. I will be that square. I don't care. Just because I don't want to go out here committing crimes and all this other good stuff, no, I'm not going to do it. For what? So that I can keep looking over my shoulder? No, for what? What type of life is that? What type of life is that? I can ramble on. I want Chad to take you into how to deal with negative people. Thank you so much for listening to my rant. I am going to post a video that I listened to while I was making this video, and this video would have went totally somewhere else had I not listened to that video. But as soon as I started listening to it, it came across my feed as the next video that I should watch, and I'm over here delivering packages. And as soon as it came on, God is not against me. He's working with me, fighting for me. God is not against me. The link is in the description below. You need to check it out. Let your light shine. We need you. Love you guys. Listen to my boy Chad.
Have you ever wondered why some people just seem difficult? Like no matter what, they project negativity, criticism, or anger. Well, it's often true that hurt people hurt people. Sometimes, people who carry pain end up spreading it to others. Thanks for that introduction, Shonda. You almost made me cry with how passionate you were with that message. Hey everyone, welcome back. Today, we are diving into a topic that affects all of us, dealing with difficult, negative people. And it's something many of us face, especially if we are on a journey of personal growth or faith. It can feel like these people are here to test our patience, but I believe there's a reason for every person who crosses our path. I want to remind you that God sometimes places people in our lives to teach us resilience and to remind us of His presence through the hard times. Even the difficult people in our lives have something to teach us. They remind us of patience, forgiveness, and strength. I once met someone who faced constant criticism at work. Nothing they did was ever good enough. But over time, they realized that their boss had gone through a lot of hardship himself and was projecting his own struggles. Instead of letting that hurt break them, they started looking at each critique with compassion and slowly, over time, transformed the dynamic in their workplace. Now, let's talk about how to handle negative, difficult people. It isn't easy, but here are some tips that may help you keep your peace and even bring out positivity in them. Tip number 1. Maintain boundaries. First, maintain clear boundaries. You don't need to be a doormat or take on their issues as your own. It's okay to step back. Let them know you're there, but keep your emotional boundaries intact. Tip number 2. Respond, don't react. Next, respond instead of reacting. Often, negative people are looking for a reaction. When you stay calm and choose not to engage with anger or frustration, you'll notice that their power over you fades. Remember, just as God has placed people in our lives, He's also placed us in theirs. And that means we have the opportunity to show them a different way, a way toward hope, kindness, and grace. It reminds me of a powerful message. God goes before you.
Even when things seem tough, He's up to something upstream. The difficult people in your life might be there as a part of God's plan, not only to test you but to show them His love through you. When we see a problem, heaven has a plan. One person I know struggled with a family member who was always critical. But rather than harboring resentment, they decided to understand where that person was coming from. Over time, the critic became an ally. That person's hurt turned into healing because someone cared enough to try. So, if you're dealing with negativity, remember that this season can be different. Those who hurt you might eventually become people who help heal others. Believe that even when you can't see it, God is up to something, and He'll guide you through this. Alright, now we are going to dive into some questions from our section called People Always Asking, where I get asked questions all the time about dealing with negative people. Think of this as a little heart-to-heart with a friend. Let's jump in. How do you shut down a negative person? Sometimes, the best approach is to listen, but not engage. Just like if you're dealing with a storm, let it pass without adding fuel. A simple, "I understand," or changing the topic can be powerful. It lets them know you're not interested in going down that negative path with them. What causes a person to be negative all the time? A lot of negativity comes from unresolved pain, fear, or insecurity. Maybe they've been hurt or have gone through hard times that left them feeling helpless. It doesn't excuse the behavior, but understanding it can give us more compassion. How do you tell someone their negativity is draining? This one's tricky. I'd say approach it with kindness. Something like, "I really care about you, but sometimes I feel overwhelmed when our conversations focus on the negative. Can we try looking at the positive side too?" It's gentle but honest. How do I stop letting negative people affect me? One word, boundaries. Remember, you're not responsible for someone else's mood. Focus on keeping your own peace. Visualize yourself surrounded by calm and compassion, and remind yourself not to absorb someone else's negativity. What is the root cause of negativity? Negativity often comes from unmet needs, like a lack of support, understanding, or validation. It can also be a habit that develops over time. Sometimes, it's easier to see the world through a dark lens, especially if that's what someone's used to. But the good news? Those perspectives can change, and healing is always possible. Hope these answers give you a little more clarity, and next time, you'll be ready to handle those difficult situations with patience and grace. Thank you so much for watching today. I hope this video brings you strength and inspires you to face challenges with faith and courage. Don't forget, God has this, and you're never alone on this journey. Let's be the strong and courageous version of ourselves, one day at a time. If this helped you, please like, subscribe, and share it with someone who needs a little extra encouragement today. Love you all. See you on the beaches of the world.
I've been down that road where shadows fall, seen broken hearts with walls so tall. They try to bring you down, pull you into the night, but I know there's a flame that burns so bright. Oh, hurt people, yeah, I know it's true. But God put a light in me, and He put it in you. So when the world turns dark and the voices roar, I'll stand in love, 'cause I'm stronger than the storm. There's a reason they feel all that pain inside, like these scars or wounds they try to hide. But I won't take their weight, won't carry that load, 'cause I know who holds me. I'm never alone. Oh, hurt people, lift them up, hold them in my hands. 'Cause when I see the struggle, I know there's a plan. God's making a way, yeah, He always can. Oh, hurt people, but they don't have to stay caught in that cycle, lost in the fray. So I'll keep shining love, let the Spirit transform. 'Cause with His love in me, I'm stronger than the storm. Yeah, I'm stronger than the storm. With God by my side, I can carry on.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, family. So I just wanted to come on here today to let you know how good God is. Do you know how good He is? I just got revelation in my spirit. Let me tell you what just happened. Me and my husband is having a conversation about me fasting, okay? And I was just telling him that I don't think fasting is going to be the best thing for me right now, because I've been feeling dizzy, and and honestly, I honestly feel like that's just a way that the devil gets inside you. You know what I'm saying? And try to discourage you against doing something that you know is good. So I'm having a conversation with my husband. I'm telling him, I don't think I'm going to do fasting. I'm just going to go ahead and just start eating watermelon. So he says to me, well, that's probably going to be the best thing for you to do, And when you are married, or you in a relationship, even if you're not married, if you're in a relationship with someone and you don't have anything to fight over, like big stuff, like you cheated on me or you beating on me. When you don't have none of that stuff, you find little small things to knick-knack at each other, okay? And when you've been with each other long enough, you know how to get under somebody's skin, right? So we having this conversation, and he's telling me, you might be right. You know what I'm saying? Fasting is not good. My hand is like, he's like, fasting's not really that good. People have died from fasting. You could just fast for like 1 or 2 days or something like that. And so I say, fasting is not bad for you. Fasting is good for you. I'm making the argument that, the body is supposed to fast. We just don't fast long enough to reap the benefits of the fasting. And if you know anything about fasting, the body basically eats itself. The bad cells that are no longer there. If you fast long enough, your body goes into autophagy. So I'm knowing this stuff. So I say, well, Jesus fasted for 40 days and 40 nights. And he say Jesus also turned water into wine. But we are not Jesus. Right? So I'm like, we start going back and forth talking about Jesus. And while we are not Jesus and we can't do the things that Jesus did. And I'm like, I know way too many people who have reverse diabetes, reverse high blood pressure, reverse high cholesterol, reverse heart disease, reverse some cancers from fasting. So I know that it works, and so we going back and forth about little small stuff. This is small stuff. This is what happened when you have nothing else to fuss about. Right? So I hurry up and hang up with him because I'm kind of frustrated at this point. A little bit perturbed, right? And then God put in my spirit, and I thought to myself, you know what? I'm going to prove him wrong. I've never been the type of person that allows somebody to tell me what I can and cannot do. And that lit a fire in me to show him that not only can I do it, but I'm going to do it. So I'm making this video to you to let you know to not allow someone to tell you what you can and what you cannot do. God is way more stronger than any man can ever be. And he has that inside of you. Do it anyway. Show them that they're wrong. Show them that you ain't God either. You know what I'm saying? Oh my God. So I was going to not fast. Okay? I was not going to fast because, like I said, I've been feeling dizzy for the last couple of days and I need to eat something. My problem is I'm eating the wrong things. And I'm supposed to the plan was that I was going to fast for 7 days this year. And after the 7th day, I was going to switch over to eating only watermelon until my birthday. Or I really said until I get down to my goal weight, which is 165 pounds. For my height, my max weight is supposed to be 170. So I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to eat watermelon until I get down to 165 pounds. So that was the plan. But you know what? Now that is the plan. I'm not going back. I don't care if I'm feeling mighty low. If I'm feeling mighty low, I'll eat some watermelon. Until then, I'm doing this 7-day fast. I don't care what nobody say. And if you are in a situation where somebody is trying to tell you what you can and can't do with your own self, prove them wrong. Just like I'm trying to get you to start your own YouTube channel so we can make this residual income so we can go on the beaches of the world. Right? And they telling you tell somebody that you're going to start you a YouTube channel and they telling you, oh, it ain't going to work. You ain't going to make no money. Let's prove them wrong. Let's prove them wrong. I don't know what you're going through right now in your life today where you have told somebody about a goal or a dream or something that you wanted to complete, that you wanted to do, and they start talking negative on it. Do it anyway. Prove them wrong. You got this. You got this. We got this. We gonna show them what the deal is. Okay? We gonna show them what the deal is. Don't let nobody take your joy. Not even your husband or your boyfriend or your wife or your girlfriend. Okay? Don't let nobody tell you what you can and cannot do. Prove them wrong, show them what's up. So with that being said, hey, I'll see you guys at 165 pounds. I love you all. Thank you so much for listening to me rant. I absolutely love my husband. And the one thing that I learned from all of this is that was God in that whole conversation, trying to let me know that he has my back. He has my back. No matter what I decide to do, he has my back. And I believe that he put us through different things that we're working on to test us to see if we're really serious about it. You know, so that's what I got from that conversation, and that's what is making me feel a whole lot better about having that conversation. And now I can go on with my married life, go get in the shower, so I can go get these deliveries done for Walmart Spark, baby. So with that being said, I love you guys. Thank you so much for listening to me rant. Make sure you don't allow nobody to steal your dreams. 2025 is our year. I promise you, we will see each other on the beaches of the world. I love you guys. Thank you so much for listening to me rant. And I'll see you in the next video. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. And yeah, share if you need to. Love you guys. See you on the beaches of the world and in the next video. Bye. Hey, welcome to another episode with Uplift and Thrive. This is going to be episode 5, and we are continuing the conversation. Okay, we're continuing the conversation about how to keep going when life gets tough. You guys know I'm not gonna hold you very long. I just wanted to say it's so many people that's still going through the pain of life. So many people. And the conversation need to be had. And so this is the reason why I have the podcast here, to continue on that conversation, so that you can know it's not just you that's going through it. And when you do go through it and you're able to make it through, the fact that you're able to even look at this video mean that you made it through another day. If you have looked at any of my videos on my channel, you absolutely know that I've done been through some stuff. I'm 44 years old. I've been through some stuff. I'm a veteran. I've been through some stuff. Bankruptcy, homelessness, foreclosure, you name it, I done been through some stuff. And during the time that I was going through heartache and pain, it didn't feel good. So I know that you feel like, I don't see a way through this. But I'm telling you that you will make it through. And it might not feel good right now, but the fact that you was able to get up this morning and open up your eyes is evidence enough to let you know that God is not done with you just yet. I just tried to make this video yesterday and my camera just completely cut out the sound, like there was no sound in the video. So but listen, I want to continue on the conversation. This is episode 5. I said episode 5. Which one is it? Is it 2 or is it 5? This is episode 5. Yeah, I will see you guys at the end of this podcast. Make sure you have your speakers turned on, and this is just a listening thing. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes while you're driving, while you are cleaning, whatever it is that you're doing, just listen in. Just listen in. I pulled a couple of resources together to create this podcast, and of course, you know, I'm using AI, but it's good. Okay, I listen to it myself, because listen, you're not the only one that's going through hard times, right? You're not the only one that's going through hard times. So for this channel, we get over ourselves. This channel, trust me, I'm looking at my own videos. So we cannot see each other on the beaches of the world if you give up now. Seriously. We cannot see each other on the beaches of the world if you give up now. And I am not ready for you to give up just yet. Because I want to see you. I want to be able to give you a hug. Because listen, I get it. I get it. I done been through it. I know it hurts. I know it do. But if I was with you right now, I would just give you a hug. I'm going through some stuff right now myself. So you ain't the only one. You're not the only one. We going through this thing together. And guess what? We getting out of it together. How about that? Just saying. Now, if you are the type of person, you already got your life all together, then I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the ones that's hurting right now. Okay, so with that being said, let's go ahead and listen to this podcast, and I see y'all on the other side.
Welcome back, everyone. You've sent us quite a mix of sources this time. Sermons, motivational speeches, all kind of pointing toward this idea of resilience, right?
Yeah, it's all about bouncing back.
Bouncing back from challenges, yeah. So get ready, because we're diving deep into the worlds of Joyce Meyer, Ben Lionel Scott, and others to see what we can learn together about facing those tough times, you know?
Yeah, it's a really fascinating mix, isn't it? You know, we've got Meyer speaking from this place of deep personal faith and experience.
Yeah.
Scott's got these bold calls to action.
Right.
And then we even have these stories of like everyday people overcoming, you know, incredible obstacles.
Yeah, Meyer's sermon, I don't know about you, but I found it really powerful.
Yeah.
Especially those parts about her really difficult childhood and
for sure.
her experiences taking care of her aging parents.
Absolutely.
It really gives her words extra weight, don't you think?
Totally. Her journey, I think, really shows how even painful experiences, right, can shape our outlook and even sometimes reveal our purpose, right? Like forgiveness, leaning on faith, finding strength within.
Yeah.
These are some of the like key takeaways that she highlights, right?
She makes an interesting point, and I was curious to get your thoughts on this.
Sure.
About experience being more valuable than talent.
Right.
What do you think she means by that?
So I think what she's getting at is this idea that resilience, you know, it's often learned.
Okay.
It's not something we're born with. It's actually through facing challenges and like learning from our mistakes, you know, that we build the skills and wisdom to handle whatever comes next, right?
Yeah.
Talent can like give you a head start, but experience is what truly equips you to navigate the unexpected.
That makes sense. Like, think about, someone learning a new skill. The more they practice and make mistakes, the better they become.
Absolutely.
So do you think that applies to overcoming adversity too?
100%. Just like learning any skill.
Okay.
Resilience is built through facing challenges head on, right?
Right.
And figuring out what works.
Yeah, in that Rockin' with Shonda video,
Mm-hmm.
there's a story about this man named John who was battling depression.
Yeah,
And,
battling depression.
Yeah, he started by making his bed each morning.
Mm.
And that, like one small action, right?
Wow.
Helped him regain a sense of control and eventually overcome his depression.
What can we learn from that?
What can we learn from that? Yeah, what do you think?
John's story, I think, really shows the power of small steps.
Yeah.
And habit formation, right?
Mm-hmm.
We often get overwhelmed, I think, when we think about the, enormity of a problem, right?
The big picture.
The big picture. But starting with one small, achievable action.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
That can build momentum and lead to, significant change.
Yeah, so instead of trying to tackle everything at once, right?
Right.
We should break down challenges into smaller steps.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like the saying, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time.
Absolutely. Love that.
Right.
And each small step forward, I think, reinforces a sense of accomplishment, which in turn fuels the motivation to keep going.
This reminds me of what Meyer said about Thomas Edison and his relentless pursuit of inventing the light bulb.
Yes.
She believes that having a clear why, like a purpose,
Your why.
is crucial, for overcoming adversity.
Yeah, finding your why. Finding your why is incredibly powerful.
But how do you actually discover your why?
Right.
It's not like it's just sitting there waiting to be found, is it?
Well, it can take some introspection.
Okay.
Sometimes it emerges from our passions.
Yeah.
Sometimes from our values, sometimes from the challenges we've already overcome.
Okay, that's helpful.
Yeah.
Okay, now let's talk about Ben Lionel Scott.
Okay, let's do it.
His approach seems so different from Meyer's, right?
Yeah, he's got a different style.
He uses such strong language and metaphors,
Okay.
like developing dog
Right.
and turning pain into purpose.
Right.
Like, what's that all about?
I think Scott's message, right, it's all about tapping into this primal, instinctual drive to survive and thrive.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to, ignite a fire within you.
Okay.
That dog
Yeah.
that refuses to give up, right? And I think he's drawing on these, psychological concepts, resilience, grit, growth mindset.
Okay.
But he presents them in this way that, resonates on a really visceral level, I think.
He said something that really stuck with me, and it was, life is going to blow some serious blows,
Ooh.
but I want you to feel that pain going through your body.
Yeah.
Pain has a purpose. Don't go through it. Grow through it.
Mm.
What'd you make of that?
He's saying, right, that instead of avoiding or numbing ourselves to pain, we can use it as fuel for growth.
Oh, interesting.
He challenges us to reframe our relationship with discomfort, right?
Okay.
To see it as a sign that we're pushing our limits.
Yeah.
And expanding our capacity for resilience.
So he's saying it's not about not feeling the pain.
Right.
It's about using it as fuel.
Exactly.
That's a really interesting way to look at things.
Yeah, it's about acknowledging those tough emotions, right? But not letting them control us.
Okay.
Scott believes we can harness that energy and redirect it towards positive change.
He also talked about support systems.
Yes.
And he told a story about Emily who found strength by reaching out to a friend during a really tough time. And it seems like
Pretty tough time.
Yeah, it seems like both Meyer and Scott agree that we don't have to go it alone.
Absolutely. They both acknowledge that asking for help is a strength, not a weakness.
I like that.
Right, having a strong support system.
Yeah.
Whether it's friends, family, mentors, professionals.
Yeah.
Can make a huge difference in our ability to overcome challenges.
It makes me think of that saying, a burden shared is a burden halved.
Right.
Sometimes just having someone to listen
Yeah.
and offer a different perspective can make all the difference.
Oh, totally. It can help us see things more clearly, challenge our negative thoughts, and remind us of our strengths. It's like having a co-pilot to help navigate through stormy weather,
Okay, so we've heard from two very different voices on resilience, but their messages seem to overlap quite a bit.
Yeah.
They both emphasize the importance of mindset.
Yeah, mindset is huge.
Right, of choosing how we respond to challenges.
It's a key takeaway, right?
Yeah.
They both suggest that while we can't always control what happens to us,
Yeah.
we can control how we react.
Right.
And that choice, that mindset shift can be incredibly powerful.
Meyer talked about the importance of contentment, even in difficult circumstances.
Right.
She said something like, if we love God and we trust him, there is no painful, unjust thing that can happen to us that God won't somehow work out for our good.
Powerful stuff.
Yeah.
Her faith is clearly like a major source of her resilience, right?
Yeah.
But even for those who like don't share her beliefs,
Right.
there's a valuable lesson there.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Finding something to trust in, whether it's a higher power, the universe, or even just like the process of life, can provide a sense of like peace and grounding amidst chaos, you know?
And Scott, he talked about the importance of action even when we're feeling overwhelmed.
Yeah, take action.
And he had this great line.
Let's hear it.
When you find out what your why is, you don't hit snooze no more.
Love it.
Right.
He's all about turning intention into action.
Yeah.
Having that clear purpose helps us overcome like inertia and take those first steps even when it's hard.
Both speakers also stressed the power of forgiveness.
Yes.
Meyer even said that she learned to forgive those who hurt her deeply.
Wow.
That I can't imagine that can't be easy,
I know.
you know?
Yeah, forgiveness is often misunderstood, right?
Yeah. What do you mean?
It's not about like condoning someone's actions,
Okay.
but about freeing ourselves from the weight of anger and resentment.
Mm-hmm.
It's a powerful act of self-care and a way to like reclaim our own emotional well-being.
Scott also talked about reframing challenges.
Yes, love that.
He said something like, when things are going bad, don't get all bummed out. Take that issue, take that setback, and turn it into something good.
Reframe it.
Yeah.
He's a big advocate for like turning setbacks into opportunities.
Yeah.
He believes that even in the face of adversity, we can find valuable lessons, develop new skills, and ultimately emerge stronger and more capable.
It's like the saying, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
Exactly.
But how do we actually put that into practice? How do we shift from feeling defeated to seeing a setback as a stepping stone?
It's a process, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't happen overnight.
Right.
One approach, I think, is to like focus on learning from the experience.
Okay.
What can you take away from this challenge?
Yeah.
What did you do well?
Yeah.
And what could you do differently next time?
Meyer shared this story about Joseph in the Bible. Even though he was like unjustly imprisoned,
wow,
he never gave up hope.
Powerful.
She really emphasized the importance of like holding on to faith, even in those like midnight hours when things seem darkest.
When things seem darkest, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a powerful reminder that even in the midst of suffering, right, we can choose to hold on to hope.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean denying the pain
Yeah.
or pretending everything's fine, but it's about cultivating an inner strength that allows us to keep going, even when we can't see the light at the end of the tunnel.
And Scott, of course, uses his dog metaphor, right? That relentless drive to keep fighting.
Keep fighting.
Even when it's tough.
Absolutely.
He talked about how he just kept pushing through, even when things got like harder and harder.
Yeah, he believes we all have that inner strength, right?
Yeah.
That dog within us waiting to be unleashed. It's about tapping into that resilience and refusing to let challenges define us.
He also said something interesting about embracing the process.
Oh, yeah.
Even when it's uncomfortable.
Tell me more.
He actually said, and I wrote this down, if it hurts, welcome to the big leagues. If you feel like you're under heat, praise God.
Wow. He's reminding us that growth and transformation often come with discomfort.
Right.
In those moments when we like push ourselves beyond our comfort zone, right? That we truly discover our capabilities and build resilience.
It's kind of like working out, right?
Yeah.
You have to push through the burn to get stronger.
Exactly. And just like with physical fitness, building resilience requires effort and consistency. It's about showing up for ourselves, even when we don't feel like it.
Right.
And trusting that the effort will pay off over time.
So far, we've talked about mindset, forgiveness, purpose, action, perseverance, embracing discomfort.
It's a lot.
It's a lot to take in.
Yeah.
But what does this all mean for our listener?
What does it all mean? Well,
Yeah.
I think it means that we all have this incredible capacity for resilience.
Okay.
We have the power within us, right?
Yeah.
To face challenges, learn from our experiences, and emerge, you know,
Come out stronger.
stronger on the other side.
It's not about being perfect or never making mistakes.
Yeah.
It's about having the tools and the mindset to bounce back.
to bounce
To
it.
keep moving forward,
Yeah.
even when things get tough.
Absolutely. And it's important to remember
Which is that.
that we don't have to do it alone.
Yeah, that's huge.
Right, we can lean on our support system.
Our-
Yeah, draw inspiration from those who have overcome adversity and find strength in whatever, gives us a sense of purpose and meaning.
I love that that Rockin' with Shonda video included stories about everyday people, right?
Oh, yeah.
Overcoming obstacles.
Real people.
Yeah. Like Emily, who found the courage to reach out to a friend
Yes.
when she felt isolated.
It's a great reminder that we all face challenges, right?
Mm.
Asking for help,
Yeah.
it's a sign of strength, not weakness.
Totally.
Connecting with others can provide like a lifeline when we feel like we're drowning.
And then there's the story of David, the entrepreneur
Oh, right.
who went bankrupt,
Oh, wow.
but managed to rebuild his life.
Yeah, it shows that even when we experience what feels like, a catastrophic failure,
Right.
it's not the end of the story.
It's not over.
We can always find a new path forward.
Yeah, David's story, what an example of grit and determination.
He didn't let failure define him.
He didn't.
Instead, he used it as a learning experience and found a way to, rise above the ashes.
Those stories, I don't know about you,
Yeah.
but they make these concepts of resilience and grit feel so much more real.
Yeah.
So much more attainable.
Absolutely.
The-
They remind us that we're not alone in our struggles, right? And those struggles, those moments when we feel like giving up,
Yeah.
those are the moments that can, forge our character
Okay.
and lead to incredible growth.
So as we wrap up this deep dive, what's the one key takeaway you hope our listener will, carry with them?
I hope they remember that adversity is a part of life,
It's going to happen.
but it doesn't have to define us.
Okay. Yeah.
We can choose to see challenges as opportunities for growth and use the tools we've discussed.
The tools you've talked about, yeah.
Cultivate resilience,
Mm.
find our inner strength, and build a life filled with meaning and purpose.
That's a powerful message. We've explored inspiring stories,
Many.
practical advice,
Yeah.
and a call to look inward. What resonated most with you?
Oh, that's a good question.
Yeah.
And how will you apply these insights to your own journey? As you face your own unique challenges, just remember,
Yeah.
this adversity is inevitable,
It's gonna happen.
but defeat is a choice. You have the power within you
We do.
to overcome obstacles and create a life that is both fulfilling
Yes.
and resilient.
Yeah.
It means that we all have this incredible capacity for resilience, right?
Right.
We have the power within us to face challenges and learn from our experiences and, come out stronger on the other side.
It's not about being perfect or never making mistakes. It's about having the tools and the mindset to bounce back.
Yeah, to bounce the cube.
Moving forward even when things get tough.
And it's important to remember that we don't have to do it alone.
Alone.
We can lean on our support systems, draw inspiration from those who've overcome adversity and find strength in whatever gives us a sense of purpose and meaning.
I love that Rockin' with Shonda included stories about everyday people overcoming obstacles.
Oh, yeah, those were great.
Like Emily, who found the courage to reach out to a friend when she felt isolated.
Yeah, it's a great reminder that we all face challenges, right? And asking for help is a sign of strength, not weakness.
For sure.
Connecting with others can provide a lifeline when we feel like we're drowning,
And then there's the story of David, the entrepreneur, who went bankrupt but managed to rebuild his life.
Oh, yeah, I love that one.
It shows that even when we experience what feels like a catastrophic failure, it's not the end of the story.
You can always come back.
We can always find a new path forward.
David's story is such a powerful example of grit and determination. He didn't let failure define him.
He didn't.
He used it as a learning experience and found a way to rise above the ashes.
Those stories make these concepts of resilience and grit feel so much more real and so much more attainable.
Absolutely. They remind us that we're not alone in our struggles.
Yeah.
And those struggles, those moments when we feel like giving up, those are the moments that can forge our character and lead to incredible growth.
Well said. So as we wrap up this deep dive, what's the one key takeaway you hope our listeners will carry with them?
I want them to remember that adversity is a part of life, but it doesn't have to define us.
Okay.
We can choose to see challenges as opportunities for growth and use the tools we've discussed to cultivate resilience, find our inner strength, and build a life filled with meaning and purpose.
That's a powerful message to end on. We've explored inspiring stories, practical advice, and a call to look inward.
We covered a lot.
We did. What resonated most with you? And how will you apply these insights to your own journey?
As you face your own unique challenges, just remember, adversity is inevitable, but defeat is a choice. You have the power within you to overcome obstacles and create a life that is both fulfilling and resilient.
And that's our deep dive for today. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you so much for listening in to the podcast today. This was episode 5, how to continue on when life throws you lemons, honey. When life gets tough, how to keep moving forward. Okay, thank you so much for listening in. As always, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe to the channel. I'm putting out more videos. You guys already know we're working our way to millionaire status with Pocket Option. So if you want to be a part of that, definitely stay tuned. Make sure you turn on your bell notifications so you won't miss a video. And I'm going to continue on doing life videos so we get over ourselves, because we can't have fun and be stressed out at the same time. That's just not gonna work. You know what I'm saying? So we got to get over ourselves, because it's us that got ourselves in the situation, because you get to make choices and you make decisions. You can't really blame other people for the choices that we decide to make and the decisions we decide to take. We took those, so we are responsible for our own self. We put ourselves in this predicament. And if it wasn't directly you could have made another choice. Trust me. We'll talk about my stuff too, because I'm not perfect. I'm just letting you know it was us who got us in this situation. And it's us who's going to get ourselves out of it. And I'm going to be right here with you, fighting for you. I just want you to know that God is not against you, baby. He's not. Okay? So anyway, I'm not going to keep this thing going. I love you guys. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Turn on your bell notifications so you won't miss a beat. And I love you. And I'll see you on the beaches of the world.
Maybe it's time I let go of all the dreams I used to hold.
Hey y'all, hey. It's too early in the morning for this. But I just wanted to introduce this next video. This is part 2 to the people pleasing trap that I had did. I wanted to continue on this conversation with episode 2 of the people pleaser. And yeah, so of course, you know, I am trying out the new AI tool that I found. So it actually is pretty good, and they nailed it right on the head. So I don't know, guys. I don't know. This new AI tool is, I like it. It's very good, actually, you know, and it's got the default voice. Everybody is talking about, oh, people know about the whole, you know, that they know that's an AI. I'm telling you, it's AI, okay? But it's really good. It's really good, you know. And I put together a couple of YouTube videos that was talking about people pleasing. my video, and I think I did 5 videos actually, and they only really talked about 3 of the videos, mine and 2 of the other ones. And I'll link the other videos down in the description if you want to go and take a look at it. But it's really good, y'all. You gotta listen to it. Check this out.
Welcome to another deep dive. And today we're going to be talking about people-pleasing. We've got 3 YouTube videos lined up, and we're going to try and get through all of them today.
It's pretty amazing how each of these YouTubers, with their very different approaches, all kind of converge on this common theme of people-pleasing and that struggle.
Yeah. And, you know, speaking of the YouTubers, we're going to hear from Liz, who calls herself an extreme people-pleaser. She's got a really powerful story. We're going to be talking about Shonda, who calls people-pleasing a trap. And then there's Julian, who leads this seminar where he really pushes people to drop the act and be real.
Julian's got a pretty interesting take. He ties people-pleasing to anxiety.
Yeah, that's something we're definitely going to want to unpack a little bit later on in the deep dive. But, you know, Liz's story is a really powerful place to start. She talks about being bullied pretty relentlessly throughout her childhood.
And it really went beyond just teasing. Liz describes physical abuse and constant pressure to, do whatever it took to be liked.
Yeah. She talks about this one incident where some boys that were bullying her got another child to punch her in the face. And even after this, she didn't tell her parents.
Really highlights the extent of that people-pleasing tendency. Just heartbreaking.
Yeah, and she was already dealing with abuse at home. She felt like she couldn't add to the drama. So it's like, when does kindness become self-betrayal? And thankfully, Liz's sister comes into the picture, and she kind of becomes the catalyst for change in her life. Liz's sister actually found out about the bullying from an old classmate, and she confronted Liz about not telling her.
I mean, that must have been such a pivotal moment for her.
Yeah, it was. It was like this wake-up call. And Liz finally sought therapy, which she credits with helping her to understand that people-pleasing was not her true self. And it gave her some hope that she could rewrite these deeply ingrained patterns.
It's interesting because Shonda also talks about this rewriting patterns sort of thing, and she frames people-pleasing as this trap that we all fall into, or constantly trying to please our parents, our employers, everyone.
And she calls out this false dichotomy that we're often presented with this idea that you're either selfish or you're a people pleaser.
Right. Like there's no middle ground.
Yeah. Like there's no in between.
So you have to pick one or the other. But actually, she argues that that's damaging. And speaking from her own experience, she says that she's lost friends and family members because of people pleasing.
It's so interesting, her approach to kind of getting out of this trap, because she actually brings in ChatGPT to offer advice. I don't know if you've seen that.
I have not.
She calls him Chad. She's got ChatGPT and she calls him Chad. And she's like, Chad, how do I get out of this people-pleasing trap? I just thought it was such a clever way to kind of use AI and maybe get a fresh perspective on personal growth.
I can't wait to hear what Chad has to say.
Yeah. But before we get into that, let's switch gears a little bit and talk about Julian. He tackles people-pleasing very directly in this seminar, pushing people to confront what he calls their fake fronts.
Yeah, he doesn't shy away from making people uncomfortable. He actually tells them to drop the act and be real.
Yeah.
He even goes as far to say that the day you're liked by everyone is the day you're the most fake person alive.
Wow.
Which is a pretty big statement.
Yeah. Makes you think.
It does.
And he says that authenticity can be shocking, and it might even repel some people. But ultimately, it's more fulfilling than living in what he calls a golden prison of trying to please everyone.
I love that phrase, that golden prison idea.
And one of the participants in Julian's seminar, Manu, he really brings this point home. He admits to feeling nervous and afraid that if he shows his true self, people will think that he's stupid.
Yeah.
So, you've got Liz, who doesn't fit in, and she feels like she's the weird one out. And then you've got Manu, who's afraid to show his true self because he thinks people will judge him.
Makes me think, is that really what people-pleasing is all about? Just this disconnect from our authentic selves?
Yeah, and I think maybe that's why it leads to anxiety.